Chapter 151, Abandoned. Why are you here again? In the prince's mansion, Qianrongxiu, who had just returned from outside, saw Nanfeng sitting in the pavilion like a ghost as soon as she entered the yard. Yuexuan's little nest is gone, and now my buddy is really homeless. Nanfeng sighed. Why are you homeless and running to my place? Qianrongxiu said unhappily. Didn't you say we are not familiar with each other? Of course it's because we are not familiar with each other. Nanfeng said. If it was an acquaintance, how embarrassed would I be? Qianrongxiu's eyes twitched. You're embarrassed if you don't know me well. I can pay you if you don't know me well. Nanfeng took out a black card and threw it to Qianrongxiu. You're welcome, just swipe it, there's no password. Qianrongxiu's face darkened, and she burned the black card in her hand. Who do you think I am? What do you think I am? Just pay me. Then what do you want? Nanfeng asked. I want you to get out. Qianrongxiu said. Sorry, this is impossible. Nanfeng poured a cup of tea. Going to Tiandu Royal Academy will disturb Xiaohu's training. At Lanba Academy, Xiaohualong doesn't welcome me. Yuexuan's nest is gone, and Yuexuan master doesn't welcome me either, not to mention the Wuhan temple. As for the hotel outside, my presence is a bit conspicuous and inconvenient. Originally I wanted to go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, but after thinking about it, I think your place is more suitable. Suitable for you? I don't welcome you. Qianrongxiu said unhappily. Get out of here. You said they were not familiar with each other during the day, but you came to stay here at night? What are you thinking? Do you think she has no temper? Nanfeng sighed and stood up. Sorry to bother you, I won't come again. After speaking, Nanfeng turned into a black bird, jumped lightly, and flew away. Qianrongxiu was stunned. What do you mean? Hey! What do you mean? 1 year later. Martial Spirit Temple. Still no news about that bastard? Bibi Dong asked. Replying to His Holiness the Pope, the lower-level Martial Spirit Temple has not found any trace of Elder Nanfeng. Salas said nervously. Bibi Dong covered her head, no one in the Slaughter City either. Nanfeng wanted Tang Chen to appear at the finals of the Soul Master competition, so he would definitely go to the Slaughter City to try to contact that guy. But the situation is still uncertain now. Nanfeng will definitely not go in by himself. He will probably catch 2 criminals and throw them in to pass on the message. According to your instructions, we have arranged a lot of spies there. Even a bird can't fly in. Salas said. Bibi Dong sighed. How is the situation of the Soul Master competition? The opening ceremony of the preliminaries of the Tiandu Empire will be held in 3 days, and the ceremony of Wuhan City will be the same. Salas said. Elder Hall. Let them do it themselves. Bibi Dong interrupted. I'm not in the mood. Yes. Anything else? No more. Then what are you still doing here? Salas bowed, turned around, and ran away. When he left the hall, he ran into Hulina. Salas. Salas didn't stop, and he seemed to blow past like the wind and disappeared from Hulina's sight. Is he so scared? Hulina looked at the fleeing Salas with a strange look. Teacher, is there no news about him yet? Hulina walked into the hall and came to Bibi Dong. No. Bibi Dong covered her face. Since he disappeared a year ago, there has been no news about Nanfeng. Not in Tiandu City, Wuhan City, Xingluo City, or Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Aru went back to Xingda Great Forest to look for him, but he was not there either. It was as if he had evaporated out of thin air. But he should be coming back soon, right? Who? Lena said. Not necessarily. Bibi Dong's face looked a little ugly. He might come back in the finals. With Ning Fengzi's operation and Qianrongxiu's cooperation, Tang San joined Tiandu Royal Academy again. But the Tiandu team is a recommended team, and does not need to participate in the preliminaries, and goes directly to the semi-finals. Nanfeng wants to make trouble in the finals, and now, it's time to come back. Are you really not fooling us? Tiandu City, on a busy street. Nanfeng, who had been missing for a year, walked in front, and behind him, followed 2 eye-catching women, one tall and one short. The taller one, with long white hair hanging down from the back of her head to her feet, her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if she could see through everything in the world, her slender body was flawless, and her white dress, although without any decoration, made her look so noble and stunning. The shorter one, wearing a green dress, the pretty face has a cold and beautiful look. There are 4 green magic patterns on both sides of the white face. The dark green hair is scattered behind her. But the skin is as white as ice and snow, and has a transparent texture. Under the skin, there is a faint green light. 2 fierce beasts from the extreme north, the Ice Snow Girl, who is more than 600,000 years old, the Snow Emperor, and the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, who is more than 300,000 years old. You can make a decision after reading it. I can't force you on this kind of thing. Nanfeng said. Even if the person you said who has the appearance of becoming a god really exists, how can we be sure that she will resurrect us after becoming a god and take us to the realm of gods? Said the Ice Emperor. Humans, don't you have enough things to go back on your word? I can't be sure either. Nanfeng said. The Ice Emperor was stunned, and a coldness came out in an instant. You lied to us. Binger, don't be so cold. The Snow Emperor suppressed the coldness of the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor looked unhappy, but I said, I'm just giving you an opinion. Nanfeng said. After all, you two can't break through the next heavenly tribulation. I believe you have a hunch about this. But our heavenly tribulation is still early, at least 10,000 years away. The Ice Emperor said. If it's really as you said, sacrificed to that woman who has the potential to become a god, we would be dead now. So, this is just a suggestion. Nanfeng said. You don't have to listen. You. The Ice Emperor gritted his teeth, and the coldness came out again. Binger. The Snow Emperor frowned slightly. Didn't I say that before I came? They are fierce beasts that have withstood several heavenly tribulations. Even titled Douluo finds it difficult to see their true forms. However, if they release their auras wantonly, as long as their eyes are not blind, even Soul Douluo can see their abnormalities. But Bingdi bit his upper lip and pointed at Nanfeng with some grievance. Don't look at me with that look, as if I were a scum who abandoned her after having an affair with her. Nanfeng said speechlessly. You are. Bingdi said. Nanfeng's eyes twitched slightly. Why would I abandon her after having an affair with her? You are stealing Shweta from me. Bingdi said unhappily. Nanfeng was confused. When he had just killed off all the people he had provoked before, how could he continue to provoke new ones when he was about to die? Chapter 152. I'll go first. 7 Treasures House. Nanfeng brought Bingdi and Shweta here as a welcome party for their first visit to human society. Although Nanfeng brought a lot of food with him when he went to the far north before, those were all stored food, which could not be compared with freshly cooked food. Can you please stop looking at me like that? Nanfeng was somewhat helpless. After leaving Tiandu City, he originally wanted to go to the Slaughter City to see the situation, but after arriving at the small forest outside the Slaughter City, he felt the bloody smell that made him sick, so he turned around and ran away. I can't stand it. Thinking that he was probably going to die soon, he wanted to visit this world again. He had visited the Xingda Great Forest and the iconic attractions of the 2 empires. He didn't dare to go to the Sea God Island. The only place he hadn't been to was the far north. Then, he turned around and ran to the far north ice field. First, he accidentally broke into the territory of the Ice Emperor and was chased and beaten by this guy. During the chase, he broke into the territory of the Snow Emperor again, and was chased by these 2 guys for a month. Finally, he was really tired of running, and he turned around to activate the Ice Dragon Soul Possession, and the power of the far north ice field was applied to his body, and he slapped the 2 guys down with a slap. Then he was blamed by the Ice Emperor. There is no way, the Ice Dragon King, the legend of the ice-attributed soul beast. He is a strange thing, and he still has the dragon soul of the Ice Dragon King on him. No fool would believe that he is fine. Besides, he can transform between humans and ice dragons at will, and can also control the power of the ice field that only the Snow Emperor can activate. The Ice Emperor subconsciously thought that he was the new Ice Dragon King, and even wanted to pull him to become sworn brothers. He even came up with the idea of changing the name of the 3 kings of the far north to the 4 heavenly kings of the far north. Some time ago, he felt that the time was about right and it was time to come back and take action, so he brought the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor back with him. As for sacrifice, he just said it casually. After all, this kind of thing, to put it nicely, is to lie down and be led by others, to put it bluntly, is to be someone's vassal. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor are both rulers of the far north. How could they be willing to become someone else's vassal? These two people are the ones who would rather die than surrender. It is impossible to be willing to become someone else's lackey. Even if they participated in Tianmen's god-making plan, they regarded Huo Yuhao as a tool, not as a vassal. But now, he has two people who are sure to become gods, one is Bibi Dong and the other is Qian Rongxiu. Which one is easy to get along with? Bibi Dong is okay. She has been influenced too much by him and does not have such a strong racism towards these things. In her eyes, soul beasts and humans are all the same. But Qian Rongxiu, in her eyes, no matter how many 100,000 years of soul beasts, is still a soul beast. Whether it is Xiaowu or a Rou, Qian Rongxiu does not regard them as human beings. Therefore, the matter of sacrifice is unrealistic, whether from the perspective of Xuedi and Bingdi, or from the perspective of Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu. You lied to me, you are not a soul beast at all. Bingdi said. Did I say I am a soul beast? Nanfeng said. I was walking peacefully on the ice field, and you suddenly ran out and chased me. You broke into my territory first. Bingdi said. So I didn't fight back. Nanfen said. I was chased by you two for more than a month, what else can I say? If I really want to fight, you two are not my opponents at all. Although he couldn't use the real power of the dragon soul, he could borrow it for a short time. Of course, it was only for a moment, not more. But you are not a soul master. Bingdi said. Human soul masters need to absorb soul rings. Soul rings have the resentment of the soul beasts that were killed. That thing will not dissipate. As a fierce beast, she can sense it. But this guy has no resentment and no soul rings, but she feels very strong. She mistakenly thinks that this guy is an alien fierce beast who wants to compete with her for territory, so he chases him. My situation is special, and I really don't count for anything now. Nanfen said. When he was at the bottom of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the dragon soul transformed his body. He was neither a human nor a soul beast. But... okay, we'll talk about it later. Let's eat first. Nanfeng said. Oh, Bingdi looked at the rich dishes on the table and the strange fragrance, and chose to temporarily stop the war. This needs to be shelled. Nanfeng reminded. This needs to be dipped in sauce. This. Oh. You're so annoying. If you say it again, I won't eat it. Bingdi looked at Nanfeng angrily. Then I'll feed you. Nanfeng said. Bingdi looked defensive, are you plotting against me? Forget it. Nanfeng looked at Xuedi. What about you? Xuedi paused, it's troublesome. She had never seen these things before, so she really didn't know how to eat them. Hey. Bingdi was confused. No. I'll do it if I need to feed him. Put it down. Did anyone see him? He's accompanied by two very beautiful women. In the spirit temple, Bibi Dong, who was doing her daily work, suddenly got the news that Nanfeng appeared in Tiandu city. Teacher, they went to Kaibazai, are you going? Hu Lina said weakly. After not seeing him for a year, they brought back two more. There will be a commotion again. No. Bibi Dong's face darkened. He disappeared for a year without saying a word, and came back with two, he. Then I'll go first, goodbye teacher. Hu Lina bowed, turned around and ran. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched wildly. Stop. Teacher, go quickly, if you delay any longer, there will be no place for you in the private room later. Hu Lina. I heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has already gone. At the entrance of Kaibazai. What brings His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here? Bibi Dong put Hu Lina on the ground, clapped her hands, and glanced at Qian Rongxiu who had just arrived. What are you talking about, Your Highness the Pope? I just came to have a meal. Qian Rongxiu said lightly. Eat? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. Tiandu city is so big, there are so many places to eat. The Crown Prince's mansion must be an hour away from Kaibazai, right? Your Highness the Crown Prince is eating diligently this meal. It's at least an hour's journey from the Wuhan Temple to Kaibazai. Your Highness the Pope is in a good mood. Qian Rongxiu said. Oh my, why are they here so fast? At the corner of Kaibazai, Duguyan and his group, who came quickly from Tiandu Royal Academy, were stunned when they saw Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe blocking the door. Tiandu Royal Academy is less than half an hour away from Kaibazai. After they got the news, they hurried to get here in just 10 minutes. These two great gods live farther away from each other, how can they be faster than them? It's amazing to be able to fly, right? Chapter 153 Bitter. They are blocking here, how can we get in? Xiao Wu said anxiously. These two people have quarreled a lot during the year when Nanfan disappeared. Since the last person Nanfan saw before he left was Qianrongxiu, Bibi Dong thought that Qianrongxiu and Nanfan had a quarrel, so he left without saying a word. And Qianrongxiu said that when Nanfan ran to the prince's mansion something is wrong. It must be Bibi Dong's fault. Neither of them gave way, and they glared at each other as soon as they met. Come with me. I'll take you through the back door. Ning Rongrong waved her hand and led everyone to the side of Kai Beizai. Can we go in through the back door? Xiao Wu said. Hey. Ning Rongrong looked puzzled. Not allowed in? Why? Oh, right. This is your family's business. Xiao Wu suddenly realized. She hadn't been here for a long time, and she almost forgot. Under the leadership of Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and her group had a green light all the way and soon found the private room where Nanfang was. However, when they reached the door, Xiao Wu's face suddenly changed. Don't move. Xiao Wu grabbed Ning Rongrong who was reaching out to open the door. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong asked puzzledly. Someone inside is wrong. Xiao Wu's expression was a little stiff. What a terrifying aura. Even more terrifying than the aura coming from the depths of the Xingda Great Forest. What are you doing secretly? Bingdi snorted coldly, and the cold air rushed open the door, almost freezing Xiaowu and the others into ice cubes. Feeling the oncoming ultra-low temperature cold air, everyone stood at attention. I say, can you control your emotions? Nanfang looked at the food on the table that was frozen into ice sculptures by Bingdi's cold air with a speechless face. Bingdi is usually in the original state. This human form was changed after he went to the far north for the convenience of communication. Therefore, in many cases, Bingdi is not very familiar with this body. Moreover, in the far north, releasing cold air is like breathing for Bingdi, but after leaving the far north and coming to human society, her behavior of releasing cold air at any time is somewhat a bit sick. Even though he has emphasized many times not to release cold air casually, as long as Bingdi has a little emotional fluctuation, the cold air will rush out. They are hiding outside the door secretly, and they must be plotting something bad. Bingdi said. Look, I'll freeze them first, and then interrogate them slowly. Bang! Shwedi raised her hand and slammed her head. Binger, don't mess around, put away the air conditioner. This is a human society, there are many strong human beings, although she is not afraid, but she doesn't want to cause trouble. Oh, Bingdi reluctantly put away the air conditioner. How can he be a good person if he sneaks around? Change the table. Nanfang sighed and stood up. Why? Bingdi asked in confusion. Can you see if these things are still edible? Nanfang was speechless. Half of these are hot dishes. The hot dishes are frozen, what to eat? After changing to another room, Ning Rongrong and the others sat beside Nanfang with a sincere look on their faces, not daring to look at Bingdi and Shwedi opposite. One is imposing, the other is as cold as ice, too scary. Even scarier than the Pope. Are you the transformed soul beast of the Xingda Great Forest? Bingdi looked at Xiaowu. Yes. Xiaowu nodded weakly. Have you seen a bug? Bingdi asked. What bug? Xiaowu asked in confusion. A very old ice silkworm. Bingdi said. Although it is a waste, and it is hundreds of thousands of years older than you, even a rabbit like you can easily abuse it, but it is very important to me. If she can devour the ice silkworm, she and Swady will definitely be able to break through the next heavenly tribulation. Ice silkworm, Xiaowu recalled. A long time ago, it seemed that a special ice attribute breath came from the depths of the Xingda Great Forest, but it disappeared quickly. That breath is older than 100,000-year soul beast. However, the climate of the Xingda Great Forest cannot breed ice attribute soul beasts of that level. At that time, they all thought it was a fight from outside. Deep in the Xingda Great Forest. Bingdi stood up suddenly. Really? Did that guy hide in the Stardo Great Forest? Damn bug! She has been looking for it in the far north for tens of thousands of years and still can't find it. It actually ran so far. Xiaowu hid behind Nanfang in fear. Don't get excited. Nanfang said. It's useless even if you know where it is. You can't beat it. If it was in the far north, Di could hang Tian up and beat him, but if it was in the Stardo Great Forest, Di would definitely not be Tian's opponent. And the remaining beasts are not easy to mess with. As the sole beast overlord of the far north, running to the Stardo Great Forest will definitely be regarded as a declaration of war. We can't beat it, but you are. Bing Di said. Nanfeng's eyes twitched slightly. I'm not a brave and aggressive person. Since my debut, I can count the number of fights I've had on my fingers. But you beat me so many times, I can't count them, Xiao Wu complained. Only a challenge between equal or weaker strength can be called a fight. Fighting you is at most bullying the weak. Nanfeng said calmly. Everyone looked strange. What do you mean by your self-righteous attitude? Is it proud to bully the weak? Ice Emperor's expression froze, and Snow Emperor also became nervous. The two cast your eyes outside the door. Very strong. Very dangerous. Don't be nervous, I'm here, even if you fight, it won't be your turn. Nanfeng said. Don't be stubborn, if you can't beat it, we can still help. Bing Di said. If I can't beat someone, even if you two come together, you'll just be sent to death. Nanfeng said. The door opened. After a year, you've become more confident. Bibi Dong said. Don't mess with the dishes that have just been served. Nanfeng said. If you want to fight, talk about it after dinner. Okay. Bibi Dong walked in and sat down. Qianrongxiu hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became extremely weird. Ning Rongrong and the others regretted a little. Why did they run in? This kind of high-end game is not something they can participate in. The attention of Di and Bing Di was firmly welded to Bibi Dong. Dangerous. Quite dangerous. Bibi Dong and Qianrongxiu's attention was also firmly locked by Di and Bing Di. Danger. Very dangerous. You went out for a walk just for them. Bibi Dong said. You can understand it that way. Nanfeng said. After all, there is not much time left. There are some things that I don't want to leave as regrets. Must do it. Bibi Dong asked. No discussion. What I want to do is never discussed. Nanfeng said. What about them? Bibi Dong glanced at Xiao Wu and the others. Nanfeng poured a cup of hot tea and put it in front of Bing Di. Blow it. Bing Di was stunned and blew it gently. I want cold air. Nanfeng said. The ice dragon soul cannot be used casually. His ability is fire. Bing Di frowned slightly and blew another breath, freezing Nanfeng's hands directly. A high temperature rose in Nanfeng's hand, heating the ice cubes and turning the cold tea into a mixture of ice and water. This thing. Hot water with ice, diarrhea tonight. Qianrongxiu said faintly. Nanfeng's face darkened. It's like drinking water, only you know whether it's hot or cold. Bibi Dong snatched the hot herbal tea from Nanfeng's hand and drank it all. It's bitter. Chapter 154 Story. After a long and awkward dinner, it was dark. Xiao Wu and her group, knowing that they would only be cannon fodder if they stayed here, quickly left the scene, while Qianrongxiu and Bibi Dong confronted each other again. If you want to fight, I suggest you change the place. Nanfeng said. There are too many people here, and it's not a good influence. He disappeared for so long, and suddenly returned to Tiandu City. There were many people who were secretly watching him. If Bibi Dong and Qianrongxiu fought in such an occasion and were found to be abnormal, then the big show he had prepared for so long would have to be patched again. It depends on what you choose next. Bibi Dong said. Come back with me and make things clear. What? Nanfeng asked in confusion. Wasn't what I said before clear enough? Do you still think I'm the idiot I used to be? Bibi Dong said in a deep voice. Nanfeng was stunned and nodded. You figured it out. He really didn't expect Bibi Dong to be smart enough to see the problem in this matter. Moreover, he had deliberately led the conflict to an angle related to Yu Xiaogang, just to make Bibi Dong think that he was angry because of Yu Xiaogang's problem. But what went wrong? Did Bibi Dong really come out of the past? Impossible. If Bibi Dong really came out of the past, she wouldn't be like this now. So, you plan to stop me? Nanfeng asked. What do you think? Bibi Dong asked back. I suggest you don't do this, don't even think about it. Nanfeng said. If you really understand me, you should know what will happen if you dare to stop me. Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Will you kill me? Are you going to stand against me? Nanfeng asked. Brother Ning, don't hide when you come. Nanfeng looked at the dark end of the street. After hesitating for a while, Ning Fengzi still forced himself to walk out. Elder Nanfeng, long time no see. How could it be such a scene when he was asked to come over to talk about the situation? Besides, why did Shui Qinghe get involved in the conflict between the couple? Are you not afraid of death? It's getting late. If there is any problem, let's talk about it another day, okay? Nanfeng looked at Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu. Which side? Bibi Dong asked. Nanfeng looked at Ning Fengzi. Brother Ning, do you mind staying with me for one night? Ning Fengzi had a stomachache. Elder Nanfeng is here, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is naturally welcome. Then let's go. Nanfeng looked at Gurong. Gurong's eyes twitched. Why did he really treat him as a means of transportation? How is the situation? After arriving at the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, they exchanged a few words casually. Chen Xin seemed to see that Shui De knew some sword skills, so she invited her to spar. Bing De liked to watch the fun, so he followed, saving Nanfeng from finding a reason to send the two away. The matter of the elixir has been basically handled. Ning Fengzi said. All the major sects have believed in the effectiveness of this thing, but it still takes some time to get them moving. The temptation is enough, but the risk is too great. Directly snatching it from Nanfeng is like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. There may not be such a person on Douluo continent. At least, we have to give them a little hope of success. What do you think of using this thing as the champion reward for the next Soul Master competition? Nanfeng said. Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched slightly. I'm afraid this is not enough. He learned some information from his daughter. The strength of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is extremely exaggerated. 3 Soul Emperors. Among them, Hulina, who has been active in Tiandu City for many years, now has a soul power as high as level 65. The other 2 Soul Emperors of the Spirit Hall also worked in Tiandu City for a period of time and had a sparring match with Duguyan and others. The result is very clear. A miserable defeat. The royal fighting team can almost be said to have no power to fight back. Only Duguyan can barely hold on, but she can't hold on for too long. So, if the elixir is used as a champion reward, it is equivalent to no reward. He couldn't find any team that could possibly defeat the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Then Nanfeng took out 5 soul bones from the soul guide. The champion team will be rewarded with 5 more soul bones, and the runner-up team will get 1 pill. How about that? Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched wildly. Elder Nanfeng, where did you get so many soul bones? This has to bring up the miserable time when my buddy was targeted in the Elder Hall. Nanfeng sighed. If Jian Daoliu had asked Qianjun Jiangmo to try him again, he would have been finished. Unfortunately, Jian Daoliu didn't dare to gamble. 5 soul bones, he had been in the soul guide for too long, and he had forgotten about them. Otherwise, he would have taken them out and given them to Hulina and the others as gifts. If that's the case, the next Soul Master competition should be very exciting. Ning Fengzi said. There is almost no hope of winning the championship, but the runner-up can still be fought for. What about Tang San? Nanfeng asked. It's going well. Ning Fengzi said. Not long after you left, I used the Power Clan to infiltrate the Blue Tyrant Academy and exaggerated what happened that year. When the Haoshan twins were training, they met the transformed Blue Silver Emperor. However, Tang Xiao failed to compete with Tang Hao and chose to return to the sect alone. Not long after, Tang Hao chose to bring the Blue Silver Emperor back to the sect. Tang Xiao held a grudge and secretly revealed the news of the 100,000-year transformed soul beast to the Spirit Hall, causing Tang Hao to be attacked by the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall on the way back to the section. After that, Tang Hao was seriously injured and disappeared. Qian Sunji, the former pope of the Spirit Hall, was furious and denounced the Haoshan sect. Tang Xiao killed the old sect master and took the opportunity to ascend to the position of sect master. As time passed, Tang Hao gradually discovered the problem. The betrayal of his brother and the anger of losing the position of the Haoshan sect master gradually distorted Tang Hao's psychology, and he even began to plan the 100,000-year soul ring of the Blue Silver Emperor. When the Blue Silver Emperor was about to give birth, Tang Hao would be himself. In order to leak his whereabouts and attract the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, he attempted to trick the Blue Silver Emperor into sacrificing himself at the moment of life and death, and also to trigger a war between the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect, waiting for an opportunity to regain the position of the sect master. Unfortunately, Tang Hao miscalculated one step. When Kyungsunji was chasing him, he brought two titled Douluo with him. Even with the blessing of the Haoshan sect's secret method and the 100,000-year spirit ring, Tang Hao was seriously injured after defeating Kyungsunji and was unable to intervene in the subsequent war between the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect. When the war broke out, the Haoshan sect suffered heavy losses and chose to close the mountains and avoid the world. Tang Hao also chose to hide his identity and hide in the mountains because of regret. Until the appearance of Tang San, the twin martial spirits gave Tang Hao hope of returning to the sect. Later, the appearance of Yu Xiaogang, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect master, was also brought together by Tang Hao, in order to use the power of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect to regain the position of the Haoshan sect master in the future. Chapter 155 Heavenly Tribulation. Brother Ning, your story. After listening to the story, Nanfeng looked a little strange. Logically, there is no problem with the story made up by Ning Fengzi. But because the logic is too complete, it sounds too much like a story. In reality, there is no such logic. This kind of story is okay to coax children, but it is unlikely to make a scheming Tang San believe it. Of course, I also deliberately left some loopholes. Ning Fengzi said. Tang San did fall into my traps. He was skeptical of what I said. As for the Power Clan, Old Titan, as you thought, quietly told Tang San the truth he knew. In addition, in the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, I also arranged another version of the story. 3 angles, 3 stories. Tang San will get the answer I want him to know. Oh, Nanfeng nodded. As expected of you, you are so insidious. Elder Nanfeng is joking. How can I compare with you in this regard? Ning Fengzi laughed. Brother Ning is still modest. It is Elder Nanfeng who is modest. Gurong looked at Nanfeng and Ning Fengzi, who were modest to each other, with a strange look. What are you modest about? The two of you have the dirtiest hearts in the entire continent. Boom. A terrifying soul force shock suddenly erupted, followed by a terrifying frost breath. Nanfeng disappeared in an instant. Gurong picked up Ning Fengzi and rushed towards the source of the impact. The back mountain of Kaibao Liulai sect. Nanfeng and Gurong arrived almost one after the other and looked at the almost frozen cliff. What's going on? Nanfeng looked at Bing De, who was watching the show on the side. That arrogant human who insisted on challenging Shue'er got beaten. Bing De said. Uncle Jian. Don't move. Gurong stopped Ning Fengzi. That sword man is about to break through. What's going on? Neither of them has made any progress in more than 10 years, why did this sword man take another step? A chaotic aura danced on the top of the cliff, and a sword force that was about to break something accumulated in Chen Xin. Shue'er did not disturb him, the ice sword in his hand broke, and he quietly retreated to the side. After a long while, Chen Xin opened his eyes, and an increasingly sharp sword force rushed straight into the sky. At the same time, a pressure that was not weaker than that of Bing Di broke out. This Bing Di was stunned. What the hell? Humans cheat like this? If soul beasts want to make such a breakthrough, they have to face the calamity of life and death. There are hundreds of millions of soul beasts, and only a few can be born after hundreds of thousands of years of hard training and fighting. Humans break through after fighting? Thank you. Chen Xin stabilized his momentum, walked over, and bowed to Swaity. No need, this is your own ability. Swaity said lightly. She has been practicing for tens of thousands of years, never slacking off. For hundreds of thousands of years, she has lived in accumulating strength to fight against the calamity, but she will eventually fall under the calamity. And humans, a sword is equivalent to her tens of thousands of years of practice. Are you jealous? Back in the room, Nanfeng couldn't help asking. Swaity rarely changes her mood, and almost always has this cold attitude, but just now, seeing Chen Xin's breakthrough, Swaity was a little angry, just like Bingdi. Shue'er nodded, but I'm used to it. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, she has witnessed the ascension of 2 gods in Douluo continent, the fall of countless soul beasts under the heavenly tribulation, and countless fellow creatures who have exhausted their potential and died in the same place. Soul beasts do not become more powerful the longer they live. Their power is cultivated. When their power cannot keep up with their age, they will still die of old age. Most soul beasts live their whole lives in a struggle against their lifespan, always worrying whether tomorrow will be the end of their lives. She has seen too much, and she no longer has the resentment she once had for these things. Compared to most soul beasts, she is also lucky. Are the people who became gods you are talking about those two women? Xuedi asked. Yes. Nanfeng nodded and poured a cup of tea for each of them. Bibi Dong has completed most of the divine test, but hers is a bit tricky and the progress is slow. Although Jian Rongxiu has not yet started the divine test, her divine test is like a backdoor, just go and it will be fine. It just so happens that now each of them is short of 3 and 2 spirit rings. You can take a look and try it if you want. What about you? Xuedi asked. You are stronger than them and have higher talent, why don't you try? I don't have time. Nanfeng said. Besides, my situation is special and it is still uncertain. If I survive, I will try. If all his worries are about fighting wits and courage with the air, then the first thing he has to do after the plan of the Soul Master competition is over is to run to the Sea God Island. The 9 Heavens mysterious stage on the Sea God Island is a good thing. It should be the fastest training place for people with high talent on the Douluo continent. Of course, for ordinary people, that thing is hell. Survive. Bing Di was stunned. Do you also want to survive the heavenly tribulation? Heavenly tribulation? Nanfeng nodded. I guess so. The dragon souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King told him that the heavenly tribulation faced by soul beasts is a kind of cosmic rule and has nothing to do with the god realm. The heavenly tribulation already existed before the dragon god became a god. When the dragon god was still there, the soul beast clan was blessed by the dragon god, and their bloodline became stronger. Most of them could survive the heavenly tribulation. But after the dragon god fell, the bloodline power of the soul beast clan also weakened, and even fell to the point where they are now used as tools for human cultivation. There are very few soul beasts that can survive the heavenly tribulation. Even things like soul rings were born under the influence of the dragon god's bloodline. As long as the soul rings are still there, the dragon god can revive them. In the beginning, humans did not need soul rings to break through, but it was extremely difficult. They needed to accumulate enough strength like soul beasts, face the heavenly tribulation, and break through step by step. It's just that I don't know who started it, turning the soul rings that carry the souls and cultivation of soul beasts into auxiliary tools for human cultivation, allowing humans to break through the bottleneck of cultivation more easily. Moreover, every fusion of martial soul and soul ring energy will give birth to a special product's soul skills. Since the emergence of soul ring cultivation, humans have become accustomed to relying on this method, and absorbing soul rings will also affect human martial souls. The absorption of soul rings is like taking drugs. Taking drugs will cause the human body to no longer secrete dopamine and become dependent on drugs. If you absorb too many soul rings, your martial soul will also get used to this rapid improvement. How can you be willing to go back to the original long way after taking too many shortcuts? After millions of years of evolution, human martial spirits have become dependent on spirit beast spirit rings. The current way of cultivation is both a natural selection and a human choice. What on earth are you? Bingdi asked in confusion. Why do you still need to survive the heavenly tribulation? My heavenly tribulation is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, it is a tribulation from heaven. Nanfeng said. But it may also be that I think too much. Chapter 156 Human Heart. 2 days later, Nanfeng and his 3 friends, who had had enough fun in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, returned to Tiandu City. The opening ceremony of the Tiandu Empire's Soul Master competition will be held in Tiandu Square. The big names in the Soul Master world sat in the guest seats, nervously waiting for Nanfeng to appear. Because the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect released the news, the rewards for this Soul Master competition include the magic medicine they had heard about before. The magic medicine has the effect of turning decay into magic. Everyone has heard about the existence of this thing a long time ago, but they are not crazy enough to snatch things from Nanfeng. But if it appears as a reward for the Soul Master competition, then everyone will have their own abilities. Are you really going to use this as a reward for the competition? At the entrance of the square, Bibi Dong stopped Nanfeng who was about to enter. If the elixir is really used as a reward for the competition, then this matter is really irreversible. It is indeed courting death to snatch things from Nanfeng, but if this thing appears in the hands of others as a reward, then everyone will have countless ways to get it. Is there a problem? Nanfeng asked. If I remember correctly, the pill I left for Lu Erlong was taken away by you. Why, It's not enough. You know what I want to say. Bibi Dong said. Then don't say it. Nanfang walked sideways into the venue, and under the cheers of tens of thousands of people, he started his pyramid selling. Is he so popular here? Bingdi was a little surprised. It is impossible for Nanfang to have any friends with a personality like this. It can't be said to be popular. Aru paused. It's just that he can stir up everyone's emotions. But I think he doesn't like this. Shwedi said inexplicably. Hey! Aro was stunned. How did you see that? Feeling. Shwedi said. Your intuition is good. Aro looked a little unnatural. He really doesn't like these things. After nearly half an hour of explanation, Nanfang finally left the stage amid cheers. Why? Shwedi asked puzzledly. If you don't like it, why do you still do it? You have the right to choose. Because only this power is the easiest to control. Nanfang said. Power. Bingdi was stunned. What power? Human heart. Nanfang said. If I advocate mutual assistance, unity, and friendship, not many people will pay attention to me, because that requires sacrifice. But if I encourage everyone to destroy, rob, possess and hate, then I will be able to respond to everyone. It is difficult to lead people to good, but it is quite simple to trigger evil. I think my ability is limited and I can't do the former, so I choose to achieve my goal with the latter. Just like now. The cheers of these people are not for him, but for their inner desires. Those who support him do not agree with him, nor because he is right, but simply because he can bring them benefits. The nobles and soul masters oppose him not because he is wrong, but because he harms their interests. The so-called right and wrong is nothing more than political correctness. What do you want to do? Bingdi asked doubtfully. Do you still need to play these tricks? I live in this world, but I hate this environment, so I want to transform it and transform it into what I want. Nanfang said. If this world disgusts me but I can't change it, either it disappears or I disappear. You can think of this as an ice sculpture. I don't like the way it looks now, and I'm trying to carve and modify it on this basis. But if it doesn't work, I might choose to smash this broken ice sculpture. Does this have anything to do with the heavenly tribulation you mentioned before? Asked Bingdi. Of course, this ice sculpture is just one of thousands of statues, and these ice sculptures have their original managers. If I smash this thing, it may attract punishment from those managers. Nanfang said. Douluo Star is just one of the lower worlds governed by the God realm. The reason why this place is special is that the dragon god ascended from here, and this is also the birthplace of soul beasts. After the ceremony, Nanfang brought Shwedi and Bingdi to Tiandu Royal College to take them to visit and experience campus life. Students hate campus, but when they really leave, they miss the past, but it is impossible to let them come back and walk again. Strange, I just saw a lot of human soul Douluo, entitled Douluo, how dare those two rabbits move around in such a place? Bingdi suddenly asked. Human beings are very attracted to shape-shifting soul beasts. Every appearance of shape-shifting soul beasts will cause turmoil in the human world. Because the soul ring energy of 100,000-year soul beast is too huge for humans to bear, but shape-shifting soul beasts have already transformed themselves. Cultivation dissipated, and their spirit rings greatly weakened the impact on human spirit masters. Of course, the main reason is that if a 100,000-year spirit beast is really surrounded and killed, it will definitely choose to self-destruct. But because the transformation spirit beast has dissipated its cultivation, when it is weak, its self-destruction is just like the self-destruction of ordinary humans, with little power and easy to stop. Because in the broad sense, the two of them are my personal property. Nanfang said. To attack them is equivalent to declaring war on me. But as far as I know, human greed overrides everything. Bingdi said. The attraction of the transformation spirit beast is that even if it is risking life, there are still a lot of people willing to try it. You are right, almost 10 years ago, someone did this. Nanfang said. Then, he didn't even have a grave, and since then, no one dared to rob me. After the death of Demon Bear Douluo, no one dared to collect his body for him, and even the Douluo Hall was not entered. Because the cause of that guy's death was defined by Qian Daoliu as a personal conflict with him, rather than a sacrifice in the line of duty, otherwise Qian Daoliu could not explain to the Spirit Hall and the Spirit Master world why a titled Douluo elder died quietly in the Elder Hall without any explanation. If there is no reasonable explanation for this kind of thing, who would dare to hang around in the spirit hall in the future. Moreover, Jian Daoliu did not dare to conflict with him again at that time. The demon bear was dead, so naturally he should take all the responsibility. Although that kind of operation chilled the hearts of most of the titled Douluo elders in the Elder Hall, after all, everyone present knew that the demon bear attacked him because of the golden crocodile's intention, and the golden crocodile's intention was naturally Jian Daoliu's intention. He worked hard for others, and even really lost his life, but ended up like that. Since then, except for the old guys in the worship hall, all the other titled Douluo in the Elder Hall have stood on his side, not only because of his threat, but also because they realized that working for Jian Daoliu and getting nothing is good, the worst thing is to die like the demon bear. Hanging with him and Bibi Dong, at least you can get immediate benefits. Facing this situation, Jian Daoliu was very unhappy, but he had no choice. Losing the support of several titled Douluo was better than destroying the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Even the high-ranking titled Douluo could die, what about the spirit masters below? It's just that the poor demon bear can be said to be the most pathetic and pitiful titled Douluo who died in hundreds of years. Chapter 157 Call Tang Chen. Don't you plan to go see him? Yuexuan, after the opening ceremony, Aru came back. Tang Yuehua is not a spirit master, so naturally she will not participate in this spirit master ceremony. Look at him. Tang Yuehua shook her head. There's nothing to see. I have nothing to say to him. Nanfeng knew very well that her compromise was for Haoshan sect and for Tang Hao. Just like Lu Erlong before, she did so much for him because Nanfeng threatened her with Yu Xiao Gang. It's just that Lu Erlong has gradually let go of her previous obsession over the years. But she can't. Haoshan sect is her home. Even if she doesn't do it for Tang Hao anymore, she has to continue for Haoshan sect. But a year ago, Nanfeng's attitude was clear, cutting off all her fantasies. Is there any meaning for them to continue to contact each other? If you don't go, he asked me to give you this thing. Aru took out a jade bottle and handed it to Tang Yuehua. He said that he had known you for so many years, and he had been like a gangster and stayed here for so long, but he never gave you any decent gifts. He wanted to give it to you personally, but since you don't want to see him again, I will pass it on to you. Looking at the familiar jade bottle in front of her, Tang Yuehua didn't take it. What does he mean by this? Whether you want to use it yourself or give it to someone else, it's up to you, he won't interfere. Aru said. Tang Yuehua looked away, no need. She had no interest in the world of soul masters, and she didn't know who she could give this thing to. What will a powerful talent bring in the future? A new fight? Aru stuffed the jade bottle into Tang Yuehua's hand. You will need it. Where are they? Tiandu Royal Academy. Bibi Dong, who had dealt with the affairs of the Spirit Hall, quickly came over, but she didn't see any trace of Nanfeng, only Shuedi and Bing De who were walking with Xiaowu and her group to visit the campus. He just left. He said he found an old acquaintance and went to say hello. Xiaowu said. What old acquaintance? Bibi Dong looked at Shuedi. Even if she was not suppressed by the divine test, she would not be a match for this guy, a beast that is nearly 700,000 years old. A titled Douluo. Shuedi said. That person has been hiding in the dark. There may be some problems. Dark. Bibi Dong was stunned. Come to Tiandu City at this time, and the titled Douluo who is sneaky, is he from Haoshan sect? Or is it Tang Hao? What good can Nanfeng have with Tang Hao? Suddenly thinking of something, Bibi Dong's face froze. Where did he go? Bibi Dong asked. I don't know. I didn't ask. Shuedi said. Is there any problem? He plans to find someone to kill him. Bibi Dong said faintly. Tang Hao, one of the gods of killing. That guy can freely enter and exit the city of slaughter. Originally, she thought Nanfeng was going to use his strength on her to let her cooperate in waking up Tang Chen, but she didn't expect that this guy chose a more reasonable way. It seems that he really has to do this. In an alley in Tiandu City. Tang Hao, who was discovered, did not choose to flee Tiandu City directly, but ran to an alley in the downtown area. In such a place, even if the person who came to him was from the Spirit Hall, he would not dare to take action here. On the contrary, if he escaped from Tiandu City directly, he would be in a completely passive position. There will definitely be problems with the Soul Master competition, and his soul ring, which had just recovered, cannot be moved now. Who are you, sir, and what are you doing here? Tang Hao asked. Nanfeng, dressed in a black robe, walked out of the dark. Fortunately, it was dark here, otherwise he would be sick. Tang Hao's expression tightened, and his eyes flashed with anger. The person who hurt his son. Do you know me? Nanfeng used his low devil voice again. What do you want to do? Tang Hao said vigilantly. According to Yu Xiaogang, this person has the ability to snatch people from the Titan giant ape, which means that this person's strength is above level 95. Equivalent to him. Now the Pope of the Spirit Hall and Zhu Gui are both in the Spirit Hall. If he takes action, he will not get any good. Are you nervous? Nanfeng appeared behind Tang Hao in an instant, with his hands behind his back. Ghost Shadow. Tang Hao was even more angry. His son's method. This guy actually practiced it. Oh? No? So, you are the parent of that kid? Nanfeng said with a smile. Ghost Shadow does not require the practice of Xiantian Gong. It is easy for people with high cultivation to get started. However, this thing is mainly used to dodge with hidden weapons, and it is not very offensive. It is okay to use it with extreme speed to pretend. Sir, don't be too arrogant. Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Arrogant? Shouldn't I say this? Nanfeng said. Tang Hao, you are so brave, hanging around in a place like this. Tang Hao's expression tightened. Who are you? You are not qualified to ask my name, call your grandfather. Nanfeng pinched Tang Hao's shoulder, and the fire dragon soul briefly possessed him. A terrifying pressure like the collapse of the sky instantly pressed Tang Hao to the ground. Tang Hao was stunned. A power more terrifying than Qian Daoliu? Senior, who is it? Tang Hao's attitude became much more respectful. Knowing his grandfather, and having such terrifying power, he must have been a figure from decades ago. But how come he had never heard of such a figure on the mainland? Who I am has nothing to do with you. Tang Chen is in the Slaughter City. If you don't want your son to die in the finals, go to the Slaughter City and bring Tang Chen back to me. Nanfeng said. Tang Hao was stunned. Grandfather is in the Slaughter City. How is it possible? I've been to the Slaughter City, and he. You've seen him? Nanfeng said. That guy was occupied by a 9-headed blood bat and turned into the King of Slaughter. I was going to ask someone else to help me bring him out, but since you've appeared, it's more appropriate for you to go. It's impossible for ordinary people to wake up Tang Chen, let alone see the King of Slaughter. In order to lead Tang Chen out of the Slaughter City, only Tang Hao can do it, except Bibi Dong. By the way, help you improve your success rate. Nanfeng took out a small jade bottle of emerald green and threw it into Tang Hao's hand. Tang Chen was devoured by the 9-headed blood bat and his consciousness almost fell into a deep sleep. If you can't wake him up, sprinkle this thing on him. What is this? Tang Hao asked in confusion. Antidote. Nanfeng said. It can temporarily suppress the 9-headed blood bat and wake Tang Chen up. Tang Hao looked puzzled. What do you want to do, senior? It has nothing to do with you. You just need to bring him out. Nanfeng said. Take him to Wuhan City. By the way, grasp the time, not too fast, not too late, just wait until the finals of the Soul Master competition. Why? Tang Hao asked. Don't you think that's a good stage? Nanfeng said. Under the attention of the world, let the world remember the name of Haoshan sect Tang Chen again, and Haoshan sect can also wash away the humiliation it once had. Senior? After a long silence, Tang Hao suddenly looked up, only to find that the man in black robes had already disappeared. Grandfather City of Slaughter. Tang Hao's face gradually darkened. Let him lead people to Wuhan City, and let the world remember Haoshan sect? Could it be that this guy wants to provoke his grandfather and Qian Daoliu to fight to the death? The fisherman gets the advantage? Happy National Day, and ask a question by the way. The current plot is about to reach the climax stage. There are two endings, a happy ending, or a tragedy, depending on which one you want to see. Chapter 158 Don't Want to Live. Tiandu Royal Academy. When Nanfeng came back, it was night. What's the matter with you? Nanfeng looked at Shuedi and Bibi Dong standing together with confusion. Can you stand together? She said, you are looking for death, is it true? Bing Di asked. Nanfeng paused, from a certain point of view, it is so. Why? Bing Di asked puzzled. Because I don't want to wait for death. Nanfeng said. I have to see if my life is in my own hands. I have endured the sword hanging over my head for 20 years. Now, I want to see if this thing exists and whether it will fall down. But you don't need to gamble like this. Bibi Dong said. You can wait until I become a god. You said that no matter how the world changes, oppression will not disappear. Even if you succeed, the world will not get better. When someone laughs, someone must cry. People will not desire progress. It is enough to step on others. You know it, but why do you have to do this? Bibi Dong couldn't understand, and she couldn't accept it. Why did Nanfeng have to do this? As long as she became a god, she could take Nanfeng to ascend. Out of sight, out of mind. How the world develops at that time has nothing to do with them. What if Nanfeng succeeded? He can only make Douluo continent move forward for 10,000 years faster. He can't change the world. And this bastard is not a saint who worries about the world. What if Xiantiangong is popularized? What if everyone can practice it? What if the conflict between soul beasts and humans is resolved? Will the classes between humans disappear? Or will the fighting between humans and soul beasts disappear? No. None. There are also classes among soul masters, the strong against the weak against the weaker. Do the strong have to oppress the weak? Do the strong have to exploit the weak? Yes. Definitely. This is fucking human nature. It can't be changed at all. Even those oppressed weak people outside now, when they have power, they will become new oppressors. There is only one possibility for the so-called harmony, everyone is weak. And there is an alien slave owner above. Black needs white to set off. Without war, how can there be peace? Without suffering, how can there be happiness? Without weakness, how can there be strength? Eliminate darkness, and you will also eliminate light. All beauty comes from the contrast of ugliness. What is bitter first and sweet later, sweet first and bitter later, it's all the same truth. If you haven't tasted bitterness, you don't know what sweetness is. People who have been living in luxury since childhood and have never seen poverty will only think that it is natural. Without suffering, people can't feel happiness. The world Nanfeng wanted didn't exist at all. And he knew it very well. He knew it very well from the beginning. It was precisely because this bastard knew all this that she couldn't understand it even more. Why? Why must he test it? Why? Nanfeng raised his head. Didn't I tell you? I want to see which side is stronger, the light or darkness in a person's heart. That's all. Then why do you have to risk your life to try it? Bibi Dong asked. Because this is the only way I can do it. Nanfeng said. And this method is the safest. Human nature is cowardly and content with the status quo. Unless forced to do so, it will not want to make progress. Only competition can bring progress, and pressure can bring motivation. People are so mean. Just like the current Douluo continent, those people lying on the ground are expecting me to bring that beautiful tomorrow, they just want to lie on the ground and accept it. Getting something for nothing, doing less and getting more, this is the nature of human beings. It is not the strong or the weak who dominate the world. It is the human heart. Because the human heart wants to step on others, the strong step on the weak, because the human heart wants privileges and oppression, so oppression is born. Oppression is not caused by the existence of power, and happiness is not brought by progress. Even if I speed up the world, I can't eliminate these things. It's just a change of a group of oppressors and a group of oppressed. I tried to change, but after trying, I accepted my fate. I feel sick and tired of this world. I'm tired. Nanfeng sighed and turned away. The next plan is his last attempt. If it succeeds, that's the best. If it fails, there's no need for him to keep trying. Do you want to die? Bibi Dong rushed forward and grabbed Nanfeng. I can't stand it, and I can't change it. Either this world is destroyed or I am destroyed. Nanfeng said. Have you forgotten? Why did I choose you? Because you hate everything in this world equally. When he was in the city of slaughter, he really planned to help Bibi Dong destroy the world at first, and everything he did afterwards was just a preparation for this. Why didn't he directly provoke a war between the two empires? Because the heat was not enough. He wanted to turn the war for plundering interests into a war to defend his own interests. If he didn't fight and kill, he would lose everything. He wanted to start an unstoppable war. Then why did you give up? Bibi Dong asked. Why did you want to change me? Why did you spend so much time and take such a big risk to turn me into a normal person? I don't know. Nanfeng smiled helplessly. I don't know why I did that. He wanted to use Bibi Dong's power to destroy everything, but he has been trying to pull Bibi Dong's thoughts back. And he succeeded. Self-contradiction. Many times he really didn't know what he was doing. But you didn't want to die before. Bibi Dong said. Why are you? Before Bibi Dong finished speaking, Nanfeng interrupted her again. Don't you understand yet? He is a contradictory, crazy, selfish, and sensitive person. At the beginning, he did want to destroy the world. But after he really started trying, he saw a lot of good things, and he wavered. There was no need to let these good things be buried with those garbage. So he really changed his plan and direction for a while. He wanted to make the world a better place. But later, he suddenly felt that the world was meaningless. His mind was convulsing. The world has a beautiful side, and then what? What does it have to do with him? He was just a bystander. I said, I can't believe you, do you think I'm kidding? Nanfeng said. I'm really tired, and I'm tired of being crazy. That's it. Chapter 159 Hollow. Are you afraid? Shwedi asked. This feeling is the same as when she first survived the heavenly tribulation. At that time, she was also very scared, not knowing whether she could survive the heavenly tribulation. Nanfeng's current state is the same as her at that time, not knowing whether she can get through it. I'm tired. Nanfeng turned and left. He was indeed afraid. But what he feared was not the sword hanging over his head, which he didn't know whether it existed or not, but the future. After coming out of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, because of the appearance of the dragon talisman, the balancing power of the tiger talisman was strengthened, and his mind gradually became clear. The previous madness gradually faded, and he suddenly found that everything he did was meaningless. What does he want? Eliminate oppression? But this thing cannot be eliminated. Today's victims will also be tomorrow's perpetrators. What he called change was just pointing the spearhead of violence at another group of people. Moreover, there is a very serious problem here. He has no absolute position. If he was a natural person in Douluo continent, he could continue the next action with confidence, and he was for the progress of this world. But he is not, and he doesn't even care whether the people in Douluo continent are dead or alive. He doesn't even care whether these people are dead or alive, so how can he care about how they live? He used to be a madman, and he didn't care about this at all. Everything he did was impulsive, and it didn't matter whether he succeeded or failed. A real madman. But now it's different, his mind has become clear, he can't go crazy anymore. When he looks at everything he has done with a clear eye, and then looks at what he wants to get, he finds that everything he has done is meaningless. Darkness will always exist. If he chooses to continue for those who are oppressed by darkness, his next actions will also put others in darkness. Again, why should he do this? Does he have a reason to do it? No. Absolutely not. When he wakes up, he finds that his past self is so unreasonable. Contradictory. If he can continue to be crazy, it will be fine, he will never realize this, but now he can't go crazy anymore. For the first time, he felt how devastating it was to have no position. Because he didn't even care whether he was dead or alive. If he could really be selfish enough, then he could have another solution next. But he was not interested. After the madness, he felt so clear that he was extremely empty. He didn't know how to face the future, how to face a dark future. He even didn't know why he was helping these people. After the Soul Masters became common and the Soul Guide technology advanced, the new rules of the world would be set by the new strong ones, and the weak ones would abide by the rules, but the judgment of strength and weakness would no longer be the same as before. Isn't it the same now? Has everything he did changed the world in the slightest? No. When he looked at his past from a clear perspective, he couldn't even understand his past self. The preliminaries of the Soul Master competition began. Since Tang San left Lanba Academy and came to Tiandu Royal Academy, the Shrek team was not established directly. In addition, in order to let Tang San return to Tiandu Royal Academy and believe in his identity as the Prince of Haoshan sect, Prince Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzi showed an attitude of eagerness to seek talents. After this, Tang San was sure that Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzi wanted to use his identity as a disciple of Haoshan sect to plot something, and he also trusted Ning Fengzi's story before. In addition, Daimyo Bai, who saw Tang San flying alone, rekindled his hope after seeing the strength of the royal fighting team, and wanted to use the power of the royal fighting team, or even the power of the Tiandu royal family, to fight Davis. Daimyo Bai wanted to use Tang San's identity as a member of the Haoshan sect, the power of the Yushanhang Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, and Ning Fengzi of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, as well as the power of the Tiandu royal family to fight Davis. If these forces can support him, then the position of the Xingluo prince will naturally be in his pocket. Ning Fengzi, who saw Daimyo Bai's idea, was quite cooperative and also invited Daimyo Bai to the royal fighting team to keep Tang San company. Coincidentally, Daimyo Bai is the prince of Xingluo, which can also make Tang San trust him more in the story he told. In addition, in order to dispel Tang San's last concerns, Ning Fengzi invited Yu Xiaogang to serve as the leader of the royal fighting team. Of course, except Tang San, Daimyo Bai and Yu Tianheng, no one paid any attention to him. The 3 teaching committee members were too lazy to even say polite words. They directly told Duguyan, the captain, about any arrangements. The preliminaries have begun. You should observe the seeded teams that may advance and summarize your experience. What's the point of lying down and sleeping here? At the Royal Fighting Team training ground, since the preliminaries of the Soul Master competition have begun, all the Soul Master students have been on vacation, making it convenient for students to watch the game. However, Duguyan, Ning Rongrong, Ye Lingling, and Xiao Wu, the main players of the Royal Fighting Team, were in no mood to watch the game or train because of Nanfeng's matter. They simply lay down and slept on the training ground. Yu Xiaogang, the leader of the Royal Fighting Team, was quite uncomfortable with this. Do you think your strength is enough to ignore other teams? Didn't your former team leader tell you not to sit in a well and look at the sky, and don't underestimate the world's spirit masters? Former team leader. Duguyan turned sideways and glanced at Yu Xiaogang coldly. How dare you mention it? How did teacher Qin Ming leave? Forgot. If it weren't for the 2 masters and apprentices, how could Qin Ming be forced to leave Tiandu Royal Academy? I don't even know where he is now. Does Yu Xiaogang know how difficult it is for Qin Ming, a person with no background, to get to where he is today? You still have the nerve to yell here? Student Duguyan, I was wrong about what happened before. I can apologize to you, but you shouldn't talk to my teacher in this tone. You should apologize to him. Tang San said. Duguyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Apologize. Yanzi. Seeing that Duguyan was about to lose his temper, Yu Tianheng hurriedly walked up and blocked in the middle. It seems that someone has no self-awareness. Duguyan stood up, and 5 yellow, purple, black, and black soul rings slowly rose. Apologize? Do you deserve it? Or does he? Yanzi. Ye Lingling grabbed Duguyan from behind. Don't mess around. I know my limits. Duguyan pulled Ye Lingling's hand away. Anyway, we don't need to play for the time being. It's still a long way to the semi-finals. Even if I poison them and they lie down for 10 days or half a month, it won't have any effect. Even if they can't get up in the finals, it won't have any effect. This team lacks a leader and a control-type soul master, which has no effect on our overall combat power. Yanzi, he is my uncle. Yu Tianheng said. So. Duguyan glanced at Yu Tianheng indifferently. Do you want our team to lack another strong attack system? Chapter 160 Team Core. Yanzi, don't mess around. Just when Duguyan was about to cast the poison mist, Prince Shueqinghe came over. Humph. Duguyan snorted coldly and stopped attacking. She really didn't understand. Nanfeng's plan needed Tang San. She could tolerate letting this guy stay in Tiandu Royal Academy, but who is this Yu Xiaogang? He kept pointing fingers at their original combat formation on the training ground all day, just wanting to show off how capable he is. If this guy was really capable, she would have tolerated it. But the problem is, this shameless old thing, the so-called reasonable arrangement is to forcibly replace the core of the team with Tang San. Everyone has to cooperate with Tang San's actions. What a joke! Is this called a team? Control system spirit masters are indeed the core of the team most of the time, but the control core of this Royal Do team is her. Originally, Shi Moji was a defensive spirit master, responsible for protecting Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong, double assists, double defense. She was the center control. Yu Tianheng had the strongest destructive power, served as the main attacker. Xiao Wu, as a strong attack system with a sensitive attack, served as the secondary attacker. This team combination can advance and retreat, there is no problem. But after Tang San and Dai Mubai joined, Shi Moji was forced to move to the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy. Without a defensive spirit master, the combat logic of this team can only change, the offensive rhythm must be accelerated, and the opponent cannot be given the opportunity to control the rhythm. The arrangement is that Yu Tianheng is the main attacker, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu are the secondary attackers, her poison mist control speeds up the attack rhythm, and Tang San is the defensive control spirit master. After all, his blue-silver grass is still very useful for defense and delaying time. But Yu Xiaogang insisted that she be responsible for defense control, and also withdrew Xiao Wu, letting Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai stand in the front line, and Tang San, as the core of the team, will control the attack rhythm. She really wants to curse. Tang San, that broken blue-silver grass, he controls the attack rhythm? Can he control it? Your Highness, I still oppose the arrangement of the leader. Duguyan said. Tang San's spirit is too weak in attack, and his control is not enough, and his cultivation is the lowest. Facing the General Soul Master team, there is no obvious problem, but if he faces a stronger Soul Sect team, or even a team with Soul Kings on the opposite side, he doesn't even have the qualifications to control the rhythm. The core of the team has always been the strongest one in a team, which is to ensure that the offensive rhythm is not easily disrupted, but the leader's arrangement makes the weakest Tang San the core of the team. I want to know, if Tang San can't withstand the opponent's surprise attack and is directly killed, how should we fight? The pressure on the core of the team has always been the greatest, because the core is the brain of a team. If there is a problem with the brain, the coordination of the entire team will have problems. Yu Xiaogang's arrangement is equivalent to matching strong limbs with a weak brain. Brain dead. Master Yu, Yan's concerns are reasonable. Do you want to think about it again? Shueking he said. Your Highness, although Tang San's cultivation is the lowest, his strength is not weak. Moreover, although his offensiveness is not strong, his entanglement is very strong. When the enemy team uses him as a breakthrough point, they just fall into our trap. Yu Xiaogang said. In other words, you want us to put all our lives on Tang San. Duguyan mocked. At first glance, it makes sense. Think about it carefully, what the hell is this bullshit? Directly expose your weaknesses to attract the opponent to attack, and then the opponent falls into their trap? She did not deny that this was indeed a tactic, but the risk of this tactic was too great. And in general, in this tactic, the superficial tactical core is just a bait, a fake core, but for their team, Yu Xiaogang intends to make Tang San the real core. As long as Tang San has problems, this team will be divided into two sections. This is also the first lesson I want to teach you, believe in your teammates. Yu Xiaogang said righteously. Xiao San's ability is definitely more than what you see. Tang Hao has already told him that in the finals, the legendary Tang Chen will show up. That is to say, Tang San can openly use his clear sky hammer spirit in the Soul Master competition. The blue-silver grass is indeed not very offensive, but what if it is combined with a world-class weapon spirit? Come on, who are you? Are you still teaching us? Duguyan glanced at Yu Xiaogang with disdain, waved her hand, and left with Xiao Wu and the others. She still couldn't see what Yu Xiaogang was thinking. Isn't it just to give Tang San a chance to perform? The weakest and most obvious team core, isn't this asking for trouble? If the opponent is targeting Tang San, the other people in the team must rescue him. If the rescue is successful, they will also seriously consume the opponent, and then Tang San can pick up the leak and achieve the greatest results. If they fail to rescue and the team core is killed in seconds, will everyone think that there is a problem with this core or with other team members? If they win, it's Tang San's main credit, and if they lose, it's their main responsibility. Such obvious little thoughts, do you think she is blind? Master Yu, Yan Zi's temper is like this, don't be angry. Shueking he apologized. It's okay, I know why she is like this. Yu Xiaogang said. I am indeed responsible for Qin Ming's matter. It is reasonable for her to be unhappy about it. Because of Qin Ming's matter, the entire Tiandu Royal Academy dislikes them, and even the 3 teaching committee members ignore him. Now he forcibly changes the core of the team. It would be strange if Duguyan and others are happy. But the more times like this, the more he can't give in. As long as they win, all these doubts will turn into admiration for him. These people will regret their disdain for him today. Then, this team arrangement Shueking he hesitated. Although the result is not important, no matter how hard they fight, they can't beat Hulina and others, but before facing the Wuhan Hall team, there is still a semi-final. If the team is eliminated in the semi-finals because of this unreasonable team arrangement, what's the point? If Tang San cannot appear in the finals, Nanfeng will not be able to lead Tang Chen out as the closing fireworks, and her grandfather will be the one who will be in trouble. Please rest assured, Your Highness, Xiao San will not let you down. Yu Xiaogang said confidently. Okay Shueqing, he said no more. At worst, he can do something dirty to the opponent. Anyway, Tang San must appear in the finals no matter what. Even if she doesn't want to care about Nanfeng's plan, she has to consider her grandfather's life and death. That bastard said he would take action, and he really would. Chapter 161 Curiosity. Teacher, this arrangement. After Shueqing he left, Tang San couldn't hold it anymore. He knows his strength best. He is sure that he will never lose to anyone within the Soul Master realm, but if there is a Soul Sect or even a Soul King on the other side, it will be troublesome. You cannot use external objects in the Soul Master competition. Although his third soul skill of Blue Silver Grass, Blue Silver Thorn Array, can produce a lot of hard Blue Silver Grass for him to use as a hidden weapon, the hardness and offensiveness of Blue Silver Grass are really too poor. The hidden weapon lacks lethality and concealment, so the effect of using it is greatly reduced. Those sharp Blue Silver Grass can be used for control and interference, but it is pure dreaming to expect this thing to cause damage to Soul Sect and Soul King. Xiao San, don't worry, I have a way to improve you. Yu Xiaogang said. Tang San smiled bitterly, Teacher, the Soul Master competition is very fast. How can I get that kind of improvement in such a short time? Although Duguyan's words are unpleasant, this is the fact. His cultivation was too low. Facing a team of the same level, this arrangement would be fine. However, if facing a Soul Sect team, or if there was a Soul King on the opposite side, this formation arrangement would really be courting death. Of course it's possible. Yu Xiaogang said confidently. Didn't you see Xiao Wu's improvement? Tang San was stunned. Before she disappeared, Xiao Wu was still level 33, but when they met again, Xiao Wu had reached an astonishing level 44. Ye Lingling was only level 35 when she was in Soto City, but when she appeared again, she also got a huge improvement. Now, like Xiao Wu, she has reached level 49, and even has the hope of reaching level 50 before the finals and becoming a Soul King. Ning Rongrong is the same. Not only has her soul power level skyrocketed, but even her martial soul has evolved. It is rumored that their improvement was due to taking a special magic medicine, and the reward for this Soul Master competition is this magic medicine. Tang San's face became a little unnatural. Teacher, you wouldn't. Xiao San, just train with peace of mind, I will arrange it for you. Yu Xiaogang said confidently. Since this thing is provided by the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, as the Pope, must have it. If it was before, he would naturally not have such an idea, but it is different now. Tang Hao said that the legendary Haoshan sect Tang Chen will appear in the finals. At that time, Tang San will be able to use his Haoshan hammer spirit openly. Moreover, with Tang Chen's appearance, the 7 major sects will have a backbone, and they don't need to fear the Spirit Hall anymore. Spirit Hall. After the Soul Master competition began, Hulina returned to the Spirit City and trained with the Spirit Hall team, but Bibi Dong did not go back. What is your relationship? Shuedi appeared beside her at some point, looking at Bibi Dong who was in a daze. Bibi Dong raised her eyelids slightly. Why are you asking this? I'm curious. Shuedi said seriously. I don't understand human emotions. In my hundreds of thousands of years of life, I have seen humans who are greedy, violent and bloodthirsty. They can sell everything for profit. But he is a little different. I can't understand his emotions and thoughts at all. Normal. Bibi Dong stood up. If you can understand him, you are not far from madness. At the beginning, she was a madman, and Nanfeng was still normal, but, just like the conservation of the brain, the normal part of Nanfeng was transferred to her, turning her into a normal person, but her crazy part ran to Nanfeng, or in other words, Nanfeng gathered all the madness of the city of slaughter. But you seem to understand him. Shuedi said. It's not that I understand him, but he told me the relevant answers before. Bibi Dong said. It's just matching the name. Can you tell me about it? Shuedi asked. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. Why do you care about this? curious. Xuedi said. Do you like him? Bibi Dong asked. Xuedi shook her head, I don't know, but looking at his empty look, he is very similar to me before, but also different. I used to be a person who didn't know anything, empty and lonely, and had no desire for possession. But, he despair after understanding everything. Bibi Dong said. Yes. Xuedi looked puzzled. I want to know why he is like this. Bibi Dong paused, let me tell you briefly. This is what he told me before. The evolution of a person's thoughts can be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the stage of confusion and compliance. At this stage, the individual has not yet recognized himself, is not clear about his ambitions and goals, and his behavior is mostly driven by nature and the external environment. During this period, people's behavior seems to be controlled by the brain and senses, and their development is limited, because the individual has not yet realized the true pursuit of life, but just blindly moved closer to secular standards. This is the stage where most people are. Many people have never understood the true meaning of life until their old age, and have never thought about the meaning of existence. They may have struggled, but in the face of difficulties, they finally chose to give up for them. Time seems to lack value and has become an easy target for capital to plunder. However, this does not mean that their lives lack happiness. They have obtained corresponding material rewards through secular efforts, which constitutes the normal life of ordinary people. The second stage is the stage of awakening and exploration. At this stage, individuals begin to think about the meaning of life, pay attention to the motivations behind their behaviors, and explore their true desires. This is the most painful stage. Individuals need to fight fiercely between ideals and reality, original intentions and human nature, and pursuits and secularity. To successfully cross this stage, you need to make great efforts, learn to talk to yourself, and think independently about everything. From worldview, outlook on life to values, you need to have your own insights. At the same time, individuals need to improve their cognitive level, enrich their thoughts and connotations, recognize themselves, reality and the world, understand the rules of the world, and find their true self in the process. At this stage, individuals need to pay attention to their own strengths, interests, and desires, recognize their own shortcomings, and handle the relationship between survival and ideals while solving problems. The third stage is the stage of enlightenment and sublimation. After experiencing countless challenges and hardships, the individual finally finds his own path. At this stage, the individual has a deep understanding and pursuit of the world and life, understands the meaning of life, and finds what he wants in this life. In the struggle between reality and ideals, the individual gradually recognizes himself, reconciles with himself, and finds a career he is willing to fight for all his life. At this stage, the individual's personality has been sublimated, and the ability to integrate knowledge and action has been increasingly enhanced. He can properly handle the relationship between ideals and reality, find the meaning of life in the career he loves, and solve the problem of survival at the same time. The change from the second to the third stage is the most dangerous period, because what you see and feel is different, so the answers you get are also different. If you encounter some big stimulation, it is very easy to go to extremes. Or become a fanatical savior, or a madman who destroys everything. I used to be the latter, and it can be regarded as the former who has been infected with madness. Chapter 162, Living Towards Death. Since you know his problem, how can you say there is no way? Xuedi asked in confusion. It is precisely because I know where his problem is that I have no way at all. Bibi Dong said. He was not in a clear mind before. It was probably the sequelae of coming out of that ghost place, the city of slaughter. He has been in a state of half crazy and half awake for many years, but now, he seems to be completely awake. In fact, he has always known that what he pursues is impossible to achieve, but he didn't care about this before. He only sought the fun of the pursuit process, but now he is awake, and he has more things to consider. But at the same time, he can't stop. Now he is just like me in the past. Even if he knows that there is a problem, he will not admit it openly. He would rather go all the way to the end. At least, this can make him look more decent. Nanfeng was not in pain because his ideal could not be realized. He always knew that his ideal was just a fantasy, and the human world could never be truly perfect. Some darkness had to exist, because without darkness, there would be no light. A truly perfect world is also an extremely desperate world. He knew it, he always knew it. It's just that he didn't care before, his brain was missing a thread. Now that his missing brain is back, he has to face this reality. Nanfeng is a very stubborn person. Even if he is wrong, he will only make mistakes to the end. That is to say, even if he knows that there is a dead end ahead, he is unwilling to stop. He is unwilling to compromise with this fucking reality. It is precisely because she knows this that she has no choice. Unless he can find a new goal, otherwise he can almost say that he wants to die. Bibi Dong said. Help humans? Help soul beasts? Or oppose the god realm? It makes no sense. Whether humans are strong, soul beasts are strong, or the god realm continues to be strong, it's the same to him. Anyway, it's all the law of the jungle anyway, so why should he change? Why should he help those who are in a weak position? Anyway, when they become strong, they will still oppress the new weak like the previous group of rulers. It goes on and on. If Nanfeng himself has the desire to rule, perhaps he will continue to work hard and become the new ruler, but unfortunately, he is not interested. With empty despair, Nanfeng now has nothing to support him to continue to act, so he gave up, and even lost the mood to resist. In other words, he needs a position. Xuedi said. Or, he needs a reason. Yes, but his previous position has been completely abandoned by him. Bibi Dong said. And he is not interested in standing on any existing side now. I'm thinking, what kind of position can support him to continue to act, but I can't find it. Can't he do it for himself? Xuedi asked doubtfully. Bibi Dong shook her head, his self-desire is very weak, and he can't even support the most basic desire to survive, let alone support his actions. Nanfeng, the biggest problem is that the self-desire is too weak. Otherwise, even if the ideal is shattered, what does it matter? Isn't it enough to be the only one who is supreme? But he is not interested in these things. Why is Nanfeng so crazy? It is because he has abandoned a lot of parts of himself, so he is fearless. But it is also because he has abandoned too much of himself. When he wakes up, the remaining self can't even support the most basic survival instinct. Controlling the weight of self and ideal, Nanfeng is too biased towards the latter, so when the center of gravity collapses, he can't even stand steadily. Then for others, is it okay? Xuedi asked. Bibi Dong was stunned. I'm afraid this is unlikely. Why? Xuedi asked in confusion. Bibi Dong paused. He knows too much and is too realistic. What do you mean? Xuedi asked puzzledly. Bibi Dong thought for a while. Do you know why he wants to do these things? Because I want to do it. Xuedi said. No, it's because he thinks, he is sure, that apart from him, no one else in the world will do this kind of thing like him. Bibi Dong said. The reason he needs is that he is indispensable and there is no other way except him. If there is another way, another choice, he is not interested in doing it. Anyway, there are others who will do it. Anyway, he will not do things that will have the same result whether he does it or not. You want him to live for others, but you have to make him sure that this matter must be done by him, and no one else can replace him. And there is a big problem here. He opposes others to regard individuals as the only one. Xuedi was stunned. What do you mean? That is to say, if you think he is irreplaceable and you can't live without him, he will think you are unreasonable and don't want to pay attention to you. Bibi Dong said. Isn't this a contradiction? Xuedi was confused. It is a contradiction. What he needs is the same as what he hates. Bibi Dong said. What he needs is wrong, but these mistakes are exactly what he hates. Then, he can't accept these mistakes, that is, he can't accept what he needs. Is there something wrong with his brain? Xuedi was completely confused. Yes. Bibi Dong looked helpless. His sensibility and his rationality are completely opposite. These two things can't be balanced, they must lean towards one side, otherwise he will freeze. When sensibility suppresses rationality, Nanfeng is crazy. Whether he succeeds or not, he doesn't care, he just wants to do it. When rationality suppresses sensibility, Nanfeng is desperate. Facing a world that cannot be changed, he will choose to destroy it. The former is a fanatical savior, and the latter is a desperate destroyer. And when these two things are balanced, he is stuck. In the past few years, Nanfeng has been switching between these two states, so his behavior logic is inexplicable, but it can be connected in series. She thought Nanfeng would continue like this, but now, he is inexplicably stuck. After coming out of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Nanfeng's thoughts have become more and more stable. This is not a good thing. When his mind calms down, he has no motivation. In other words, the only way to change him is to mess up his mind. Xuedi said. But this is impossible. Bibi Dong said. You should have seen how powerful he is now. Even you are not his opponent. If you want to change him, you must have more power than him, and act with the idea of killing him, otherwise you can't break his balance. Does he know it? Xuedi asked. He knows, so he has to move forward. Bibi Dong said. He wants to test, to attract Tang Chen, to test Shuragod, because this is the only way to help him now. He is saving himself, but if this method goes wrong, he will die without a burial place. Nanfeng knew very well what she was doing, and this was the fundamental reason why she couldn't interfere with him. He was committing suicide, but this was his only way to survive. He was a walking corpse, so he had to take a gamble. So she couldn't stop him. I caught a cold and felt dizzy, so I'll update once today. Chapter 163 Where is the Pope's order? Is there really no other way? Xuedi asked. Other ways? Bibi Dong was silent for a moment. Yes, but the time is too short, it's too late. What way? Xuedi asked. There is someone who really loves him without reservation, and can stop him. Bibi Dong said. Can't you do it? Xuedi asked in confusion. I can't do it. Bibi Dong shook her head. I understand him, and he also understands me, because he changed me. No one can't live without the other. Love is only a part of life, not all of it, so this matter itself is a false proposition and it is impossible to happen. At least people can't do it. Human love and lust are all centered on self and for oneself. Since the center is oneself, everything else can be changed. Nanfeng knew very well that even if he died, she would not die. Seeking death at every turn is not true love, but childishness. It's just that childish feelings are most similar to true love, so everyone confuses the two. But similar, after all. Children will grow up, and childish feelings will become the past. Time can heal everything. Nanfeng lives too clearly and too objectively, so he is in pain. In the city of slaughter, Nanfeng not only entered her brain, he broke into the spiritual world of many people and saw too much. The past of those fallen people, Nanfeng gradually depicted the world outside the slaughter city through those pictures. It was also because he saw too much darkness in this world through the perspective of those fallen people that he went crazy. He didn't go crazy suddenly, nor did he complain without illness. He broke into other people's spiritual world and received not only what he wanted, but also those complicated emotions and feelings. It was just that Nanfeng was busy constructing dreams to fool her at that time and didn't notice it. But after leaving the slaughter city, the stamina came up. Abstract memories and specific pictures, what he saw and heard in Wuhan City, and the subsequent war with Haoshan sect, Tiandu City, Xingluo City, Nanfeng became more and more crazy. He went from full of hope to despair in the end. Your Highness, someone wants to see you. Just when Bibi Dong and Xuedi were both silent, Saras walked in. Who? Bibi Dong asked. This Saras glanced at Xuedi and hesitated. That person has the eliminated Pope's order in his hand. Since Nanfeng implemented the reform, the original Elder Order and Pope Order of the Spirit Hall have been abolished. The Pope Order was changed to the balance, and the Elder Order was the spirit of the Elder. Each Elder's Elder Order was specially made and only represented the Elder himself, not the Elder Hall. The Pope Orders of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect have been taken back, and the Spirit Hall has issued new Pope Orders for them. The only old version of the Pope Order still circulating is the one of the Haoshan sect. No. Bibi Dong said impatiently. Salas was so evasive that she knew it was Yu Xiaogang who came with the Pope Order given to him by Tang Hao. She could even guess what he was doing. But he has already arrived at the side hall. Sarath was a little panicked. Bibi Dong frowned slightly. What do you mean? Your Holiness, please forgive me. Salas lowered his head deeply. It was Elder Nanfen who said that if someone came with the old version of the Pope's order, no matter who it was, they should be treated well, and after the old version of the Pope's order was collected, it should be replaced with a new one. Your subordinate, I really don't have any ulterior motives. Many people in Wuhan City saw Bibi Dong's incident, but the Pope didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to say anything. He also wanted to drive Yu Xiaogang away, but that guy had the Pope's order, so he had to follow the rules. Then why don't you just change it for him? Bibi Dong said. Salas raised his head. The spirit temple does not have any stock of the Pope's order. If it is a new one, it must be reported to Wuhan City and reviewed by the Pope and the Elders' Hall. Moreover, he holds the Pope's order and his status is equivalent to that of the Pope. He asked to see you, so your subordinate can only come to report to you. The Platinum Bishop is one level lower than the Elder, and the Elder is one level lower than the Pope. No matter who holds the Pope's order, at least in terms of etiquette, they must do their best. Let him go. Bibi Dong said impatiently. If he doesn't go, can we use force? Sarath asked cautiously. Whatever, don't bother me. Bibi Dong waved her hand, Sarath bowed, turned around and ran away. Is he your old lover? Shwedi asked strangely. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. How much did he tell you? When we were in the far north, we were bored and curious, so we asked, and he told us. Shwedi said. What else did he say? Spirit Temple, Side Hall. Yu Xiaogang, full of confidence, is brewing emotions. He believes that as long as he opens his mouth, Bibi Dong will definitely give him everything he wants. By the way, he can also get the practice method of twin spirits from Bibi Dong. As long as Tang San makes a splash in the Spirit Master competition and Tang Chen reappears, the Haoshan sect will surely be born again. At that time, as Tang San's teacher, His Holiness the Pope said, "You get out." The door suddenly opened, and Salas and several guards walked in. Without the respect just now, Salas at this moment is not facing the Pope's order, but just a small Great Spirit Master. Bishop Salas, I said, please tell the Pope directly. Yu Xiaogang said. I said, His Holiness the Pope asked you to get out. Salas was a little impatient. This matter was extremely dangerous in the first place. After all, besides Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang, there was also his immediate superior Nanfeng. If Bibi Dong did something on impulse, he would be finished. What will he say when Nanfeng asks him? Tell the truth? Are you looking for death? 10 years ago, Nanfeng could kill the demon bear Douluo in front of the titled Douluo elders in the Elder Hall. Now he can probably be slapped to death with a slap. The Pope can also slap him to death with a slap. He is really panicking about such a sensitive issue. Salas, I said, I'm looking for Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang said in a deep voice. Not Nanfeng. Salas frowned, what did he just say? Reporting to the bishop, this person directly called the Pope and Elder Nanfeng by their names, which is disrespectful. The guard on the side said. Calling your name directly is also disrespectful. Disrespectful, what is the punishment? Salas asked. Yu Xiaogang's expression tightened. Salas. I have the Pope's order. Don't mess around. The Pope's order. Salas raised his eyebrows. Where is it? Yu Xiaogang's face froze. Didn't you take it away just now? Can't take it out. Saras narrowed his eyes slightly. That's aggravating the crime. Wait a minute. Yu Xiaogang panicked. Damn it. Saras must have been in cahoots with Nanfeng. Bibi Dong didn't even know he was coming. I want to see Bai Pa. Before Yu Xiaogang could finish his words, Saras raised his hand and slapped him, knocking him to the ground. See you? Hitting you makes my hands dirty. Saras glanced at Yu Xiaogang on the ground speechlessly. Come on, beat them out with sticks, don't let this kind of person in. Next time you let this kind of person in, you will go to sweep the streets. Chapter 164, Last Words. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Tiandu Royal Academy, 3 days have passed since Yu Xiaogang left to find a way to quickly improve Tang San. Just when Tang San was a little worried and wanted to go back to Lanba Academy to ask Flanders for help, Yu Xiaogang finally limped to Tiandu Royal Academy. Xiao San, the matter of the magic medicine will take some time. Yu Xiaogang said. Tiandu City is Nanfan's territory, and Saras is in cahoots with Nanfan. Even if Bibi Dong is still in the Spirit Temple, he can't see her. Now, he can only wait for an opportunity. Teacher, don't force yourself. If this class doesn't work, we can still wait for the next class. Tang San said. The elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academy of the continent is hosted by the royal families of the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo. It is held every 5 years and soul masters under the age of 25 can participate. If he fails this time, he can still participate in the next one. If he fails the next one, he can still participate in the next one. He is only 14 years old this year, so there is no need to rush. Xiao-san, it's different. This matter can't be delayed. Yu Xiaogang said. Tang Chen can't wait until Tang San becomes famous in the Soul Master competition before showing up. He must seize this opportunity. Tang Hao was originally the young master of Haoshan sect. If it weren't for that incident that year, Tang San should be the young master of Haoshan sect now. If we can't take this opportunity to let the entire Soul Master world know Tang San, there won't be many opportunities in the future. By the way, Xiao San, you know Master Ning, you can ask him to introduce me to the Pope. Yu Xiaogang suddenly reacted. Tang San came to Tiandu Royal Academy, it was Ning Fengzi who arranged it. I'm afraid Ning Fengzi has already heard some rumors, so he wants to build a good relationship with Tang San in advance, and also to win over Tiandu Prince Shui Qinghe to participate in this matter. When Tang Chen reappears, there are too many sects that are dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall. As long as there is a backbone to stand up against the Spirit Hall, everyone will definitely respond. Moreover, judging from the performance of Tiandu Prince Shui Qinghe, they are also dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall. In addition, with Dai Mubai, with Haoshan sect as a backer, Dai Mubai will definitely get the position of Xingluo Prince. By then, the two empires plus a number of sects will be fully capable of beating the Spirit Hall back to its original form. What Soul Master reform is nothing but a daydream. Without the support of the civilian class, how can the glory of the Soul Master class be maintained? Only to eat northwest wind? The reform of the Spirit Hall is clearly digging its own grave. Master Ning. Tang San was stunned. But I don't know how to contact him. Ning Rongrong won't talk to me. Find the prince. Yu Xiaogang said. Prince Shui Qinghe is the student of Sect Master Ning. He will definitely be able to contact Sect Master Ning for you. Besides, Ning Rongrong took that thing. If I can't do anything here, I can let him exert his strength. Tang San looked puzzled. Teacher, how could Sect Master Ning pursue that kind of magic medicine for me? He also saw the change in Ning Rongrong. That thing was very magical. The Spirit Hall took it out as a reward for the Spirit Master competition, which caused such a big response, indicating that this thing must be very precious. He and Ning Fengzi were not related, how could someone go to find such a thing for him? Xiao San, this is an investment. Yu Xiaogang said. Don't forget your identity. Identity. Tang San looked puzzled. Haoshan sect and Spirit Hall jointly destroyed his family. What identity can he have? See me. Kai Beizai, as a permanent guest of the Soul Master competition, Ning Fengzi did not leave Tiandu City. In addition, Ning Rongrong has been unhappy for a while, so as a father, he naturally has to think about what to do. There was no way to coax the child. However, before the child was coaxed, Shui Qinghe came to the door. Why did he come to me at this time? Ning Fengzi asked in confusion. Maybe it has something to do with Yu Xiaogang. Shui Qinghe said. I heard that he was beaten out by the guards of the Spirit Temple with sticks, and lay on the street for 2 days. After waking up, he slowly crawled back to Tiandu Royal Academy. Crawled back. Ning Fengzi looked strange. What are the two of them doing? Are they playing with Yu Xiaogang? Nanfeng wouldn't have such a bad taste, right? Speaking of which, why hasn't Elder Nanfeng been seen recently? Ning Fengzi asked. His daughter has been in a bad mood recently, and he didn't get an answer when he asked why. Even when Duguyan and the others came to Kai Beizai for dinner, they were all listless. The most terrifying thing is that Xiaowu is wilted. He really can't think of what kind of thing could have caused Xiaowu to become like that. It can't be that Nanfeng died suddenly, right? It's not that he's gone, it's just that you can't see him. Shui Qinghe said. Teacher, you won't forget his rogue ability, right? Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched. Nanfeng's ability to turn into an animal at will is really unsolvable. Disguise is invincible. Even a titled Douluo can't tell. If that guy quietly turns into a cat and lies on someone, even if he walks past him, he won't know. Do you want to meet him? Shui Qinghe asked. Ning Fengzi paused, let's meet. He roughly thought of what Yu Xiaogang wanted. Nanfeng will definitely make trouble in this Soul Master competition. Besides, he spent so much effort to trick Tang San into the Tiandu Royal Academy. This matter is probably related to the Haoshan sect. Yu Xiaogang probably wants him to invest. However, he really can't afford it. These matches are so boring. After watching the matches for a few days, Bingdi gradually lost interest. These soul master fights that can make humans cheer are like children's fights in her eyes, which are meaningless. If you don't want to watch, don't watch it. Nanfeng said. I'll take you to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. If I have problems next, you can stay there in the future. Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Bingdi looked puzzled. Is it the place where the two Dragon Kings are buried? That place is a little special. Even if you have reached the level of cultivation, it will not trigger the heavenly tribulation. Nanfeng said. Because the dragon souls of the two Dragon Kings, no matter how disabled they are essentially God-level existences, and have the function of concealing the secrets of heaven to a certain extent. Even the heavenly tribulation as the rules of the universe will be deceived. However, once they leave the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, the heavenly tribulation will fall at any time. Moreover, after the dragon souls were absorbed by him, they lost their core, and the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire began to decline. By the way, this is for you. Nanfeng changed back to his original form and fell to the ground. At the same time, he took out 2 small jade bottles and handed them to Bingdi. I'm not sure if this thing is useful for you to eat, but I don't have any other gifts for you now. Why do I feel like you are leaving a last will? Bingdi asked strangely. You can understand it this way. Nanfeng said. After all, the risk of this matter is really great. Or it's almost like sending yourself to death. Chapter 165. A guest, not a host. 7 Treasures House. With the help of Xue Qinghe, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang met Ning Fengzi. After a round of greetings, Yu Xiaogang finally explained his purpose. Introduce the Pope. Ning Fengzi was stunned. What do you want to see Bibi Dong for? Do you think Bibi Dong can give you medicine? Come on, that thing belongs to Nanfeng. Nanfeng robbed Douluo and forced Yang Wudi to refine it with his life. You've come to the wrong temple, haven't you? Master Ning, you don't know that the Tiandu City Martial Spirit Temple has been controlled by Nanfeng, and even the Platinum Bishop Sarath is in cahoots with him. I went there with the Pope's order, but was beaten out. Yu Xiaogang spoke with emotion about the humiliation he had suffered. Ning Fengzi was indignant on the surface, but he almost couldn't help laughing in his heart. Beat you out? Not beating you to death is already considering the bad influence. Sarath was also a witness to Bibi Dong's affairs, and after Bibi Dong came to power, he was also one of the first bishops to get his position right. At the same time, Sarath was also Nanfeng's top henchman. Who made Nanfeng develop the Tiandu City Martial Spirit Temple first? Yu Xiaogang went to find Bibi Dong, and Sarath was the most panicked in this matter. If these two people really met, how should Sarath report to Nanfeng? Tell the truth? Or delete and modify? Anyone who asks around in the spirit hall should know who Nanfeng is. This guy has no bottom line when it comes to fighting. He will use any dirty tricks. And Sarath is caught in the middle of this matter, and no matter how he handles it, it will be wrong. He offends both sides. Master, I sympathize with your experience, but Ning, I am very sorry for what happened to you. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. Ning Fengzi sighed. What do you mean? Yu Xiaogang asked in confusion. With Ning Fengzi's status, is it difficult to see Bibi Dong? The Pope and Elder Nanfeng have had a little conflict. He is in a bad mood recently and won't see guests. Ning Fengzi said. He just heard from his daughter that Nanfeng and Bibi Dong had a quarrel. It seems that it was because Nanfeng had been away for a year and brought back 2 women. In a bad mood. Yu Xiaogang was stunned. Isn't this just right? Master, if you want to ask for medicine, it's useless even if you see the Pope. Ning Fengzi stopped pulling. Salis was panicking about this matter, and he was panicking too. After all, the atmosphere between Nanfeng and Bibi Dong never looked like a serious couple, and the two of them almost never appeared on the same screen in public. All matters concerning the two of them were spread by people from the spirit hall. Although he had seen Nanfeng and Bibi Dong walking together several times, the atmosphere, to be honest, was not very good. He would not intervene in this matter. It would be embarrassing to bring trouble upon oneself. What does sect leader Ning mean? Yu Xiaogang asked in confusion. Bibi Dong is the Pope, the highest leader of the spirit hall. Apart from those worshippers, what can't she manage? Nanfeng is just an honorary elder, a clown who pretends to be powerful. How could Bibi Dong not manage him? Master, you don't know, that magic medicine was made by Elder Nanfeng. Ning Fengzi said. The prizes for this Soul Master competition were also provided by Elder Nanfen. Those things are not from the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang frowned, aren't his things from the Spirit Hall? Hey, you can't say that. Ning Fengzi said hurriedly. If it was another Soul Master from the Spirit Hall, then there would be nothing wrong with saying that. Joining the Spirit Hall is almost like selling yourself. However, Nanfen is different. Nanfen's things belong to Nanfen, and those from the Spirit Hall belong to the Spirit Hall. The two cannot be confused. What do you mean? Yu Xiaogang asked puzzledly. Master, have you forgotten one thing? Elder Nanfen is an honorary elder, not a real elder. Ning Fengzi reminded. Nanfeng, like him, is only an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, not an elder who actually works in the Spirit Hall. The elder is the host, and the honorary elder is the guest. Nanfeng has been just a guest of the Spirit Hall from beginning to end. Nanfeng has never taken a penny from the Spirit Hall. Everything he has is either given by others or robbed by him. In Nanfeng's own words, he is a person without a stance. He can be a person from the Tiandu Empire, a person from the Xingluo Empire, or anyone. But at the same time, he is not anyone. He does not need to be responsible for the interests of anyone, and no one needs to be responsible for his interests. He does whatever he wants in this world, and this world they also do whatever they want to him. Everything he does is just out of personal interest, not for any person, any organization, or any class. This is also the main reason why Nanfeng can get the support of those idle soul masters. The sects outside and the idle soul masters are against the Spirit Hall, but not against Nanfeng. They only support Nanfeng, not the Spirit Hall. The two empires and the seven treasures glazed sect are the same. They only cooperate with Nanfeng, not the Spirit Hall. Nanfeng is the middleman and the link. Just like the seven treasures glazed sect's position in business. If Nanfeng, the link, disappears, everything connected by him will be disconnected. Because everyone there is no way to believe that another person can be like Nanfeng, not for himself, not for others, and not for any organization. Why the support rate of Nanfeng in the outside sects is getting higher and higher, the reason is very simple. Although Nanfeng has harmed everyone's interests, but in everyone's eyes, the interests they have reduced are the smallest. Everyone is losing, but I lose less than the other side, then I am making money. On the contrary, if everyone is making money, but I make less than others, then I am losing money. Nanfeng took advantage of this weakness of human nature, so he has the current reputation. If someone else stood in Nanfeng's position, he would not be able to achieve this effect. It is impossible for him not to be biased towards the seven treasures glazed sect. The people of the Spirit Hall cannot not be biased towards the Spirit Hall, and the people of the two empires will not be biased towards their own national interests. Only Nanfeng, everyone believes that this bastard does not care about anyone's interests. He is willing to sacrifice himself. The way this guy builds credibility is unrepeatable. At the same time, Lanba Academy. Before leaving Tiandu City, Nanfeng came to say goodbye to Lu Erlong. He is more or less one of the few friends, although the other party may not regard him as a friend. Why are you here again? Lu Erlong's eyes twitched slightly. She really doesn't want to see this bastard. Every time there is no good news. Say goodbye. Nanfeng said. The Soul Master competition trials are almost over, why are you saying goodbye? Lu Erlong asked. Not making trouble anymore? No. This time I'm really telling you Don T. Nanfeng said. You probably won't see me again in the future. Chapter 166. See you in Wuhan City. Lu Erlong was stunned. What do you mean? Literally. Nanfeng took out a small jade bottle. Although our relationship has not reached that point, at least I also regard you as one of my few friends, as a parting gift. The bottle of medicine he accidentally left here was taken away by Bibi Dong, and by the way, it was used as a prize for the Soul Master competition. What do you want to do? Lu Erlong had a bad premonition. Why is it the same as a last will? Nothing. Nanfeng paused. Open your mouth. You want cough cough. The moment Lu Erlong opened her mouth, Nanfeng threw the medicine directly into her mouth. The advantage of melting in the mouth. Are you sick? Lu Erlong said speechlessly. Why are you still forcing her to eat? I can't help it. I don't want my sincerity to be eaten by a dog. Nanfeng sighed. If you have a brain twitch and give the things I gave you to others, I will die with regrets. Although the relationship between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang is getting more and more distant, especially after Tang San went to Tiandu Royal Academy and Yu Xiaogang followed him, the two of them basically have no intersection. But if Lu Erlong suddenly has a whim, he will be depressed. No, what is this? A wave of fatigue came over Lu Erlong, and she panicked. Isn't this bastard not interested in her? Could it be that he is so beastly that he wants to do something dirty? Don't be nervous, it's a normal reaction. Nanfeng stood up, picked up Lu Erlong, and walked towards her residence. Just take a nap. What do you want to do? Lu Erlong said in a panic. Send you back to sleep, lest you get picked up outside. Nanfeng said. I say, we have known each other for so many years, don't you know who I am? You don't think I will take this opportunity to attack you? Lu Erlong's eyes twitched. Do you think I dare to trust a lunatic? Okay, go to sleep obediently. Nanfeng put Lu Erlong on the bed. Why? Lu Erlong couldn't open his eyes a little, but still forced himself. I said, you are one of my few friends. Nanfeng said. Although you want to kill me, but... Before Nanfeng finished speaking, Lu Erlong closed his eyes and fell asleep. Nanfeng sighed, covered Lu Erlong with a quilt, closed the curtains, and closed the doors and windows. Goodbye, little fire dragon. After a moment of silence, Nanfeng said nothing more, stood up, and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Tang Yuehua stood up. Where's Ayin? Aren't you going to take her away? Nanfeng paused. No, I'll go alone. Really, there's no room for easing the situation? Tang Yuehua said with a complicated look. Nanfeng did not answer, walked out of the room, and disappeared from Tang Yuehua's sight. He also thought about easing up, but reality did not intend to give him this opportunity. If he had woken up earlier, perhaps he would not have come to this step. After saying goodbye, Nanfeng left Tiandu City and went to Wuhan City to prepare. The Soul Master competition was about to enter the final stage. Without the Shrek team as a dark horse, the other qualifying team of the Tiandu Empire became Tian Shui Academy. Thunder is not the opponent of wind, and wind is the dog of fire, and water is the nemesis of fire. Teacher, we are afraid that we can't deal with the martial soul fusion skills of Tian Shui Academy. Tang San said. That kind of terrifying control ability, even Duguyan can't stop it. You don't have to consider Tian Shui Academy, their opponent is Wuhan Hall. Yu Xiaogang said. The draw results have come out, and our next opponent is Xingluo Royal Academy. Teacher, is the strength of the Spirit Hall team really that exaggerated? Tang San asked. He heard many people discussing the results of this competition. However, even Tian Shui Academy, which has a special spirit fusion technique, almost gave up after they were drawn to the Spirit Hall Academy. It's not exaggerated, it's quite exaggerated. Yu Xiaogang said. The core of their team is called the Golden Generation, and all three of them have reached the Soul Emperor. I can't find any team that has the hope of defeating them. After releasing the rewards for this competition, the Spirit Hall also released the relevant information of its own participating teams. Information, not the slightest bit hidden, not to mention any intelligence advantage. Except for the three core Soul Emperors, the other team members are all high-level Soul sects. Even if the strongest players of other teams are gathered together, there is no possibility of defeating such a team. This is also the confidence of the Spirit Hall to give so many soul bones as champion rewards. However, Xiao San, you don't have to be too nervous. Although they have high cultivation, they are also older than you. The members of the Spirit Hall team are all over 20 years old, which is also the age of most participating teams. Yu Xiaogang said. You are only 14 years old this year. The win or loss of the game is not the key. You can stand on the field and compete with them. This is a victory in itself. And don't forget your advantages. Tang San has twin spirits. If he cultivates the second spirit after reaching a high level like Bibi Dong, and adds a high year spirit ring to himself, then after reaching Soul Douluo and Title Douluo, Tang San's cultivation speed will far exceed that of the same level of Soul Masters. I know, but why do I have to participate in this session? Tang San still didn't understand. If it was the next session, or the session after that, he would be confident that he could achieve a good result, but this session was really a bit of a rush. Because this session is very important, Yu Xiaogang said. The rewards for this session may not be available next time. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. This event was initiated by the royal families of the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo, and assisted by the Spirit Hall to host a grand event in the Soul Master world. The rewards for the competition have always been provided by the two empires, either titles or substantial resource rewards, and occasionally soul bones. But this time, in addition to the rewards given by the royal families of the two empires, the Spirit Hall also gave its own rewards. There is no side effect, and the magic medicine with huge improvement is something that can only be encountered by chance. And the most important thing, Tang Chen. Since the disappearance of Tang Chen of Haoshan sect, the attitude of the Spirit Hall towards the Soul Master sects has become more and more wrong, especially after the incident of Tang Hao. The Spirit Hall directly tore its face with everyone. In addition, Nanfeng's misdeeds over the years, if not stopped, a war will surely break out in the future, and all lives will be destroyed. Once Tang Chen appears, the current situation of Douluo continent will definitely change dramatically. Those sects that were originally unwilling to submit to the Spirit Hall but were forced to be grandsons will become independent and support the Haoshan sect. At this critical moment, Tang San must show his ability, so that the entire Spirit Master world will have an impression of him, and also let the Haoshan sect see Tang San's talent and maximize the benefits. But most of the participating teams are Soul Masters. How can I, a Soul Master, compete with them? Tang San said with a wry smile. After watching the preliminaries of the Tiandu Empire, he became less and less confident in himself. Xiao San, don't worry, I will solve it. Yu Xiaogang patted Tang San on the shoulder. See you in Wuhan City. Chapter 167 Proposal. Wuhan City. Soon after Nanfeng left Tiandu City, Bibi Dong also followed. She really couldn't stop Nanfeng now, but she couldn't watch him die. Can you really give up everything you have now? Bibi Dong asked. It's not that I can give it up, but I don't know if I can keep it. Nanfeng said. I didn't care before, even if the end would come in the next moment, I didn't care, but now, I am a complete person, I have to care about these things. I have to verify this matter. If he came to this world seriously, he would not panic at all, and he would just take the vast sea and run to the Sea God Island, but he was not. As an unclear black household, he had always lived in self-deception. When he was in the Killing City, Shura God must have discovered his existence, but why didn't he do anything to him? In the Hell Road, even if Shura God did it to him, no one would know, and no one would care. Unless, Shura God didn't care about him at all, and didn't care whether he was a black household. Even the God realm didn't care about these things. But this was just his guess, he needed to verify it, otherwise he couldn't rest assured. It's really better to throw away the brain. But... do you want me to say it again? Nanfeng interrupted. I can't trust you, and I can't trust Jianrongxiu. Indeed, he could choose a safer way, wait until Bibi Dong inherits the throne, or even wait until Jianrongxiu inherits the throne before testing this matter, and he can also be sure that everyone will turn a blind eye. After all, Tang San is not a local, and the future Huo Yuhao and the Alex in him are also not locals. All this shows that the gods here don't care about these things. But the problem is that he can't trust Bibi Dong. Why? Bibi Dong asked puzzled. Why can't you trust me? Because I can't take down the Acacia Heartbroken Red. She knew that Nanfeng had always been brooding over this matter, but after that time, even if she proposed to try, Nanfeng did not agree. It has nothing to do with this thing. Nanfeng said. You know who I am. I don't care about this. I won't ask others to do things that I can't do. Only when I can do it myself, I will hope that others can do it. But I have no right to say anything about you in this matter. Whether Bibi Dong can win the Heartbroken Red of lovesickness makes no difference to him. He will not pin his feelings on a flower, let alone use a flower as a criterion for judging so-called true love. Is the fairy grass spiritual? Then what? How can he expect a flower that can't even walk out of its own world to understand what love is? That's just pure infatuation. It's just that infatuation is most similar to true love, which leads to people confusing the two. Infatuation means not being clear-headed. Can something that is not clear-headed be considered true? Infatuation is not true love. The Heartbroken Red of lovesickness is the heaviest infatuation, and as we all know, infatuation can be artificial. Even, infatuation can deceive oneself. Why is that? Bibi Dong asked puzzled. Why can't you believe me? Because you care about me, you care too much about me. Nanfeng said. For me, you can even change your principles. You know, I can't accept this kind of thing, even if I want it very much. He hates others breaking the rules, including himself. If Bibi Dong is partial because of him, then what is the difference between them and those things they hate? A whore laughing at a prostitute? He can't do such a thing. Even if he was crazy before, he never did anything he couldn't accept. What's the situation? Shwedi asked. It's useless. Bibi Dong sighed. She said before that Nanfeng couldn't be persuaded now, and the only way was to break his mental balance. Otherwise he would be the most stubborn person in the world. He didn't accept the bad, but he didn't accept the good either. He rejected everything. But Shwedi still had unrealistic fantasies, thinking that Nanfeng could also be persuaded, but she didn't try. What about now? She tried, and almost took action, but would it work? It's so serious. Shwedi was silent. She did think Bibi Dong could convince Nanfeng, but she thought she couldn't do it, so she didn't try. However, she seemed to have underestimated Nanfeng's stubbornness. If he had to be broken by external force. Can we beat him together? Shwedi asked. I am now restricted by the Rakshasa divine test, and I only have the strength of level 98. How can I beat him? Bibi Dong said helplessly. You were not his opponent in the far north, let alone now. Besides, even if we can beat him, it's useless. Why? Shwedi asked in confusion. He can run. Bibi Dong said. If he runs, can you catch up? Nanfeng's speed is quite outrageous, even if Jiandaoliu goes all out, he can only barely keep up. So, below the god level, it is impossible to give Nanfeng a fatal threat. If he can't beat him, can't he run? And Nanfeng has a very rogue point, locking attack is useless to him. The battle between Peak Douluo above level 95 is almost impossible to dodge. Because of the qualitative change of martial soul and soul power, combined with the power of heaven and earth, a terrifying suppression was born. Commonly known as headlock. Once locked, there is no escape at all. Even soul masters of the same realm can only fight back and cannot completely break free. However, this locking and imprisonment effect from external forces is useless to Nanfeng. It can't be controlled at all. In other words, there is no other way except Tang Chen. Bingdi said. Jiandaoliu is also possible, but Nanfeng doesn't plan to choose him. Bibi Dong said. If Jiandaoliu controls the angel power to improve himself, he can also give Nanfeng a fatal threat, but considering Jianrongxiu, Nanfeng gave up this relatively safe choice. Her Rakshasa god test has not been completed yet, and there is only one sea god island left in Douluo continent. But for Nanfeng, the danger of sea god and Azura god is of the same level, and both can kill him. By testing Tang Chen, Nanfeng can at least test some things before he dies, and he can also complete his previous plan and get out of it. Even if he dies, it is a worthy death for him. But if he goes to Sea God Island to test Sea God, he will die. In comparison, Nanfeng chose this most cost-effective plan. Tang Chen is not the only choice, but he is the best choice. The second is Jiandaoliu. That's why Nanfeng told Jianrongxiu that it's best to cooperate with his plan. This is not a joke. If he can't use Tang Chen to complete this, Nanfeng will definitely use Jiandaoliu to complete his plan. Can we try to weaken him? Bingdi said. He is only a soul Douluo now. He can obtain power beyond his level only by relying on the dragon souls of the two dragon kings. If we take the dragon soul from him, how to take it? Bibi Dong asked. Bingdi she was speechless for a moment. So this is just a suggestion. It's not impossible, but Shwedi hesitated. The soul beast master sleeping in the Xingda Great Forest. This is something that only ancient beings like her know. If it is that person, there should be a way to take the dragon soul away from Nanfeng. However, there has been no news about the soul beast master for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, can't beat him? Bibi Dong asked. It's not a question of whether we can beat him or not. Of course, we can't beat him. Shwedi said. But this matter is too dangerous. The soul beast master is a god-level existence, and it is definitely not something they can shake. Moreover, this matter is related to the God realm, and the other party may not be willing to help. Speak. Bibi Dong said. There should be a very powerful existence deeper in the Xingda Great Forest. Xue De said. It's not a soul beast, it's the master of the soul beast clan. Legend has it that it's a being beyond the god level, older than me, who has lived for nearly 700,000 years, it's almost the origin of the soul beast clan. Chapter 168 Care. If we let that guy take action, can we stop Nanfeng? Bibi Dong asked. It should be possible, but Xue De hesitated. What's wrong? Bibi Dong asked in confusion. Deeper in the Xingda Great Forest, there is a Dragon King, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, who is the guardian of the Soul Beast Master. Xue De said. 200,000 years ago, he had been to the far north. At that time, I was not his opponent. Even if I occupied the geographical advantage of the far north, I could only barely compete with him. Now, if the ice silkworm that the Ice Emperor was looking for really went to the Stardo Great Forest tens of thousands of years ago, then the current golden-eyed Black Dragon King, I am definitely not his opponent. The ice silkworm that the Ice Emperor mentioned, by absorbing the 10,000 years of cold marrow in the far north, has obtained extremely terrifying cultivation. Although the race is weak, and because that cultivation is completely grown by swallowing and sleeping, it has almost no combat power. However, that thing is a top-notch tonic for soul beasts. She doesn't know what level of soul beast the golden-eyed Black Dragon King who absorbed the ice silkworm is now, but it is definitely stronger than her. But we don't have to fight. Bibi Dong said. No, we have to fight. Xue De said. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King is extremely hostile to humans, especially in the past 100,000 years. Humans have invaded the Stardo Great Forest, the number of human soul masters has increased, and the soul beasts have been hunted on a large scale. If it is this matter, he will definitely not agree to help, and will not even let us in. Moreover, this matter involves the God realm. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King also hates the current God realm, and it is highly likely that he will not help. Won't help? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. Then don't talk about helping, just say that you will cooperate with him to take back the dragon soul of the Dragon King that was taken away by humans. The two dragon souls have not yet completely merged with Nanfeng, because Nanfeng and the two Dragon Kings have an agreement that unless Nanfeng helps them change the current situation of the soul beasts, the dragon soul will never be truly used by him. So Xue De looked worried. That might be very dangerous. Once Nanfeng loses his dragon soul, his power that surpasses the soul Douluo cultivation will plummet, and at most he will be about the same as a peak Douluo of about level 95 of a human. Given the hostility of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King towards humans, he will definitely not miss this opportunity. Nanfeng will most likely be killed by the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. But it's better than letting him go to the Azura God to die. Bibi Dong said. Perhaps the golden-eyed Black Dragon King is very strong, but compared to the Azura God, it is a very safe method. Try it. Angel Temple. What are you doing here? Qian Daoliu looked at Nanfeng, who suddenly appeared with some vigilance. Where is Bibi Dong? Nanfeng asked. How do I know? Qian Daoliu was speechless. Did she say anything to you, something inexplicable? Nanfeng asked. Bibi Dong disappeared, and so did Xue De and Bing Di. Something is wrong. She told me to be prepared. If Tang Chen doesn't come, I will be the one to die. Qian Daoliu said faintly. Anything else? Nanfeng asked. No more. Qian Daoliu turned around and didn't want to pay attention to Nanfeng. Let me ask you a question. If I die, what are you going to do next? Nanfeng asked. Beat the gongs and drums, and celebrate together. Qian Daoliu said lightly. I mean the next action of the Spirit Hall. Nanfeng said. Qian Daoliu turned around. What do you mean? The experiment of Xiantiangong has been successful. Nanfeng said. However, self-cultivation is too slow, but if there is a soul master above soul saint to help operate, the success rate can be greatly improved. Qian Daoliu was stunned. You mean, soul masters can be artificially created? Yes, but if I die, I hope you destroy all the relevant information. Nanfeng said. Why? Qian Daoliu was puzzled. Don't you always want to make soul masters universal? What does soul master cultivation require? Nanfeng asked back. Soul ring. Nanfeng said. The surge in the number of soul masters in a short period of time will lead to a large-scale war between humans and soul beasts, and this war will not only there is no point in using them except to consume each other. So, if I die, you have to destroy all these things. Why should I listen to you? Qian Daoliu asked. Don't forget, we still have hatred between us. You can choose not to listen, but please be prepared for Bibi Dong to destroy everything. Nanfeng said. If I die, she will probably go crazy again. And the surge in the number of soul masters is a very good excuse for war. With her ability, it is not impossible for humans and soul beasts to perish together. Qian Daoliu's eyes twitched. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, it's a fact and a warning. Nanfeng said. With Qian Rongxiu's virtue, she will probably oppose Bibi Dong's behavior. At that time, a deadly battle will inevitably break out between them. It's not that I look down on your granddaughter, but the fact is that she is definitely not Bibi Dong's opponent. Angel God Qian Rongxiu was abused by Sea God Tang San, and Sea God Tang San was abused by Rakshasa God Bibi Dong. The difference in strength is obvious. These two people who relied on the god test to become gods are no match for Bibi Dong who cultivated herself. Bibi Dong no longer has any feelings for Qian Rongxiu. The so-called guild has been compensated over the years, whether it is bringing Qian Rongxiu to Wuhan City for training or the subsequent pill upgrade. To Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu is nothing more than a stranger with blood ties. They can live in peace, but if Qian Rongxiu insists on going against her, Bibi Dong will not hesitate. If you are dead, will you still care about these? Qian Daoliu asked. Why don't you care? Nanfeng asked back. Why do you think I do this for? Great priest, there is something going on at the Pope's palace. Golden Crocodile walked into the angel temple. What's the matter? Qian Daoliu asked. Since Bibi Dong ran to Tiandu City, the decision-making power of the Pope's palace has fallen into the hands of the Elder's palace. However, Bibi Dong is not here, and Nanfeng is not here either. The Elders dare not act on their own. In the end, they can only let Golden Crocodile return to the arena. The kid from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex has come with the Pope's order. Golden Crocodile looked puzzled. Pope's order? Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes slightly. Where did he get it from? I don't know. According to Saratha's report some time ago, the old Pope's order in his hand, which belonged to the Haoshan sect, has been confiscated. Golden Crocodile said. This one now is probably taken from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex doesn't care about the Pope's order of the Spirit Hall, so it's not impossible for Yu Xiaogang to take it away. What is he going to do? Qian Daoliu asked. He wants to see Bibi Dong. Jin Yu said. After the words fell, Qian Daoliu and Jin Yu turned their eyes to Nanfeng. Guangling and the others who were hiding in the dark to prevent Nanfeng from suddenly causing trouble also looked a little strange. The battle between the ex and the current? So exciting? Why are you looking at me? Nanfeng said. Bibi Dong is not here, don't you plan to go and see? Qian Daoliu said. Chapter 169 Reception. In the Pope's Hall, Yu Xiaogang, who had obtained the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Religious Emperor's order through Yu Tianheng, was looking forward to Bibi Dong's arrival. Although it was not long before the competition, judging from the improvement Ning Rongrong had received, if Tang San took it before the finals, he would have a chance to be promoted to Soul Sect, and the effect would be similar. After all, once Tang Chen appeared, Tang San would definitely not have a chance to get the reward for the finals. Even if they could get the runner-up, the Spirit Hall would definitely not be able to cash the reward at that time. So, the only way was to advance the finals reward from Bibi Dong now. With a slight sound, the door of the side hall opened. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath and brewed his emotions. Donger, you. Before he finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang froze. Speak, why don't you say anything? Nanfeng and Qian Daoliu walked in, followed by Jin Yu, Guangling, Qian Jun Zhang Mo and several other worshippers. Even Yu Guan, who was met on the way, was pulled over by Nanfeng. Under Yu Xiaogang's horrified eyes, Nanfeng and his group slowly sat down. 9 eyes focused on Yu Xiaogang, expecting him to continue. Bibi Dong is not here, so we are here to chat with you. Nanfeng said. Don't be nervous, I won't kill anyone today. Of course, it's for the sake of the Pope's order in your hand. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, and an unknown pressure fell heavily on his head, making him unable to say a word, and even a little difficult to breathe. It's too dark. The spirit hall is too dark. Hurry up, everyone is very busy. Nanfeng urged. Can you afford to delay? Yu Xiaogang still couldn't speak, even though he tried very hard. Why don't I just bury him? Yu Guan whispered. It's also annoying to watch. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Is the spirit hall some kind of underworld? Yu Guan's eyes twitched slightly. Is it not? They took he came here with the Pope's order, and he is the same as the Pope. You killed him, do you mean to kill the Pope? Nanfeng said speechlessly. Yu Xiaogang didn't sneak in. He came in openly with the Pope's order. Everyone saw it. If he disappeared inexplicably, what would happen? He finally changed the system of the spirit hall to a slightly better level, but he turned around and ruined his reputation? Hurry up, tell me, what are you doing here? Nanfeng urged. So many people took time out to accompany you, if you don't say a word, what, are you here to make fun of us? Bold. Can you make fun of the great worshipper? Qian Daoliu. What the hell does this have to do with me? Didn't you ask me to come here? What do you mean by you? Nanfeng frowned. You don't even understand this little rule, where did you get the Pope's order? Speak. Blue Lightning. Stolen from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. He had a good understanding of Yu Yuanzhen. He only cared about the development of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even for Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, the two prides of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, he only cared about their cultivation. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang, a useless cultivator, had no sense of existence in Yu Yuanzhen's eyes. After all, that guy had many sons, and Yu Xiaogang was just one of them, and the least promising one at that. These sects were not actually so harmonious, or rather, they would only unite when facing foreign enemies. The internal struggles were also very serious at ordinary times. After all, there were only so many resources. If they did not fight or rob, and did not make calculations, would they just starve to death? The sect was a big family, not a one-man show. Just look at Tang Xiao of the Haoshan sect and you will know that even if he was the best fighter, it did not mean that he could act alone. Forget it. You look so hesitant and you don't look like you were sent by Yu Yuanzhen. Nanfeng said. Yu Egwen, throw him into the jail to calm down, confiscate the Pope's order, and wait for the Soul Master competition in a while. I will personally ask Yu Yuanzhen how this thing got into his hands. Is it that Yu Yuanzhen doesn't take the Pope's order seriously and throws it away casually, or is it that someone stole this thing and swindled people? Do you want to entertain him? Yu Egwen asked. I don't know. Nanfeng got up and left. Yu Egwen's eyes twitched slightly, so should I entertain him or not? Is it entertaining? What if Bibi Dong can't forget the old relationship? If I don't entertain him, Nanfeng will have to deal with him? Treating him, after all, he is here for the Pope's order. Qian Daoliu got up and left, not looking at Yu Xiaogang again. Yu Egwen. You may have misunderstood the meaning of entertain. Martial Soul Academy. How is your martial soul fusion skill? Bored and no one to talk to, Nanfeng simply came to find Hulina. Except for soul masters with special domains or particularly outrageous mental power, the soul saint stage is basically invincible. Hulina said. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Do you have the confidence to compete with the soul master? Level 70 is a huge watershed, and the soul master is basically a symbol of the status and identity of the soul master. Hulina looked strange. Do you look down on us a little bit? Soul Saint is just modest, Soul Douluo Bishop is not a match for Yao Mei. Nanfeng was stunned, so awesome. Hulina's eyes twitched slightly, how long have you not paid attention to me? Yu Guan walked over. If it was the previous them, Yao Mei would indeed fight Soul Saint at most, but after taking the medicine, their martial souls have evolved, the degree of martial soul fusion exceeded 90%, and the power of Yao Mei has also doubled. Nowadays, the demons, except for some special soul masters, can basically kill those below the title Douluo level. When they reach the Soul Saint level, the demons they launch should be able to fight the title Douluo below level 95 on equal terms. So awesome! Nanfeng looked strange. Yu Guan was speechless. What do you think the martial soul fusion skill is? Whether the martial soul fusion skill is 1+1, it is a qualitative change of the combination of martial soul and mental power. The martial soul fusion skill of the Douluo royal family, the Netherworld White Tiger, has a martial soul fusion degree of only 70%, but the Netherworld White Tiger launched by 2 soul saints is enough to compete with the titled Douluo. Nowadays, the soul Douluo of the Douluo Empire with the soul saints Netherworld White Tiger is a random kill below level 95. The martial soul fusion degree of Hulina and Xiaoyu has reached more than 90%, which is extremely rare in the entire history of soul masters. Not to mention that the martial soul quality, soul ring soul skills, and mental power of these 2 people have surpassed their own levels. Even if they fight soul saints one-on-one, they may not lose. To say that they are invincible in the soul saint field already includes some special martial souls. In fact, Yao Mei can almost crush most soul saints and is on par with soul Douluo. What if they reach the titled Douluo? Nanfeng said. Yu Guan's eyes twitched. I don't know. Soul fusion is a far more special situation than twin souls. There is no information in the Soul Hall about soul fusion skills with a fusion degree of more than 90%. According to relevant records, 70% of the Nether White Tiger of the Douluo Empire is already recognized as the most powerful martial soul fusion skill in the Soul Master world. Chapter 170 Lake of Life. After some time, the final stage of the Soul Master competition held in Wuhan City is about to begin. Many teams have arrived in Wuhan City, and Soul Master sects and families from all over the continent are about to arrive. Where did Bibi Dong go? Nanfeng once again found Jian Daoliu. What's the point of asking me? Will she discuss anything with me? Jian Daoliu said speechlessly. Bibi Dong ignored him at all, and even if she saw him, she pretended not to see him. But the Soul Master competition is about to start. What will she do when the Pope is not here? Nanfeng said. You go. According to the news from the vicinity of the Slaughter City, Tang Hao had entered a long time ago, but no one saw him come out. Of course, this is also normal. The speed of Tang Hao and Tang Chen is not something that a few soul emperors can detect. Entering the Slaughter City and being discovered was intentional by Tang Hao. But when will he come out? That guy is not so stupid that he would be exposed. Can't you arrange it yourself? Jian Daoliu said. I arrange it. Nanfeng was speechless. Why don't you think about who I am? This is Wuhan City. The Wuhan Hall is responsible for the finals. The Pope did not show up, but he went to deal with it. What does that mean? The honorary elder became the real elder? Didn't she tell you what she was doing when she left? Nanfeng found Hulina again. Bibi Dong had been away for so long, there was something wrong. And the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor disappeared with her. He always had a bad feeling. No. Hulina shook her head. I didn't know when the teacher left. I only knew it after you told me. Then was there anything strange before she disappeared? Nanfeng asked. Hulina thought for a moment, no. Maybe they just went out for a walk. But Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor are gone too. Nanfeng said. Snow Emperor is indeed very interested in Bibi Dong, but Ice Emperor is still thinking about the ice silkworms in the Star Do Great Forest, thinking about swallowing that thing to fight against the heavenly tribulation. Are they going to the Star Do Great Forest? Nanfeng looked strange. How much did they drink? Dare to snatch things from Emperor Tian? Huo Yuhao, who has a top configuration that is even more exaggerated than Tang San, and who is only one step away from becoming a god, can only barely win. Emperor Tian is a true god-level combat power. Bibi Dong and the others are snatching things from Emperor Tian? Are you tired of living? I'll go check the situation. You can ask Yu Guan to watch over Wuhan City. Nanfeng said. It is impossible for Bibi Dong and her friends to defeat Di Tian in the Xingde Great Forest. As soul beasts, Xue Di and Bing Di are fine. Di Tian can only beat them up at most, but Bibi Dong may not be able to do that. But the Soul Master competition is about to start. Hulina said. You are not here, then. Find a random reason to delay it. Nanfeng said. If I am not back in a month, you can do whatever you want. Xingde Great Forest, Lake of Life. Will he really come? Bing Di was a little anxious. According to the time they left, the Soul Master competition is about to start now, right? What if Nanfeng doesn't react? The Soul Master competition needs me, the Pope, to show up. He can't find me or you. With his brain, he will definitely guess where we are. Bibi Dong said. Xue Di was a little worried, but what if? Don't worry, his plan needs me. Bibi Dong said. What do you mean? Xue Di asked in confusion. If only Tang Chen showed up, he couldn't be killed. Bibi Dong said. He would only die if Shura God took action, and once he was sure that Shura God would interfere in this matter, he asked me to devour him before he died. Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were stunned, and Ditien, who was coerced, was also stunned. What the hell is this plot? He said that if he had to die, he hoped that I would kill him. Bibi Dong said. And he himself is his last gift to me. Ditien looked inexplicable. You humans are really outrageous. No, there is something wrong with his brain. Bibi Dong said. After they broke into the Lake of Life, the negotiation with Ditien failed. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King was unwilling to intervene in this matter. Even with the threat of the dragon souls of the two Dragon Kings, he was unwilling to leave the Xingda Great Forest. Snow Emperor guessed that it was most likely that the Soul Beast CEO Lord needed Ditien's protection. In comparison, Ditien would rather give up the dragon soul of the Dragon King. There was no other way, they could only resort to some inhumane means. While the Snow Emperor and Emperor Tien were negotiating, the Ice Emperor secretly tied up the auspicious beast Three-Eyed Golden Lion. The auspicious beast carries the luck of the Star Do Great Forest. If something happens to the auspicious beast, the Star Do Great Forest will fall into irreversible decline. Emperor Tien cannot allow this to happen. So, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King can only bite the bullet and help them. But the condition is that Nanfeng must be brought to the Star Do Great Forest. Compared to the auspicious beast, Emperor Tien can't let go of the soul beast master he protects. If he has to choose, Emperor Tien will still choose the latter. On the other side of the Lake of Life, the location of Deming and Ming. Did you see Bibi Dong? The Wuhan city is almost next to the Xingda Great Forest, so Nanfeng rushed over quickly. They went in. Daming said. Nanfeng frowned. Didn't they come out? No. Daming shook his head. The Xingda Great Forest is very big, and the Lake of Life is also very big. The side they are on is the side that is close to humans, and the other side of the Lake of Life also has its own overlord. Each Beast King has his own territory. Once you take the initiative to step into it, it is equivalent to declaring war. This kind of conflict is basically impossible to mediate. It is only a life and death struggle. Therefore, they have never gone to the other side of the Lake of Life. Is the fight on the other side? Nanfeng asked. I didn't feel it. Daming said. Nanfeng paused. I'll go over and take a look. It's okay to be defeated, but with the Snow Emperor, it's impossible to be killed in seconds. No movement, is it trapped? He's coming. On the other side of the Lake of Life, Emperor Tien had already sensed the approach of the Dragon Soul. Let's make it clear first. If he can use the true power of the Dragon Soul, I can't do anything to him. Emperor Tien said. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were both God King level beings when they were alive. Even if they fell, their bloodline was still stronger than him. If this human can use the true power of the Dragon Soul, he will be greatly suppressed. He probably can't use it, and if he can, then my goal will be achieved. Bibi Dong said. She just wanted to mess with Nanfeng's mind. If Emperor Tien could force Nanfeng to exert the true power of the Dragon Soul, the conflict of power in his body would break the balance and turn Nanfeng back to his previous appearance. The last question, is he really like what you said? Emperor Tien still couldn't believe it. Because of dissatisfaction with the world, he drove himself crazy. Is there really such a person? Humans are a greedy and selfish race. He has witnessed countless people in hundreds of thousands of years, but he has never seen the kind of human beings that Xue Di said. There are so many extremely selfish people in this world. But are there really people who are so contradictory that they don't even let themselves go? I used to think that there couldn't be such a person. Bingdi said. But after meeting him, I deeply understand what it means that the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Chapter 171 Accident. At the same time, Nanfeng, who went deep into the other side of the Lake of Life, had a strange feeling. Someone was staring at him in the dark. Could it be that Bibi Dong did it on purpose? Nanfeng began to doubt. Bibi Dong, Xue Di, and Bing Di, even if these three people couldn't beat them, they wouldn't be silent at all, and there were no signs of fighting nearby. If Bibi Dong and the others really came in, but didn't fight. Thinking of this, Nanfeng stopped. Why bother? As soon as the voice fell, the space around the Lake of Life began to move abnormally, and a giant dragon with black scales tore open a space crack and appeared in Nanfeng's sight. At the same time, several figures appeared around and surrounded Nanfeng. "Why are you doing this?" Bibi Dong asked. "There are many ways to survive, but you chose a dead end. But this way is good for everyone," Nanfeng said. "It's good for me too. But it's not good for me," Bibi Dong said. "You know, I'm a selfish person, from the beginning to the end. Do it." Without delay, De Tian blocked the surrounding space to prevent Nanfeng from running away. At the same time, Xue Di stabbed up with a sword. The attack, which contained the vast power of ice and snow, perfectly hit Nanfeng's body. "What the hell?" Looking at the unharmed Nanfeng, De Tian was stunned. "What the hell is this?" Even he didn't dare to say that it would be so easy to take the previous attack. "There are 9 more times," Bibi Dong said. "You really know all my secrets." Nanfeng sighed. "You don't want to live anymore, so it doesn't matter whether your secret is revealed or not," Bibi Dong said. Nanfeng paused. "Do you really want to do this?" "You know, my choice is the most suitable. Whether it succeeds or not. If everything is just his unfounded worries, then the next thing will be very simple. Run to the Sea God Island, first train up the level, inherit the throne, and then find an opportunity to kill the Golden Dragon King, then find the Silver Dragon King, revive the Dragon God, and change the blood power of the Soul Beast clan. But if his worries are true, and the Shura God is going to interfere in the affairs of the mortal world, then he will definitely die, and then it will have nothing to do with him. He can accept either one. But he can't continue to endure the current situation. The knife cannot exist, it can be cut down, but it can't be hung on his head. You do what you want, and so do I." Bibi Dong's expression did not change. "Hat." Nanfeng couldn't help laughing. "When you could kill me at any time, I tried my best to live, and when I wanted to die, you forced me to live again. I said, everyone has a choice rights, there is no such thing as no way out, death is also a choice. I respect your choice, but now, why are you unwilling to respect my choice? Do it." Looking at the three-eyed golden lion held by Bibi Dong, De Tian sighed, accumulated strength, and the space began to distort. Nanfeng, who was targeted, was directly squeezed by the space and fixed in place, unable to move. The next moment, a claw that transcended space fell on Nanfeng, breaking him in half and falling down. De Tian was stunned, Bibi Dong and the others were shocked. "Why? Why didn't you block it? What the hell?" Nanfeng, who fell into the lake of life, gradually closed his eyes as his consciousness gradually blurred. "I'm going to die, why worry so much? Tired. Slept." At the bottom of the lake of life, in a special independent space, a giant silver-white dragon suddenly opened his eyes. "De Tian. Master? Are you awake?" Outside the lake of life, De Tian, who was asking Bai Ji to do her best to treat Nanfeng, was stunned. "Why do I feel the dragon soul of the Dragon King?" Silver Dragon King asked. "What's going on?" This De Tian looked at Nanfeng, who was broken into 2 sections, with a complicated expression, not knowing how to explain the current situation. "Bring the dragon soul in," Silver Dragon King said. "This may be a bit troublesome," De Tian said. "Why? You can't beat him?" Silver Dragon King asked in confusion. "It's not that I can't beat him, it's not a question of whether to fight or not," Emperor Tian said. Silver Dragon King was silent for a while, and his spiritual consciousness expanded outward to check the situation of the Lake of Life. "Why are humans here? Also, the breath of God? What are you doing?" Although this word is not very appropriate, but Emperor Tian's face was a little unnatural. "I'm in trouble." The Ice Dragon Soul and the Fire Dragon Soul began to merge with this human. Now he couldn't take it away even if he wanted to. "Bring the Dragon Soul in," Silver Dragon King said. "I'll take care of it. But the auspicious beast is still in their hands," Emperor Tian said. Bibi Dong held the auspicious beast tightly, and he had no chance at all. "This person is dying, just say I can save him and bring him in," Silver Dragon King said. But the auspicious beast Emperor Tian still hesitated. "Except for the Dragon God, everything else is unimportant," Silver Dragon King said coldly. "If the auspicious beast dies, there will be another auspicious beast. If the dragon soul is gone, it will be gone for real." The auspicious beast can only make the soul beast clan survive. Only the dragon god can change the status quo. Okay. Emperor Tian took a deep breath, his eyes condensed, and a black space vortex quietly appeared, enveloping the dying Nanfeng and the healing Baiji and disappearing on the lake of life. The Red King was stunned. What the hell? Running away without me? Ya, what do you mean? Bibi Dong's eyes condensed, and an extremely ferocious dark purple energy overflowed. The Lord will save him, you wait first. Emperor Tian's voice came from the bottom of the lake of life. What if he can't be saved? Spider legs glowing green grew out of Bibi Dong's back, which looked extremely scary. Can you be reasonable? You asked us to help, and you said we should use all our strength. Qi Wang said. Reasonable. Bibi Dong glanced at Qi Wang coldly. What reason? Calm down and take a look at the situation first. Xue Di said. There will be no good results if we fight here. Di Tian alone is enough to take down the three of them. If it weren't for the concerns about the auspicious beast, Di Tian would not be threatened by this at all. If Bibi Dong attacked the auspicious beast, Di Tian would no longer have any concerns. How could the dragon soul of the Dragon King merge with humans? Looking at the dragon soul that had already merged more than half in front of him, the face of the Silver Dragon King who had turned into a human was extremely ugly. She couldn't stop the dragon soul's choice. Will he die? Di Tian asked. No. The Silver Dragon King turned around. The dragon soul merges with him, and he is the new Dragon King. The Dragon King is not so easy to die. What is he then? Baiji asked. The Silver Dragon King paused. I don't know. Without the blood of the Dragon God, it is impossible to force the Dragon King's dragon soul to merge. Only the dragon soul can choose to merge. But why would the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King choose a human? The dragon soul should have sensed her existence, why would it choose to merge? But his life is still slipping away. Baiji said. This degree of fatal injury is not something she can heal at all. Because he doesn't accept it. The Silver Dragon King said. Di Tian was stunned, don't accept it. Why? He is craving death. The Silver Dragon King said. He is now like a person falling off a cliff, and the dragon soul is the hand that grabs him at the edge of the cliff, but he refuses this help. But the power of this hand is too great, it will hang him on the edge of the cliff and prevent him from falling. He will become a living dead. Can it be solved? Emperor Tian asked. Why? Silver Dragon King asked back. Why should I solve it? The dragon soul can't hold him for too long, maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years, maybe 10,000 years, sooner or later he will fall, and then the dragon soul will be free again. Emperor Tian hesitated, but the auspicious beast. Kill them. Silver Dragon King said coldly. Especially the woman with divine power, can't let her leave here alive. Chapter 172 The Heavenly Tribulation is coming. Hey, run away quickly. On the lake of life, Nanfeng's soul floated out and rushed into Bibi Dong's mind. Bibi Dong was stunned. Stop you. Nanfeng sighed. I know what you want to do, but this method won't last long. You know what I look like when I'm extreme. I can't compromise. This ending is the best. If I die at this time, I will be a legend, but if I don't die here and continue to live, you know what will happen. He had said this before, told Bibi Dong, and even told Lu Erlong. He had gone crazy a long time ago. This world was just a boring pottery for him, and he was now thinking about changing it to make it look better. But he was a person who pursued extreme perfection. He could not tolerate the existence of flaws, let alone these glaring ugliness. Now he was promoting the progress of the world, but what was the next step? The only way to break the bad pottery was to make it again. Even if this porcelain was not so useless, it was relative to his rationality. For him who was crazy, even a spot was not acceptable. He was a person who would not even let himself go when he went crazy. It was really the best ending to end here, and it would not be good for anyone to continue. What about me? Bibi Dong asked. What about Nana and the others? I am not indispensable. Nanfeng said. I know this very well, and so do you. No one can't live without the other, and you are not those mentally ill idiots. So you did so much just to make me mentally sound? Bibi Dong asked. Almost. Nanfeng shrugged. You can't expect a madman to lust after your body, right? But you failed. Bibi Dong said. If you die here, I will soon become what I used to be. Change it if you want. Nanfang lay down. If you like this, then you can do it. If you think destroying the world is what you want to do, then you can do it. This is how the world is. The strong prey on the weak. The strong have the power to dominate the weak at will. This is the essence of the world. The change of rules and the replacement of dynasties are not progress, but the new ruling class is stronger. Strength and weakness have nothing to do with right or wrong. After all, right and wrong are a false proposition. What he wants to do is not because it is right, but simply because he wants to do it. The rules of the world are determined by those who stand on high places, and if you want to stand on high places, you must be strong, so all the logic returns to the original law of the jungle. Born in such a world, either obey or perish. Because even if such a world is overthrown, it is essentially just obeying the original law of the jungle in this world. Is it meaningful to overthrow the other party with the other party's logic? He felt that this dead cycle was meaningless, so he gave up. Okay, you should leave. If you don't leave, the people below will take action. Nanfang stood up. The current Silver Dragon King is just the Silver Dragon King. There is no personality of Naer. There is no individual with the blood of the Golden Dragon King here. No one can shake her. Don't you care? Bibi Dong asked. Your mess. People are dead, why bother so much? Nanfang said. Before, it was because I was willing, but now, I am no longer interested. Nanfang turned around and floated away from Bibi Dong's spiritual world. You don't have to be sad, just like you thought that the world became dark after leaving Yu Xiao Gang, but then you met me, and the world became darker. In the future, you will meet new people, you will all, I am just a passerby who stands for a long time. Again it should be a farewell forever. Sorry, you can't leave here. Emperor Tian quickly returned to the Lake of Life. Why, do you want to kill people to silence them? Bibi Dong sneered. You don't want the auspicious beast anymore. Emperor Tian was silent for a moment. I have no choice. What about Nanfang? Bingdi asked. I don't know, the master said that he will most likely become a living dead. Emperor Tian said. You two will have to stay here in the future, but she must die. Why? Swaiti asked. There are some things she shouldn't know. Emperor Tian said. As soul beasts, you shouldn't stand with her. In other words, you hurt him, but you can't cure him. Said Bingdi. Tian was stunned, that's not you. Now, you still want to kill people to silence them. Bingdi's tone was slightly cold. Tian. Why are you all so unreasonable? Didn't you threaten me to take action? Now that something happened, you blame me? You hui. Tian raised his head suddenly, looking at the calamity clouds that suddenly began to gather in the sky. Heavenly tribulation? Whose heavenly tribulation? Binger, you can't survive it. Shuedi said. The pills that Nanfang gave them were useful, but the improvement brought by the pills was not enough to support them to survive the heavenly tribulation, and it would only accelerate the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. I know. Bingdi looked at Bibi Dong. You should leave quickly, while he dare not chase you now. The soul beast's heavenly tribulation has a characteristic. If the thunder tribulation falls and senses the existence of a more powerful soul beast around, the heavenly tribulation will be strengthened. So, the heavenly tribulation can only be borne by oneself. There are so many fierce beasts here. Once she succeeds in triggering it, she doesn't know how serious her heavenly tribulation will be. Tian would never dare to anger her at this time, unless he wants to take everyone to die together. Why? Tian asked puzzledly. You are committing suicide. Once the heavenly tribulation begins, it can be triggered immediately or delayed for a period of time, but not more than a day. Bingdi's tribulation cloud has condensed, but she obviously can't withstand this heavenly tribulation. I am happy to do it. Bingdi said. Anyway, you can't get through it, so you might as well use it now. For the human below? Tian asked. Is it not possible? Bingdi said. I don't know what he thought of. Tian's face looked a little ugly. You want to? I don't want to see that idiot being a living dead here. Bingdi turned his head and looked at Shuedi. Shuer, you go too. If this woman can become a god, you can go with her. I plan to take a gamble. Tian, do it. The voice of the Silver Dragon King came up. As long as she dies, the calamity will dissipate. We can't let that woman leave. But... No buts, if we really let her sacrifice and bring back this half-dead human, the dragon soul will never be recovered. Do it. Emperor Tian took a deep breath, his eyes fixed. I'm sorry, you made a wrong choice. Boom. Emperor Tian was completely stunned. I saw the Snow Emperor took out a small jade bottle, opened it, and swallowed the contents. At the same time, another calamity cloud appeared in the sky, and it was more powerful than the Ice Emperor's. Schwer, the Ice Emperor was stunned. Before I left, I had handed over the matter of the far north to the Titan Snow Demon King. Since you are going to take a gamble, I will take a gamble too. Snow Emperor said. Compared to the two postures of becoming a god, he said, I still prefer to believe him. Chapter 173 Regret is the best. Lord, what should I do now? Emperor Tian asked. He was confident that he could kill the Ice Emperor in seconds, but it was impossible to kill the Snow Emperor in a short time. Once they started fighting, these two people would trigger the heavenly calamity in advance, and everyone here would die. The Silver Dragon King was silent for a while. Let the woman go, but the auspicious beast must stay. If she dares to hurt the three-eyed golden lion, then wait for the beast tide to flood the continent. Emperor Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Snow Emperor, you two calm down first. I can let this human woman go, but the three-eyed golden lion cannot be injured. What if it is injured? Bibi Dong asked. Are you going to launch a beast tide? If you dare to do so. Emperor Tian's face sank slightly. Really? Bibi Dong looked expectant. Then you have to keep your promise. Emperor Tian's expression froze, and he had a bad premonition. What are you going to do? Of course. You're almost done. Nanfeng's ghost floated up again and rushed into Bibi Dong's head. Didn't you just say you don't care? Bibi Dong said. Why, you can't let it go now. Nanfeng's eyes twitched slightly. You're playing tricks on me, right? You're allowed to play tricks. Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged. But this won't have any good results. Nanfeng reminded. He can be alive now, but he doesn't know what will happen next. You know, some things are best as memories. If you continue, you will only get bored. Nanfeng said. What you can't get is always in turmoil. Only the regret of not getting is the best. Because there is no result, you can have infinite reverie and infinite perfection. But if there is a result, there is reality, the fantasy collapses, there is really nothing to see. He knows who he is, and he knows that he is hopeless. I know, but even so, it's my own choice. Bibi Dong said. What about them? Nanfeng asked. Have you ever thought about whether they want this? What do they think has nothing to do with me? Bibi Dong asked back. Will they share my pain? I hope you won't regret your choice today. Nanfeng turned and left. Bibi Dong came back to her senses, still holding the three-eyed golden lion, and confronted Ditien. Master, what should we do now? Ditien asked. The Silver Dragon King was silent for a moment. Get ready, I'll kill the Snow Emperor, you kill the Ice Emperor. It takes time to trigger the heavenly tribulation. As long as you kill these two guys before they react, the heavenly tribulation will dissipate. But your injury. I can't take care of it now. The Silver Dragon King said. Since they have done this, they should consider the consequences. Okay, stop making trouble. A hand suddenly rested on the Silver Dragon King's shoulder. The Silver Dragon King's eyes condensed and disappeared instantly. You. The dragon soul has not been completely integrated yet. How did this guy wake up? A good plan, it was messed up like this now. Looking at the acacia heartbroken red with a bloody glow on his chest, Nanfeng was speechless. The acacia heartbroken red was used in advance. What should he do next? The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor are also brain damaged? Sacrifice at this time? How to get out? Nanfeng looked at the Silver Dragon King. This is an independent space, most likely created by the Silver Dragon King. He does not have spatial ability, nor can he sense the outside world, so he cannot get out. What do you want to do? The Silver Dragon King asked. Clean up the mess. Nanfeng said. If you don't want to continue making trouble, let me go out. Why should I believe you? The Silver Dragon King said coldly. Although I don't know what means you used to get the dragon souls of the two dragon kings, but you. I can revive the dragon god. Nanfeng said. The Silver Dragon King was stunned. How can you? Otherwise, why do you think the two of them would mess with me? Nanfeng was speechless. The purpose of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King giving him the Dragon Soul was to revive the Dragon God. The only way to change the current situation of the Soul Beast clan is to revive the Dragon God. There is no other means. What negotiation, what right or wrong, is bullshit. The power and status are not equal, why should they negotiate with you? Why should they listen to your nonsense? Would you listen to a bug talking about right and wrong? Where is that bug? Nanfeng asked. What do you want to do? Silver Dragon King said vigilantly. Do you want to revive the Dragon God? Nanfeng asked. If you do, do as I say. There. Silver Dragon King pointed to the side of the hall. Nanfeng didn't waste any words and walked directly in the direction pointed by Silver Dragon King. Walking into the door of the side hall, I saw a big meat bug surrounded by a huge dark purple dragon and a giant bear, sucking energy. What do you want to do? Silver Dragon King asked in confusion. Originally, I thought this plan was not feasible, and I was not interested in it, but now Nanfeng took out the last medicine on him. This thing has little effect on soul beasts, and the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Although it can bring a significant improvement in a short period of time, it will also trigger a heavenly tribulation. Facing the heavenly tribulation when the cultivation is not stable is completely seeking death. When he was in Wuhan City before, he asked Bingdi to try it, and it did attract the heavenly tribulation, but he used the power of the horse to kick away the external force effect brought by the pill, and the heavenly tribulation did not fall. Now, he has another plan. Little Ice Silkworm, do you want to live? Nanfeng asked. What do you mean? Tianmeng asked. If you want to live, eat this thing. Nanfeng threw the medicine directly over. Smelling the smell of the pill in front of him, Tianmeng had a bad premonition. If I eat this thing, I'm afraid it will trigger the heavenly tribulation. His current cultivation is unprecedentedly high. 99,000 years. But he can be 100% sure that he can't withstand the million-year heavenly tribulation. Even if he barely survives, he can't escape the control of these beasts, and he will still die in the end. If you don't want to disappear now, eat it. Nanfeng said. Or, do you eat it yourself, or do I help you? Tianmeng's expression froze. I'll eat it. Don't do it. Not wanting to die on the spot, Tianmeng could only swallow the medicine in front of him in one gulp as Nanfeng said. As expected, not long after he swallowed the pill, his body changed again, his cultivation level increased rapidly, and at the same time, a destructive aura condensed in the sky. Hey! Feeling the abnormality, the giant bear and dragon suddenly opened their eyes and woke up. Little bug, what are you doing again? Xiangjun asked. It's not me. It's him. Tianmeng pointed at Nanfeng, who was standing next to the Silver Dragon King, with a panicked look. He gave me the medicine, and then I became like this. Human dragon. Feeling the dragon soul aura on Nanfeng, Xiangjun and Zig were a little confused. What the hell? A million-year catastrophe, I don't know if you can survive it. Nanfeng stepped forward, grabbed Tianmeng, and looked at the Silver Dragon King. Send me out. What do you want to do? Silver Dragon King asked puzzled. Help it survive the million-year catastrophe, and then use its essence to replenish Snow Queen and Ice Queen, help them survive the catastrophe, and then, they will sacrifice to me and help me break through the 100th level. Nanfeng said. You don't seem to know how to break through by force. How much energy is needed to reach level 100? The Silver Dragon King said. Even if this bug really reaches a million years, and the two guys outside successfully break through, their energy is not enough to support you to break through level 100. I know, but what if the Dragon Soul is added? Nanfeng said. The Dragon Soul of the Dragon King is essentially a divine soul, but after the divine position is broken, their power has fallen, but if they are exposed to the great catastrophe of becoming a god again, the Dragon Soul can be revived. The divine Dragon Soul is enough to help him break through. He didn't want to do this, but now the three guys, Shuedi, Bingdi and Bibi Dong, are forcing him. If his brain is in a state of madness, he will naturally not care about this matter, but now he can't ignore it. Chapter 174 Cooperation. But it's useless even if you break through. The Silver Dragon King said. It's just a level 100 scattered god without a divine position. Any priest in the divine world can destroy you. I know, you don't have to treat me as an idiot. Nanfeng said. The dragon souls of the two dragon kings passed on a lot of information to him, including a lot of information about becoming a god. The normal process of becoming a god is very difficult and very dangerous. From level 99 to level 100, one needs to go through the great tribulation of becoming a god, transform the soul power, and condense into divine power under the power of the heavenly tribulation, so that one can become the most primitive god. Of course, this kind of god without a god position is very weak, and even the weakest priest cannot beat it. If you want to become stronger, either you have a strong enough talent, like the dragon god and other god kings, and directly contact the original power of the direction you are practicing, or you are lucky and can contact enough divine energy during the great tribulation of becoming a god. Condense a new god position. Most of the former can reach the god king level, while the latter depends on luck, but the strongest can only reach the first level of god at most. In the original god realm, most gods became gods through these two ways. But after the fall of the dragon god, in order to prevent unrest from happening again, the rules of becoming a god in the world governed by the Douluo god realm changed. The granting of divine energy is controlled by the god realm. After the unrest, under the manipulation of good and evil, a large number of strong people in the lower mortal world ascended, allowing the god realm to recover quickly. And now, the god realm has no extra divine energy and cannot condense a god position, so no new god has been born. See God, the so-called faith in becoming a god with the angel gods is actually a cover. In essence, they use the power of faith to attract the scattered divine energy and thus condense their own godhood. The power of faith cannot directly condense a godhood, it can only be used as an auxiliary tool. As for the growth of the godhood after becoming a god, it has nothing to do with the power of faith, it depends entirely on the god's in-depth cultivation of his own field. If the power of faith can make the godhood stronger, the gods in the god realm would have spread their faith in various worlds long ago, but in fact, few gods in the god realm are willing to care about the human world. From the moment the godhood was condensed into shape, faith, the power is useless. Gods don't need believers, believers need gods. But now, the way to become a god through faith is no longer feasible. The number of gods that the god realm can accommodate has reached its limit, so it is meaningless to have more believers. Unless the god realm expands and more divine energy is born, otherwise, there is only one way to become a god, which is to inherit the god's position. Inheriting the god's position is a step to heaven, and the god's position is originally the god's own thing. It is the freedom of the god to give it or not, and how to give it. So, if he wants to become a god, he can only use the most primitive way. Forcefully break through the 100 levels, trigger the great calamity of becoming a god, and then gamble on luck. The great calamity of becoming a god? Are you looking for death? The Silver Dragon King frowned. The first one to forcefully break through the great tribulation of becoming a god was the dragon god. After that, relying on the legacy of the dragon god's bloodline, more and more dragons were able to break through the great tribulation of becoming a god, that is, the first generation of dragon kings. Now, the dragon god is not here, and the star field where they are located is poor in divine energy. Even if they can withstand the great tribulation of becoming a god, if they cannot obtain enough divine energy to condense the divine position in a short period of time, they will still die. So you have to help me. Nanfeng said. The dragon god's throne is still vacant. The dragon god's throne has not dissipated, that thing has always been there. It's just that only the first generation of dragon kings can touch it. But in the turmoil of the god realm, the first generation of dragon kings almost died, and now the only remaining first generation dragon kings are the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King is a fool with only destruction in his mind, and that guy is sealed in the god realm and can't help him. There was a time before he thought about contacting the Silver Dragon King, but he gave up. After all, although the current Silver Dragon King fell from the God King realm due to serious injuries, he is at least a top-level god. Not to mention him, even if Bibi Dong came after becoming a god, she might be killed. So he gave up. But now, this is the safest way. Do you think you are qualified to touch the dragon god's throne? The Silver Dragon King couldn't help laughing. The dragon god is an existence beyond the god king. A human who is not even a god, touches the dragon god's throne? It's not me, it's you. Nanfeng said. The Silver Dragon King was stunned. One person can inherit multiple god positions. It can also be possessed by multiple people at the same time. Nanfeng said. I am not qualified to touch the dragon god's throne, and you can't bear that thing, but what if I help you? The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King actually planned to let him find the Silver Dragon King from the beginning. The only people in this world who can make the Dragon God appear again are the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King was sealed in the God realm, and even the Dragon King couldn't communicate with him at all, so the only way was to find the Silver Dragon King. And the last consciousness of the two Dragon Kings also sensed his concerns, so they told him a way that could make him feel at ease. The Silver Dragon King frowned slightly. What do you mean? Have you heard of the human martial soul fusion technique? Nanfeng asked. You don't believe me, and I don't believe you either, let alone the Dragon God. So, the power of the Dragon God can reappear, but you won't be the only one who controls it. The Silver Dragon King was silent for a moment. Even if you follow the method you said, you must have the blood power of the Golden Dragon King. Don't worry about this, I can solve it next. Nanfeng said. You just need to answer me, are you willing or not? Why should I believe you? The Silver Dragon King asked. Even if you have a dragon soul, you are still a human being. I don't believe that humans will help soul beasts. I said, you don't need to believe me. Nanfeng said. Without you, I can't do what I want to do. Without me, you can only wait to die here. Besides, you can't keep Bibi Dong outside. It's just a friendly reminder. I don't know what she will do. On the Lake of Life, Bibi Dong and her group were still in a standoff. If possible, De Tian did not want to fight to the death with the Snow Emperor. Even if he could win, it would be meaningless. What the Soul Beast clan needs now is unity. If he kills the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, it is equivalent to declaring war on the soul beasts in the far north, and they are mortal enemies that can never be reconciled. The king of each clan has a unique symbolic meaning. Internal struggles do not matter, it is their own business, but if the boss of their own clan is killed by someone else, it will be a war between the two clans. Moreover, even if the three-eyed golden lion is not a lucky beast, it is also the child he raised. He does not want the three-eyed golden lion to become a sacrifice. Bug. A space vortex opened, and Nanfeng came out carrying Tianmeng. Tianmeng, who did not break through the million-year heavenly tribulation, could not even beat an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, and there was no possibility of resisting him. You two should collect it first. Nanfeng stepped forward and patted Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor respectively. Before the energy of the elixir is completely absorbed, it is also an external force. He can kick this force out. Of course, he will not kick it out completely, but let this force stay in the bodies of Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, and they can trigger it at any time. Ice Emperor? Why are you here? Tianmeng was a little confused. Why would the dominant soul beast in the far north come to the Star Do Great Forest? Could it be for him? You are quite good at hiding. Ice Emperor narrowed his eyes and subconsciously wanted to take action. As long as she swallowed this insect and strengthened her origin, she could survive the heavenly tribulation. Not only the heavenly tribulation of 400,000 years, but also the heavenly tribulation of 500,000 years, 600,000 years, 700,000 years, and even 800,000 years. Don't do it, it's going to pass the tribulation. Nanfeng threw Tianmeng into the sky. You have two choices, either go through the tribulation with all your strength, or I will help you go through the tribulation with all your strength. Tianmeng glared at Nanfeng with resentment, then turned her head resolutely and looked at the thick clouds. Let it cross. Chapter 175 Sacrifice. Can it cross it? Looking at the increasingly terrifying heavenly tribulation, Bing Di was a little worried. If it fails to cross the tribulation, there will be no ashes left, so it is better for her to swallow the bug directly. Although it is very weak, its accumulation is enough. Nanfeng said. Tianmeng's cultivation level was increased by eating and sleeping, and eating. Countless 10,000-year-old cold marrow, top treasures, were eaten by him as food. This guy is just not good at fighting, but in terms of accumulation of foundation, the deep-sea demon whale king in the sea that grew to 990,000 years by devouring is not as good as it. Things that can be used as supplements by the Silver Dragon King must not have a weak foundation. The fact is that Tianmeng's foundation may be the strongest one at present. But it won't become particularly strong after the tribulation, and we can't catch it, right? Bingdi said. The soul beast's tribulation is not only a disaster, but also a transformation. No, it doesn't dare to run. Nanfeng said. Originally, Tianmeng was sucked by Ditian and the others for another 10,000 years, which directly drained away his cultivation of 1,000,000 years. As a result, although Tianmeng successfully survived the heavenly tribulation, he would not live long. But now, if this insect dares to run, it will face the pursuit of all the fierce beasts here. Time passed by minute, and the thunder tribulation first became thicker and thicker, and then began to fall slowly. Finally, at the moment when the sun set, the thunder tribulation dissipated, and an unprecedented momentum leaked from the sky. Success? Bing Di asked in confusion. It doesn't look like a failed tribulation, nor does it look like a successful tribulation. It's still alive, but it won't live long. Nanfeng said. Most of its origin was sucked by the fierce beasts here, making it weak. When it just broke through the heavenly tribulation, its bite should be the peak of momentum, but Tianmen's momentum is completely out of control and leaking. It's obvious that bearing the heavenly tribulation has used up all its strength, and it can't absorb the feedback of the heavenly tribulation. Well, what's next? Tianmeng fell from the sky a little cowardly. Although he is very excited now and wants to announce his special existence, it is obvious that Ditian and others are looking at him more eagerly. Sacrifice for me, what else do you want to do? Nanfeng said. Leave a last word. Can you say a few words? Tianmeng glanced at Bingdi. Whatever. Nanfeng said. Sacrificing to him is not sacrificing to Huo Yuhao. Now he has the blessing of the dragon soul, and he can bear even a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Therefore, Tianmeng can't do the routine of keeping the complete spiritual consciousness in his mind. It can only sleep in the soul ring. Ice Emperor, actually I. Get lost. Ice Emperor glanced at Tianmeng coldly. Okay. I'll get lost. Tianmeng turned around angrily and looked at Nanfeng. Sacrifice. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire lake of life. Tianmeng's body began to become illusory, and several golden halos flew out of his body and flew towards Nanfeng. This is my spiritual halo, each of which has a cultivation of 100,000 years. If you can't bear it, it's your own business. Tianmeng said. Most humans can't even bear a 100,000-year soul ring, let alone a soul ring of more than 100,000 years. Like his soul ring of a 1,000,000-year soul beast, I'm afraid only gods can bear it. Just fill it up. Nanfeng released 2 dragon souls and pulled Tianmeng's soul ring towards the ice dragon soul. What is he doing? Zig asked in confusion. Shouldn't the sacrificial soul ring be attached to the human martial soul? How did this guy pull the soul ring towards the dragon soul? Spiritual attribute Bibi Dong's face was a little unnatural. He can only do this. Why? Bing Di asked in confusion. If those spiritual energies rush directly into his brain, he will probably go crazy. Bibi Dong said. Bing Di looked strange. Will he go crazy now? It's good to be crazy now. Bibi Dong said. I'm afraid he can't stop. Moreover, this extreme madness is no joke. Without any rationality, he may split. The balancing force in Nanfeng's body will split Nanfeng into 2 when it can't be balanced, so that this conflict will be temporarily suspended. However, since Nanfeng reached level 70, he said that he can't split anymore, because if he splits, the forces in his body will lose balance, and then he will explode. His power is essentially balanced, splitting is a wrong way to use it, and because he was very weak before, even if he split for a while, it would not have much impact, but now, he must not split. 2 dragon souls, what is he? Zig asked. The new Ice Dragon King? Or the Fire Dragon King? What's wrong? Zig asked in confusion. He is not a Dragon King. Ditian said. Of course, he is not a human either. Then what is he? Zig asked. Wuhan City. Most of the participating teams and spectators from the 2 empires have entered the city, and the team from the Tiandu Empire has also arrived. After settling the people of the Tiandu royal team, Qian Rongxu ran to the Pope's palace to look for people, but she didn't find any. Nanfeng is missing, and her mother is also missing. Grandpa, where are they? Qian Rongxu quickly ran to the angel temple. Gone. Qian Daoliu closed his eyes. Qian Rongxu was stunned. Gone? When? It's been a while. Qian Daoliu said. I've left my last words. As he spoke, Qian Daoliu took out the letter that Nanfeng had given him. That kid gave it to you. Qian Rongxiu looked a little unnatural. What did it say? It said ahem, I didn't read it. Qian Daoliu turned away. He read it. Otherwise he wouldn't be at ease. Nanfeng's ability to fool people, he couldn't even handle it himself. Not to mention Qian Rongxiu, this idiot. What did he write? Qian Rongxiu asked. Qian Daoliu turned around, it was his last words. He said that if he can't come back, you should run away in the future. You can't beat Bibi Dong, so don't give yourself up. Also, don't worry about his mess. Qian Rongxiu looked puzzled, why is it his last words? Isn't he planning to fake his death? Fake death? Qian Daoliu's eyes twitched slightly. You believe this nonsense? Bibi Dong has made such a fuss. Fake death? Nanfeng dared to fight him to death when he was a level 40 little soul breaker. But that guy didn't say any last words at the time, and Bibi Dong didn't stop him. But now, not only Bibi Dong can't stop him, Nanfeng himself is also making arrangements for his afterlife. How can this be a fake death? Ahem, it should be because he is afraid of accidents. I also know that the boy is always thinking of something. Qian Daoliu said. Where are they now? Qian Rongxiu asked. Didn't we agree to wait until the finals to start? Where are they? In the Wuhan Academy, Qian Rongxiu ran to find Hulina. She just asked the Pope's palace, and even Yuegwen and Gaimei didn't know where Nanfen and the others had gone. I don't know. Hulina was confused. He asked me to delay the start time of the Soul Master competition. How long? Qian Rongxiu asked. He said that before he came back, we could delay it as long as we could. If we couldn't delay it any longer, let the chief priest take care of it. Hulina said. Qian Rongxiu frowned, what else did he ask you to do? He said, if you come to me, I'll give you this. Hulina took out another letter. Qian Rongxiu took it, opened it, and started reading. You really read it? Qian Rongxiu. Chapter 176 Return to Wuhan City. Qian Rongxiu, who was angry at Nanfeng's words, returned to the guest house where the Tiandu team was, and ran into Tang San who was looking for Yu Xiaogang in vain. Your Highness, my teacher may have an accident. Tang San's face was a little ugly. An accident? Shueking he was stunned. What do you mean? Some time ago, the teacher came to Wuhan City in advance. I just asked the guards of Wuhan City. My teacher did enter the city, but I can't find him at all. Tang San said. Your Highness, can you help ask the people in Wuhan Hall? What did the master come to Wuhan City in advance? Shueking he asked in confusion. He did it for me. Tang San looked a little unnatural, but he was too embarrassed to tell the truth. Your Highness, my uncle has the Pope's order of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. If he gets into trouble, it must be the work of the elders. Yu Tianheng ran over. The Pope's order of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Shueking he was stunned. How could it be in his hands? I'm studying at the Tiandu Royal Academy. Grandpa said that it's useless to keep that thing in the sect, so he gave it to me. Yu Tianheng said. My uncle came to Wuhan City some time ago. I was worried about him, so I gave him the Pope's order. Shueking he paused, I'll go and ask for you. That guy really dared to come to Wuhan City to ask for something? Hasn't he been beaten enough in Tiandu City? Honor Hall. Grandpa, has Yu Xiaogang been arrested by you? Qian Rongxiu asked. Qian Daoliu turned around, why are you asking him? Tang San and Yu Tianheng, they searched all over Wuhan City, but they said they couldn't find him. As the representative of the Tiandu Empire team this time, I have to pretend. Qian Rongxiu said. Otherwise, they might go to find Ning Fengzi. Once a fight breaks out, no one knows if anything will happen. Some time ago, that guy came to find Bibi Dong with the Pope's order and was sent to prison by Yu Guan. Qian Daoliu said. Go ask Gui Mei, he should know where he is imprisoned. How dare Yu Guan act on his own? Qian Rongxiu was a little skeptical. Her mother's mood swings, who knows if she and Yu Xiaogang still have feelings for each other. Yu Guan is very timid. Nanfeng hadn't left at that time. Qian Daoliu said. Of course, he didn't take that guy seriously. For Nanfeng, Yu Xiaogang was a joke. He couldn't even consider that guy as an enemy. He didn't deserve it. Ghost Elder, is Yu Xiaogang still alive? Qian Rongxiu, who didn't want to cause trouble, quickly found Gui Mei. She didn't want to cause problems in the development of the plan because of Yu Xiaogang. Whether that guy lived or died, she had to wait until the end of the Soul Master competition. Yu Xiaogang. Gui Mei was stunned. I don't know. I haven't asked since I sent someone to put him in, but he should still be alive. Qian Rongxiu's eyes twitched, he can't die now. I'll go ask. The ghost disappeared in the hall in an instant. Recently, there are too many things happening in the spirit hall. Bibi Dong is not here, and they are the only ones who are busy. How can he have time to care about Yu Xiaogang? At the same time, Tang San and Yu Tianheng, who were worried that Shui Qinghe was unreliable, soon found Ning Fengzi. After listening to Tang San's explanation, Ning Fengzi was extremely reluctant to deal with this matter. To be honest, he would rather lead the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to fight the Haoshan sect than to get involved in the matter between Nanfeng and Bibi Dong. It's too dangerous. Nanfeng is a living devil, and Bibi Dong is also a female Rakshasa. Don't worry, this is the Spirit City. Since the Master came here with the Pope's order of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, nothing will happen. Ning Fengzi said. No way. If someone else came to Wuhan City with the Pope's order, Wuhan Hall would definitely do a good job of face-saving, even if it was someone from Haoshan sect. But Yu Xiaogang, this guy is different. But the teacher has been in Wuhan City for so long, and there is no news at all. Tang San was very worried. Teacher told me before that he might have offended Elder Nanfeng of the Spirit Hall. Will he? Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched. Xiao San, you can doubt me about other things. I don't object, but Elder Nanfeng never does things secretly. If he really captured Master, you will get his news when you enter the city. He ran to Spirit City with the Pope's order of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect to make trouble. If Nanfeng really wanted to get Yu Xiaogang, he might use this as an excuse to drag the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect into the water. If you are really worried, I will ask for you. Ning Fengzi said. Then I'll trouble sect Master Ning. Tang San bowed his hands. Spirit Academy. After arriving at Spirit City, Xiao Wu and her group quickly left the team and ran to the Pope's palace to find Nanfeng. However, they searched the Pope's palace and the former Saint's palace, but did not see Nanfeng. In the end, they could only come to the Spirit Academy to find Hulina. Why are you all here to ask me? Hulina's eyes twitched slightly. I don't know either. He just said hello to me some time ago and left, and the teacher is gone too. Could they have eloped? Xiao Wu said worriedly. Everyone looked at Xiao Wu strangely. How did you come up with such a strange idea? Can those two people be called eloped? But, if he's not here, what about the Soul Master competition? Duguyan asked. Just delay it. Hulina shrugged. He asked me to find a way to delay it for a while. If I can delay it until he comes back, it would be the best. If I can't delay it any longer, I'll just do it. Did they have a fight? Duguyan asked. I felt they were weird when I was in Tiandu City before. It's possible. Hulina said. After all, he ran away from home for a year without saying a word, and brought back two big girls when he came back. My teacher should be a little angry. But isn't he like that? Your teacher knows it. Xiao Wu said strangely. When did he go out without bringing two people home? As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone present were a little strange. They were all taken home when Nanfeng went out. Shu. At the gate of Wuhan City. Nanfeng, who had just returned from the Stardo Great Forest, had a strange feeling. Someone was scolding him again. Try not to get separated, there are many titled Douluo here. Nanfeng looked at Bai Ji and Zig. Ditian was responsible for the guarding of the Silver Dragon King. Xiang Jun was too rebellious, and Ditian was worried. The Red King's cultivation was not enough, and he had to protect the three-eyed golden lion. Finally, as a sign of sincerity for cooperation, the Silver Dragon King asked Bai Ji and Zig to come with the Snow Emperor. If he succeeds next, their cooperation will continue. If he dies, Bai Ji and Zig will have to take the dragon soul in him back to the Lake of Life. Of course, it's best if you don't reveal your breath. Nanfeng said. Otherwise, if something happens to me, you can't escape. Are you sure you want to bet like this? Bai Ji's face looked a little strange. Originally, Bingdi and Suidi planned to sacrifice after Tianmeng's silkworm sacrifice to help Nanfeng break through the 100th level in one fell swoop, but the Silver Dragon King said that it was not enough, and this amount of energy was not enough to break through the 100th level. Ditian originally planned to help and look for the deep-sea demon whale king in the sea, but Nanfeng said that the guy in the sea was reserved by the sea god for his heir. Now the situation is unclear, so it's better not to move. Now, he plans to trigger enough energy through the heavenly tribulation. The god realm is not a one-man show. If someone makes trouble, naturally someone wants to take charge. Nanfeng said. I have to let them all see me. Some people want to kill me, and naturally some people don't want me to die. But what if they all want you dead? Bibi Dong said. Then I can't be standing here now. Nanfeng said. A group of small hooligans will have internal fighting, let alone a group of arrogant gods? If Shura can do whatever he wants, why bother for so long? Besides, he doesn't think that Tang San can make Shura pay so much. Chapter 177 Self-Knowledge. No, why did you bring back 2 more? In the Saint Maiden Hall, after hearing the news of Nanfeng's return, Duguyan and his group quickly rushed over. However, looking at the 2 new faces in front of them, everyone's faces were somewhat wrong. We understand that you can bring back 2 people when you go out alone, but how can you bring back 2 more people when you go out with people? What's the trouble? What are you looking at? Nanfeng asked puzzledly. It's a look of habit. Xiao Wu said. If you don't bring 2 back, I'm a little uncomfortable. If Nanfeng goes out without someone, there will definitely be something more serious. If he brings 2 people back, the problem is not that big, at least it can be solved. After all, he still has the leisure to hook up with the girl, there must be no big problem. You will live here for the next period of time and try not to go out. Nanfeng said. Although the possibility of a problem is not high, it will be troublesome if it really happens. Baiji is a pure healing system. Although she has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and has some combat power, it is really useless here. Although Ziji's cultivation is not high, as one of the few pure-blooded true dragons, her combat power is second only to Ditian and Xiangjun, but here in Wuhan City, it's still useless. Of course, if you are interested in the outside world and want to go out, try to let Xuedi take you with you. Nanfeng said. Or let Nana take you, don't act alone. You have reminded me no less than 10 times along the way. Zig was a little unhappy. Do I look like that kind of careless kid? Yes. Nanfeng said. I'm not very worried, but you, I'm really worried. Before going out, Ditian reminded her that Zig is very warlike. The reason why she was quiet in the Lake of Life was because she couldn't beat Ditian, and Xiangjun could suppress her. To put it bluntly, Zig was beaten in the Lake of Life. But in Wuhan City, there are many titled Douluos everywhere in the Soul Master competition, openly and secretly. If someone sets eyes on her. Elder Nanfan, you are back. On the way to the Pope's palace, Nanfan was caught by Ning Fengzi who was lying in ambush on the roadside. What's wrong? Nanfan asked in confusion. The situation in Wuhan City is a little out of control now. Ning Fengzi pulled Nanfan aside. Uncle Gu found someone from Haoshan sect last night. What's wrong? Nanfan asked in confusion. I sent an invitation to Haoshan sect. Isn't it normal for them to come? Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched slightly. They have 3 titled Douluos, Tang Xiao is here, and Tang Xiao asked me to meet him outside Wuhan City tonight. Let's go. Nanfan said. Even if a fight really breaks out, are you still worried about Gurong's ability to escape? Let alone 3, even 10 titled Douluos can't catch Gurong. It is very difficult to use spatial ability to escape. But they want me to take Tang San, Yu Xiaogang and Yu Tianheng with me. Ning Fengzi said. Hey! Nanfeng was stunned. I understand Tang San, but what are Yu Xiaogang and Yu Tianheng going to do? Has the relationship between the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Haoshan sect improved? Among the 3 sects, the Haoshan sect is the most arrogant, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect always acts as a peacemaker, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, with only Yu Yuanzhen to support the facade. The Haoshan sect looks down on all soul masters in the world equally, and is as self-centered as the 6-winged angel family, and Yu Yuanzhen is stubborn, so the relationship between the 2 families has never been good. When the Spirit Hall sent troops to the Haoshan sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect at least persuaded them in name, but the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect wanted the 2 families to fight to death. If Ning Fengzi was the one leading this matter and wanted to unite the 3 sects, then he could understand it, but, Haoshan sect? Stop it. The arrogant Haoshan sect has never had any allies. I don't know, but Ning Fengzi was a little worried. Will Tang Chen really come? Nanfeng paused. It's possible. If Tang Chen came back, in order to avoid the next battle in Wuhan City from really turning into a big fight, it is really possible that he would want to unite everyone to fight Wuhan Hall. After all, no matter how powerful Tang Chen is, this is Wuhan City, and Qian Daoliu can contain him. On the Haoshan sect side, except for Tang Chen, only Tang Hao and Tang Xiao can barely come to the stage. The titled Douluo on the Wuhan Hall side is superior to the Haoshan sect in both quantity and quality. If they don't pull in some allies, once the fight starts, Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen may not finish fighting before the people from Haoshan sect are wiped out. Who else did they call? Nanfeng asked. Not sure, but the Soul Master families who have arrived at Wuhan City should have contacted each other. Ning Fengzi said. If nothing unexpected happens, this situation was set up by Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was alienated by Nanfeng and killed 2 elders of his family with his own hands, which led to him being excluded in the Haoshan sect for many years. Now that Tang Chen is back, Tang Xiao must do something to stabilize people's hearts. Otherwise, based on his memory of Tang Chen, the old guy should appreciate Tang Hao more. You go and see the situation. It's just right. If I lose, you have a way out. Nanfeng said. Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched. Way out? Are you sure this is not a threat to me? No kidding, I'm serious. Nanfeng said. In the so-called struggle, only the leaders need to fight to the death. The middle and lower levels can change their allegiance at any time. If I lose, there is no need to continue fighting, and it is reasonable for you to surrender. Anyway, after this time, whether I win or lose, it is time for me to bow out. Ning Fengzi was silent for a moment. Are you planning to run away? Almost. If I bow out at this time, no matter what the result is, I will be a legend. Nanfeng said. If I continue to stay, it will be bad for everyone. As for what you do after I leave, that's your own business. Don't look at me with such a resentful look. In the Pope's palace, Nanfeng looked at Qian Rongxiu who was blocking his way with some fatigue. I heard that you brought back 2 more. Qian Rongxiu said. Want to quarrel with me with your stepmother theory again? Nanfeng walked sideways. If you don't want to force me to beat you up as soon as I come back, you'd better not say it. First of all, I'm not your stepfather, and they're not your stepmother. Secondly, even if it's true, how can you, a little brat, interfere in the affairs of adults? Finally, if you really can't help it, think about your grandfather. Qian Rongxiu's expression froze. Do you have any other means besides threats? Yes, but this trick is the most efficient, and I'm used to it. Nanfeng said. Where is she? Qian Rongxiu asked. In seclusion. Nanfeng said. After returning to Wuhan City, Bibi Dong went back to Luoxia secret realm for seclusion, which was the only thing she could do now. Before the seclusion, she had arranged to postpone the Soul Master competition for 1 month to give everyone time to rest and adjust. What are you going to do next? Qian Rongxiu asked. Are you really dead, or faking your death? Does it matter? Nanfeng asked. Anyway, I won't bother you anymore in the future. No matter success or failure, he won't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he's afraid that he'll get excited and make trouble again. Anything else? Nanfeng asked. If nothing else, I need to use this place, please step aside. If you want to watch, I suggest you turn into Shueking He. Qian Rongxiu was silent for a while. Do I leave you speechless? We don't have much to say. Nanfeng said. Strictly speaking, he and Qian Rongxiu are enemies. Whether it is Qian Sunji's matter or the Wuhan Hall's matter, they have hatred. However, Qian Rongxiu has never grasped the key. She hates him, but she doesn't know where to start. So, she looks like a little girl who is making trouble for no reason. The most important point is that Qian Rongxiu herself is unreasonable, but she has no self-awareness. She thinks she is reasonable and upright. She is not a good person, but she can't bear to be a bad person. She can only try her best to convince herself that everything she does is for a better tomorrow. But this kind of self-hypnosis is often unacceptable to herself. Light illuminates others, but darkness can take more. She is unwilling to give up her upright identity, but she is also reluctant to give up the actual benefits brought by darkness. Self-contradiction without knowing it is the root cause of Qian Rongxiu's misfortune. Chapter 178 Impulsive. After being scolded by Nanfeng, Qian Rongxiu was still unwilling to leave. However, considering Qian Daolia's safety, Qian Rongxiu still disguised herself as Xue Qinghe to cooperate with Nanfeng's next move. After a while, Yu Guan brought Yu Xiaogang, who had been imprisoned in the prison for many days, up. At the same time, Ning Fengzi also brought Tang San and Yu Tianheng to the hall. Teacher. Seeing the haggard Yu Xiaogang, Tang San's eyes suddenly turned red, and he ran to Yu Xiaogang anxiously to support him. Teacher, how did you become like this? Yu Xiaogang cast his eyes full of resentment and fear at Nanfeng, who was sitting on the Pope's throne. It's all because of this guy. Put him in jail. And let those prisoners torture him. You noticing Yu Xiaogang's gaze, Tang San subconsciously put his hands behind his back, and a somewhat dangerous weapon appeared in his hand. Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched wildly, and he hurriedly stepped forward to stop Tang San. Calm down. If Tang San took action here, Nanfeng would have to deal with this guy even if he didn't want to touch him anymore. What are you looking at? Nanfeng asked in confusion. Why do you look like you want to kill him? What did he do? Elder Nanfeng, my uncle came with the Pope's order. Why did the Spirit Hall treat him like this? Yu Tianheng said indignantly. Does it mean that the Spirit Hall has already regarded the Pope's order as useless? Aren't you talking nonsense? Nanfeng wanted to say something here, but considering his current status, he held back. Pope's order? Where did he get the Pope's order? Nanfeng asked. Of course it's the Pope's order of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Yu Tianheng said. Why is the Pope's order of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect in his hands? Nanfeng asked again. Don't rush to answer, listen to me and ask 2 more questions before you speak. First of all, I believe you all know the meaning of the Pope's order. It is issued by the Spirit Hall. As long as it is shown on the territory of the Spirit Hall, you can enjoy the same noble status as the Pope. But, it's not possible for just anyone to carry this thing around, right? The Pope's order not only represents the attitude of the Spirit Hall towards the upper 3 sects, but also, the appearance of this thing also represents the upper 3 sects. If this thing is stolen and used to cheat people or even commit crimes, I want to know who is responsible. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Yu Tianheng's expression froze, and just as he was about to say something, Nanfeng spoke again. The Pope's order is not only a symbol of identity, but also a symbol of responsibility. Those who hold the Pope's order not only represent the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, but also represent the Spirit Hall to a certain extent. The 3 upper sects have the right to use the Pope's order, but you also have the right to use the Pope's order. You have the obligation to keep this thing safe. Yu Xiaogang, I believe everyone knows a little bit about what he did in Wuhan City before. To put it bluntly, Wuhan City does not welcome him. Besides, everyone knows that Yu Xiaogang has long been publicly expelled by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, but now, he has come to Wuhan City with the Pope's order of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Do you think I should doubt the origin of this thing? Also, why did Yu Xiaogang bring this thing to Wuhan City? Do you know? Or is it the intention of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? The atmosphere at the scene gradually became solemn. Yu Tianheng did not dare to reply casually, for fear that he would be caught by Nanfeng and even implicate the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Yu Xiaogang also lowered his head in fear. He had no legitimate reason to use the Pope's order. If he told his purpose, Nanfeng would probably kill him now. Can't answer? Nanfeng asked. Or do you disdain to answer? Yu Tianheng raised his head nervously, wanting to answer Nanfeng's question, but when he opened his mouth, he found that his throat was extremely heavy and he couldn't make any sound. He was afraid. If it was someone else, even if it was the titled Douluo elder of the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't be so worried. But, Nanfeng. This guy can do anything. He also knew something about his uncle's affairs. If this matter was because of the past between his uncle and the Pope, once it got out of hand, all of them would be doomed. He couldn't provoke such a lunatic for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Elder Nanfeng, Tianheng is still too young. This time it was just a momentary impulse. Now that the Soul Master competition is imminent, he will represent the Tiandu Empire to fight again. Why not let him go this time? Xue Qinghe stood up. A momentary impulse. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. You can come here to question me on impulse. To put it bluntly, looking at the entire continent, there are not many people who have this courage. Remember that Tang Hao was also impulsive back then, and what was the result? Elder Nanfen, Yu Tianheng panicked. Haoshan sect was beaten like that, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect has not been doing well in recent years. If it is really targeted by the Spirit Hall, it will not end with a serious injury. Elder Nanfen, Tianheng is still young, and the problem this time is not very serious. Since Yu Xiaogang has accepted the punishment, let him go. Ning Fengzi also stood up. Let him go. Nanfen stood up. Why, Sect Master Ning wants to save them. I don't remember that the relationship between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is so good. Or did you play together in a place I don't know about? Elder Nanfen is joking. Ning Fengzi's expression remained unchanged. Rong is in the Tiandu royal team, and is also a teammate with Tianheng. As an elder, I can't just keep silent at this time. Elder. Nanfeng walked down. Since you consider yourself an elder, shouldn't you teach them well? While speaking, Nanfeng glanced at Tang San. Who taught you to take out a killing weapon here? What do you want to do? Tang San's expression froze, and the blood in his body solidified in an instant. A suffocating pressure overflowed from Nanfeng, and even Yu Guan couldn't help but move his feet to the edge. Elder Nanfeng, don't be angry. After a space fluctuation, Gu Rong appeared in front of Ning Fengzi and others, blocking the pressure from Nanfeng. However, it was very uncomfortable. The current Nanfeng gave Gu Rong the feeling that he was like Bibi Dong in Tiandu City. Will be killed in seconds. As long as you take action, you will definitely be killed in seconds. It seems that you have made up your mind to protect them. Nanfeng said. Elder Nanfeng, why bother with a few children? Gu Rong smiled. It won't sound good if this gets out. It really doesn't sound good. Nanfeng turned around, and the pressure dissipated instantly. Tang San and others who were almost suffocated finally breathed. Since the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have expressed their views, let's not mention it. No need to see you off. Chapter 179 Misunderstanding. Senior Douluo, I'm so grateful to you just now. After leaving the Pope's palace, Gu Rong quickly led Ning Fengzi and his party back to the rest area of the Tiandu team. Until they disappeared from the sight of the Spirit Hall staff, Yu Xiaogang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's all thanks to me. Gu Rong smiled bitterly. If he really wanted to do it just now, I couldn't stop him. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Even you are not sure? More than unsure, if he had done it just now, I might not be able to escape. Gu Rong shook his head. Nanfeng's cultivation progress is really getting more and more exaggerated. When he was in Tiandu City some time ago, this guy didn't have such terrible pressure. How is it possible? That guy is just a flower stand, how is it possible? Yu Xiaogang lowered his head absent-mindedly, muttering something in his mouth. Seeing this scene, Ning Fengzi shook his head and looked at Tang San. Master should have been frightened during this period, you take him to have a good rest. Thank you, Master Ning, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, for today. Tang San bowed to them. Thank you, His Majesty Douluo. Nothing. Gu Rong waved his hand. Today's incident was originally a play, which was a retreat that Nanfeng prepared for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and Shueqing He. Yu Tianheng was the future of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, and Tang San's talent, if nothing unexpected happened, would most likely make him the mainstay of the Clear Sky sect in the future. To put on a play in front of these two people, to show that they were not really in the same boat with the Spirit Hall and Nanfeng, was both a preparation for tonight's meeting and a way out. Even if Nanfeng lost, they could change their sect, and with Tang San and the others as witnesses, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect would not be too embarrassed in the future. Including the previous single attribute 4 families, Nanfeng was actually preparing a way out for them. After all, Titan and the others were old members of the Clear Sky sect. When the Spirit Hall expanded, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect saved them. Even if the situation reversed in the future, they would not become the target of public criticism. To be honest, he had always thought that Nanfeng was a desperate madman, and that following him would not end well. However, it was not until this point that they realized that although Nanfeng was crazy, he never implicated others. Only the head needs to fight to the death, and the other parts can be changed. While risking his life, he also thought about leaving a way out for the people below. This kind of heart. Shame on you. Gurong sighed. It's me who has always judged others by my own meanness. Feng Ji, you say, if something really goes wrong. For this matter, we can only pray that he can win. Ning Fengzi said. What if he loses? Gurong asked. Lose. Ning Fengzi sighed. Do your best. Inside the Pope's palace, Qian Rongxiu, who had just left with Ning Fengzi and his group, came back and blocked Nanfeng, who was about to return to the saint's palace. What's your problem again? Nanfeng asked in confusion. I don't understand. You are willing to spend so much time preparing a retreat for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, why are you so harsh on me? Qian Rongxiu asked. Nanfeng was stunned. Does this need a reason? Don't you? Qian Rongxiu asked. I don't think Ning Rongrong has a deep relationship with you. I can also see that in your eyes, she is just a child, and she is not as important to you as Xiao Wu. But why? Why are you trying to prepare a retreat for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect? I won't talk about myself, but what about Xiao Wu and the others? Have you considered their retreat? How do you know I haven't considered it? Nanfeng asked back. What about me? Qian Rongxiu asked. You are pushing the spirit hall to a dead end. It is no exaggeration to say that the spirit hall is now in a state of being the enemy of the world. Not to mention the sects outside, even many people in the spirit hall have rebelled. It's all because of Nanfeng. This guy has always advocated changing the current social system, and the price is the few privileges of the middle and lower level soul masters. Originally, low-level soul masters belonged to the disadvantaged group in the soul master world. Once Nanfeng's policy is really implemented throughout the continent, those people will be directly demoted to the same status as the civilian class, and their little privileges as soul masters will be taken away. Guess what those people will do? Nanfeng did control the hearts of the people, but he did it at the cost of the spirit hall. At the cost of most of the soul master class. So I said it very clearly, we are enemies. Nanfeng said helplessly. How many times do you want me to say it? A long time ago, he told Qian Rongxiu that the conflict between them was not only about Qian Sunji's trivial matter, but also about the spirit hall, or the current social system where soul masters are supreme. Soul masters cannot survive apart from the society of ordinary people. They are more like a group of parasites. They do not produce and do not promote social progress. On the contrary, they are the biggest inhibitor to the progress of the times. Because the power of the soul master class is almost innate, they don't need to use their brains, they just need to maintain their privileges through their own strength, and they don't need to explore and make progress. Fighting is nothing more than a few soul master families fighting for ruling power. As long as the organization like the Spirit Hall that promotes the concept of the supremacy of soul masters still exists, Douluo continent will always be in its current state. Because they are the ruling class and the vested interests, how could they be willing to share their interests with more people? The civilian class does not have the power to resist the soul master class. Once the Spirit Hall really kills all the soul master sects outside, and all internal and external troubles disappear, he can hardly imagine what kind of dark era Douluo continent will enter next. The ruling class never wants progress, but stability. He told Qian Rongxiu all these things, but the girl seemed not to hear them. But you also said that the Dragon Slayer will eventually become an evil dragon. Qian Rongxiu said. Today's oppressors were yesterday's oppressed, and today's oppressed, once they succeed in their resistance, will become tomorrow's oppressors. This is a vicious cycle that can never be broken. What you've done won't make the world better. I know. Nanfeng said. I know tomorrow's world will still be unsightly, but at least it will be a little better than today's world. As for whether it is right or wrong to do this, it is meaningless to argue. If you oppose me, then you should kill me. This is the last time I tell you this. If you come to me to say these nonsense next time, I will assume that you choose to challenge me. What good will this do you? Qian Rongxiu said puzzledly. What can you get after all this trouble? The fact that you can ask this question has already proved that we are two completely different people. Nanfeng said. You care about what you can get, and I care about what I have done. Including you to me, you are angry because you can't possess it, nothing else. Qian Rongxiu doesn't like him, and even hates him. But she always shows an attitude that is easy to be misunderstood. Her entanglement with him is mainly out of dissatisfaction. She wants to win, wants to get, and wants to prove that she is better. That's all. It's just that her awkwardness leads to her misunderstanding of herself. But misunderstandings are just misunderstandings after all. Chapter 180 Master of Emotion. As the sky gradually darkened, many soul masters quietly left Wuhan City and gathered in one direction. Why don't we take this opportunity to catch them all? Jin Yu said. Even if Tang Chen was there, this was Wuhan City. As long as Qian Daoliu stopped that guy, the Wuhan halls titled Douluo would come together, plus the Angel Legion, which would be enough to keep all these people. You are confident in dealing with them, but I am not confident in dealing with Tang Chen. Qian Daoliu said. According to Nanfeng, Tang Chen inherited the throne of Shura God. Even if he hadn't completed the God test, he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of divine power attributes. To put it bluntly, if Tang Chen could really exert the power of Shura, he would most likely be killed in seconds. Great Priest, is Tang Chen really that terrifying now? Jin Yu was a little skeptical. I don't know. Qian Daoliu shook his head. Nanfeng said that he was gambling with his life, which means it is extremely dangerous. Don't worry about it, let him handle it himself. If Tang Chen can really inherit the throne of Shura, then the current situation on the continent will have to be described in a different way. What will happen to the continent in the future depends on the next win or loss. Don't you plan to go and see the situation? In the Saint Maiden Hall, Nanfeng was lying on a chair in the garden looking at the moon. After Ning Fengzi and his group left, Qian Rongxiu, who was bored, ran over again. Not interested. Nanfeng closed his eyes. It's nothing more than uniting everyone, opposing me, and killing me. Or, warn them not to interfere in what happens next. This is a personal grudge between Haoshan sect and me. It's just that. With Tang Chen's personality, he would not attend such a secret meeting. Even if that guy really came, he would come alone. No matter how many people were waiting for him here, he would come. Tonight, Tang Xiao just wanted to reduce hidden dangers. However, that guy was a little overthinking. Most people are fence-sitters. If his tree falls, everyone will run over without Tang Xiao saying anything. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. This is human nature. As for the idea of advancing and retreating together, it is a bit self-deception. Only the leaders have no choice. The rest of the places can change their sects at any time. Aren't you worried that they will defect to the Haoshan sect? Qian Rongxiu asked. Nanfeng opened his eyes. Why are your thoughts still stuck in the palace fighting drama? What do you think the situation is now? Do you think it makes sense to win over those sects? As long as I win, they will stand on their own side. If I lose, it will be meaningless to win them over now. But what's the use of these wavering fence-sitters even if they stand on your side in the future? It's better to clean them up now. Qian Rongxiu said. Even if you don't do it now, you should write it down and settle it another day. Nanfeng looked at Qian Rongxiu with some amusement. Your petty bourgeois landlord thinking really hasn't changed at all. What do you mean? Am I wrong? Qian Rongxiu asked. It's not wrong. Nanfeng stretched lazily. It's that your vision and thinking are distorted. To put it bluntly, you don't understand politics at all, and you don't even understand the most basic human heart. Your self-centered thinking is okay for daily use, but it's too naive to face such a big scene. Honestly, what have you been doing all these years? Ning Fengzi is an expert in these aspects. As his student, how come you haven't learned any skills? Or have you never learned anything? Qian Rongxiu frowned slightly. What's the use of learning his things? It's not about whether to use it or not. You can not use it, but you can't not understand it, you can't not know it. Nanfeng said. You forget it, you won't listen anyway, so I won't say it anymore. As long as you are happy. But I am not happy. Qian Rongxiu said. If you are unhappy, go find your grandfather. Nanfeng said. You and I are not related, why are you making trouble here? You are so old, but you still can't tell the difference between the situation. What's going on between the two of them? Xiao Wu and the others were peeping in the flowers. I don't know, I don't understand. Duguyan said. Nanfeng told her about Qian Rongxiu after the incident with the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, but she regretted knowing it. Because every time Qian Rongxiu was criticized by Nanfeng, she had to pretend to be a humble and kind prince in front of others, but she was too lazy to pretend in front of her who knew the inside story. That gloomy feeling was too creepy. You should know something, right? Duguyan looked at Hulina. Apart from Bibi Dong, Hulina should be the one who knows Nanfeng best. They have been together the longest. Hulina paused. You can understand that Jian Rongxiu is jealous of my teacher, and she is not convinced. Out of her competitive spirit, she wants to snatch Nanfeng away to prove that she is better and more attractive. But Nanfeng thinks she is too naive and doesn't want to pay attention to her. In the past, when Jian Rongxiu was unhappy, she would directly challenge Nanfeng, but you also know how cruel this bastard is. After being tortured several times, Jian Rongxiu should be scared. So, she became this kind of sulking state, but she didn't dare to really make a fuss. After all, Nanfeng would really kill her. But if she doesn't make a fuss, she is not used to it, so this kind of stalemate often occurs. If it is not surprising, she will stay until Nanfeng lost her patience. When she is ready to do it, she will run from her heart. Everyone showed strange. It is indeed a emotional master who won the true biography of Nanfeng. The way is very similar in some cases. You can't distinguish it. She may not be clear about itself. It's weird, and Nanfeng is not easy to slap her directly. Anyway, your human feelings are really strange. A sudden voice interrupted, and Hulina and the others were startled. They turned around suddenly and saw that Bingdi, Suidi, Baiji and Ziji had also run into the flowers and squatted behind them. It sounds awkward. Ziji complained. But feelings are awkward in themselves. Hulina breathed a sigh of relief. Nanfeng probably discovered them, but he was too lazy to expose them. But if Jian Rongxiu found out, the eldest sister just didn't dare to get angry with Nanfeng, and with them, tut-tut. Her feelings are relatively simple. Bingdi said. At least it can be sorted out. Nanfeng's feelings can't be sorted out. Hulina's eyes twitched slightly. Well, his feelings are a mess, it's impossible to sort them out. After years of being influenced by Nanfeng, she believed that she could understand most of the emotional problems, but Nanfeng, she couldn't figure it out at all. It can only be said that she has not been crazy yet, and can't understand this kind of thinking that has been wandering between madness and reason for a long time. What about you? Baiji asked. What are your feelings for him? I think it's 3-point admiration, 3-point love and 4-point dependence. Hulina said. Rong and Lingling are similar, 1-point admiration, 3-point admiration, and the remaining 6-point is lusting after his body. Yanzi is 7-point admiration, 2-point dependence and 1-point admiration. Zuyun is more even, 5-point admiration, 5-point dependence. Xiaowu and Zuking are amazing, they both have 3-point admiration, 7-point love and the remaining 90% is out of Oedipus complex. The women looked at Hulina with a stiff expression, especially Xiaowu and Zhu Zuking, who were about to dig a hole to bury themselves. Are you exposing us so abruptly? Chapter 181 Madness is Contagious. The news that the final stage of the Soul Master competition was delayed spread quickly. Strangely, almost no one questioned it. Everyone was very cooperative. Not only did the major sects continue to make private moves, but even the two empires began to prepare for war. A thriving scene. Is this going to war? In a hotel somewhere in Wuhan City, out of the idea of seeing the world, Flanders and Lu Erlong brought many students from Lanba Academy to follow the team of Tiandu Empire. However, the Soul Master competition, which was thought to start soon, was suddenly postponed, and then the news of the major sects preparing for war spread, and now even the two empires have begun to prepare for war. Something is wrong. Flanders said with a heavy expression. If a war really wanted to start, the Spirit Hall would not do this. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. If the Spirit Hall really wanted to start a war, there would be no such a big pre-swing. It must be to attract everyone's attention first, and then take advantage of the unpreparedness to sneak attack the key pillars of the enemy forces. But now, it seems that everyone knows that a war is going to start. Is this a war? Are you playing? Whether it is a fight or a war, it is all about surprise, it's not a big fighting arena. Both sides have to wait until they are ready and the referee shouts start before they start. Moreover, with the current armaments of the two empires, if they really fight, there will be few survivors on this continent. Flanders said. Under the leadership of the Spirit Hall, the two empires and major sects have also invested a lot of resources in the research and development of soul guides. In recent years, everyone has made a lot of dangerous things. Just the ones released by the spirit hall itself can already be slaughtered indiscriminately below the Soul Emperor. Who knows how many have not been released? In the current war, there is not much difference between the Soul Master Army and the army of the two empires. After all, who will fight you in close combat? It's all fucking firepower coverage. Once those strange and powerful soul guides are activated, no matter you are a soul master or an ordinary person, you will die. Even if you are a titled Douluo, how many waves can you withstand the soul guide that can kill the Soul Emperor in seconds? How many titled Douluos dare to rush up? It's not the same as before. That may not be the case, Lu Erlong said with a complicated expression. If Nanfeng really goes crazy, he can do anything. That guy doesn't care about innocence. In his opinion, all life has been constantly switching between predators and prey since the moment of birth. The world exists objectively, but how to view the world is subjective. If you think it is, then it is. If you think it is not, then it is not. Anyone or anything, if you think it is good, then it is good. If you think it is not good, then it is not good. Suffering or happiness, right or wrong, are all subjective views of people. There is no distinction between good and evil, right or wrong in everything, they are all concepts given by people. Good and evil, good and bad, are the same thing. Since there is no reason to be a good person, then there is no reason to be a bad person. Do it if you want to, as long as you have the courage and ability to bear the price. Only cowards would get entangled in good and evil, because they don't even have the courage to choose. When they are good people, they feel that they have lost out. When they are bad people, they are worried about being killed. What a bunch of bitches. What Nanfeng did was just what he wanted to do, not for others, not for good, nor for evil. Because he doesn't care, he does everything. Erlong, how about you go ask? Flanders said. If there is really a war, we can prepare early. Lu Erlong looked in the direction of the Pope's palace outside the window. How can I find him? I don't have the Pope's order. They also knew that Yu Tianheng gave the Pope's order to Yu Xiaogang. Tang San and the others couldn't find anyone in Wuhan City, so they came to them for help. But what can they do? If it were someone else, she might be able to help a little. But Yu Xiaogang, if she went to Nanfeng for this matter, that guy would only die faster and more miserably. Under the moonlight, on the streets of Wuhan City, Zig and Baiji, who couldn't hold back in the Saint Maiden Hall, went out for a walk under the leadership of Hulina. Xiao Wu and her group, who were not in the mood to practice, also ran out. Why do I feel that the atmosphere here is a little strange? Baiji asked in confusion. She and Zig did not reveal the breath of soul beasts, so why did many human soul masters on the road look at them with strange eyes? Because of me. Xiao Wu said. Most people in Wuhan City know that I am a soul beast incarnation. Baiji was stunned. Everyone knows? Then you. Some people had thought about it and made a fuss for a while, until a title Douluo died and several soul Douluos and soul saints died. No one dared to make a move on me. Xiao Wu said. I haven't been back to Wuhan City for a few years. They probably thought I was dead. It's a surprise to see me again. But, with this look now, someone should want to do it again. Baiji looked strange. Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? If I really die, my father will avenge me. Xiao Wu said. It's not a loss for me to die with my 9 clans. 9 clans? Baiji was stunned. What is that? It's all the people who have a blood relationship with the person involved. Hulina said. Nanfeng said that if Xiao Wu gets into trouble, the perpetrators and the beneficiaries will all be killed by the 9 clans. He will do it himself. Everyone knows who he is. Not to mention the 9 clans, he can kill even the 10 clans, so no one dares to think about Xiao Wu. In other matters, some people may doubt Nanfeng, but in these matters, no one doubts, or rather, no one dares to doubt. I don't think he is the kind of person who kills by nature. Baiji said doubtfully. The women looked strange. Very good, another person who was confused by Nanfeng's normal state. No? Sister, you haven't seen him when he gets crazy. Until now, I haven't felt the presence of murderous intent in him. Zig said. No murderous intent, don't you think this is the most terrifying thing about him? Hulina said strangely. No murderous intent doesn't mean he won't kill people. But when he kills someone, there is no murderous intent at all. Why do you think that is? For him, killing is as natural as breathing, and it is not even worth his concern. Hu Lina said. Facing Nanfeng, he did not feel any fear, nor any pressure from the strong, nor any excitement in facing the strong, but only a kind of empty despair. He could not even think of resisting. Until he was knocked to the ground, his brain had not yet reacted to what happened. Qian Rongxiu, that stubborn guy, was scared by being beaten like this. But I think he is quite normal. Baiji said. Illusion. Hu Lina said. If you think he is normal, it means you don't understand him. The closer you are to him, the more you will find that you can't understand him at all. Unless you are also a madman, or you have been crazy. Also, don't try to understand a madman, otherwise you may be led astray by him. Madness is contagious. Baiji looked strange, then you. During this period of contact, she also found that, apart from Bibi Dong, the person who knew Nanfeng best was only Hu Lina. I don't care. Hu Lina said. If I can be a little crazy and get closer to him, it's not a loss for me. Chapter 182 War Signal. Days passed, and as the start time of the final stage of the Soul Master competition was approaching, the atmosphere in Wuhan City became more and more subtle. Finally, the start time of the semi-finals was announced. The first game of the semi-finals is the Wuhan Hall against Tian Shui College, and we are the second game against Xingluo Royal College. At the gathering place of the Royal Fighting Team, Yu Xiaogang once again played his role as the team leader. The defeat of Tian Shui College is certain, but it can also be regarded as a way for us to obtain some information about the Wuhan Hall team. Don't be absent at that time. Aren't you talking nonsense? Duguyan was speechless. Gathering them in a hurry, just to say these nonsense? Is he sick? She really thought this guy had something important to say. Seeing Duguyan's impatient look, Yu Xiaogang didn't care. Today, I want to talk about the information of Xingluo Royal Academy. You are unlucky. The Xingluo royal family will also participate in this Soul Master competition. However, you can also say that you are lucky, because the most dangerous martial soul fusion skill of Xingluo, the Nether White Tiger, which I was most worried about, will not appear in this competition. So. Duguyan was a little impatient. Isn't this nonsense? Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun were both kidnapped by Nanfeng. Where can Xingluo find the Nether Spirit Cat to form the Nether White Tiger? Even if the Xingluo Zhu family wants to create a new one, this little time is not enough to give birth. But even without the Nether White Tiger, the strength of Xingluo Royal Academy should not be underestimated. Yu Xiaogang said. So, in order to let you know your opponent better, I got this. Yu Xiaogang patted a stack of information beside him. This is the detailed information of the participants of Xingluo Royal Academy. Today, we will analyze it carefully and formulate a battle plan. Detailed information. Duguyan raised his eyebrows. Where did you get it? Don't worry about it. I have my own channels. Yu Xiaogang said mysteriously. Where else could it be? My father got it. Ning Rongrong lowered her head and fiddled with her newly finished nails. During this period, Hu Lina told them that Nanfeng's plan required Tang San to stand on the stage of the finals, so the royal fighting team could not lose the game. Although there was Duguyan, a high-level Soul King, leading the team game was not a personal show. If they were beaten up, accidents might happen. In order to maximize the winning rate of their team, her father took great pains. Hearing that the Haoshan sect was also involved in this matter, he asked the Xingluo royal family to take the initiative to provide relevant information, which was considered a gesture of goodwill to the Haoshan sect. Even Qian Rongxiu wanted Dugubo to prepare some medicine to do something bad to the Xingluo team. Yu Xiaogang's expression froze. It was indeed given to me by Sect Master Ning. What are you pretending to be? Ning Rongrong was a little speechless. It's as if you have access to more information than us. The information was indeed given by Sect Master Ning, but the power behind this information is not just the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Yu Xiaogang emphasized. If it weren't for the Haoshan sect, the Xingluo royal family would not have leaked the information of their team members. Ning Fengzi is just a middleman. Yes, how can our Kaibao Liulai sect compare with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect? Ning Rongrong said sarcastically. My grandfather Jian is just a peak Douluo at level 97, and Grandpa Gu has just broken through to level 96. There are only a dozen soul Douluos in the sect, and my father is just a national master of the Tiandu Empire. I am just a princess who has been granted a title. How can it compare to the master's fame? Ning Rong Rong. Yu Tianheng slammed the table and stood up. Wow! I'm so scared. Ning Rong Rong buried her head in the arms of Duguyan beside her with a worried look. Sister Yanzi, look, he is so fierce. Duguyan coughed twice. Tianheng, Rong Rong didn't say anything. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is indeed stronger than the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Whether in terms of apparent strength or sect heritage, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is not weak. Moreover, some sects are different. The biggest reliance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is not military force, but the economy that controls almost the entire continent. Even the Spirit Hall would not want to confront the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. But the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, to put it bluntly, is really supported by Yu Yu and Zhen alone. Especially in recent years, the Spirit Master world has been turbulent. Now the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect can be said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Tisk, you are arguing with me, don't you see who I am? After being scolded by Ning Rong Rong, Yu Xiaogong's meeting to strengthen the team relationship also dispersed. Strictly speaking, it was Duguyan and a few others who left, leaving Tang San, Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai to hold a meeting there. Say less, it's okay to argue with Yu Tianheng, this guy has a straightforward temper, and he will be angry with you in person, but Tang San, don't forget that this guy is a ruthless person who can poison the Tiandu Royal Academy. Duguyan said. And, Haoshan sect. It is no longer a secret that someone from Haoshan sect has come to Wuhan city. The sect master Tang Xiao and the Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao have both appeared outside Wuhan city, but they have not entered the city. The current atmosphere is so weird. A fight could break out at any time, and everyone is looking forward to it, but at the same time, everyone is afraid of a real fight. Now is different from the past. Under the stimulation of Nanfeng, a bunch of special soul guides with huge lethality and inhumane power have been born in this continent in the past 10 years. If the fight really gets intense, no one knows what will happen. In the past, when the two empires went to war, no matter how big the scene was, after fighting for several months, at most tens of thousands of people would be killed or injured. But now, the number of casualties in one day of the war may exceed 100,000. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of the war and hopes that the continent will be reshuffled, but they are also afraid that they will become cannon fodder in this war. Besides, anyone with a bit of brains can see that if a war really starts, it will be a war that will not benefit anyone at all. It is also a war that cannot be stopped once it starts. Everyone will die. This is the only ending of this war. But that guy's bullying is really disgusting. Ning Rong Rong said unhappily. Be patient, he is the signal flare for the start of the war. Duguyan said. Flare. Ning Rong Rong was stunned. What do you mean? He is the son of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, the leader of the royal fighting team, Tang San's teacher, and Tang San is the son of Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. Duguyan said. He is a very important, but insignificant person. Why did Nanfeng always tolerate Yu Xiaogang? It's not because he is generous, nor because of Bibi Dong. It's just that he had arranged Yu Xiaogang a long time ago. Nanfeng wanted to give everyone a legitimate excuse to start a war, and Yu Xiaogang, who had complicated interpersonal relationships but was of little use, was really no one more suitable than him to be the signal to start a war. Chapter 183 The Nagging Baiji. Aren't you going to watch the game? In the Saint Maiden Hall, Nanfeng was sleeping on his own armchair. The semi-finals had already begun, and most people here went out to watch the game. Only Baiji and Ziji stayed in the hall because they had no interest in the game between soul masters. Ziji didn't win the sparring match with Nanfeng some time ago, and then she went into seclusion, although this little time had almost no effect on her improvement. No interest. Nanfeng said with his eyes closed. In the first game of the semi-finals, Hulina and the others played against Tian Shui College, and the result of the game was out of the question. To put it bluntly, any one of the three of Hulina could pick up Tian Shui College. With the cultivation of the Soul Emperor and the extremely high resistance to ice attributes, the martial soul fusion skills of the Tian Shui team are meaningless. You seem very nervous. Baiji sat aside. Nanfeng opened his eyes. Why do you think so? Isn't it? Baiji asked in confusion. You look really nervous. Not nervous. Nanfeng took a deep breath. It's anticipation. Baiji was stunned. Anticipation? Why? I have been waiting for this day for 20 years. Nanfeng said. I have been living in fear since the first day I came to this world. In that hellhole of Killing City, I was extremely nervous every day, afraid that someone would kill me at any time. I finally made it out and slipped out, but I have new worries. I am worried that there is a knife hanging over my head, but I don't know if it will fall off, or if it exists, and I don't even dare to look up. Next, no matter what the result is, I will be relieved. Rather than saying I am nervous, I am excited because I can finally get the answer. He doesn't care whether this thing will succeed or not. After all, he doesn't even care about his own life and death, so naturally he can't care about the life and death of others. The worst thing is to die together. How big of a deal? Aren't you worried? Bridget asked. If it fails, not only will you die, but many people will die too. Will die? Why worry? Nanfeng asked. Is worrying useful? If I worry, will I not die? If the ending is tragic, then at least I want to relax in the last time. I have thought about it for a long time and I am tired. At the Lake of Life, if they hadn't insisted on doing that, I should have fallen asleep. Don't you have any attachment to this world? Baiji asked in confusion. She couldn't feel the vitality of a living person from Nanfeng. It has been like this since the first time they met. He has almost no desire to survive, otherwise he would not have no reaction when facing an attack like Ditian. Attachment. Nanfeng couldn't help laughing. Are you asking if a person who is determined to destroy the world has attachment to this world? What about them? Baiji asked. Shwedi and the others, don't you have attachment? Nanfeng paused, does it matter? It's as if my attachment can solve the problem. You all seem to like to emphasize subjective will, and don't care so much about the objective conditions that determine the development of reality. It's not about emphasizing subjective will, but you have to have that idea subjectively, and then you will have motivation. Baiji said. If you don't care about the result, how many points can you play? I try my best every time. Nanfeng said. Whether I like it or not. I won't let subjectivity affect my actions. This is the biggest difference between me and you. You don't have to worry about whether I will try my best next time. I know what I am doing and what I should do. Unable to bear Baiji's nagging, Nanfeng left the Saint Maiden Hall and walked on the empty street. Now everyone in Wuhan City has gathered in the Great Fighting Soul Arena to watch the game. The bustling streets seem a little deserted. Why are you here? Lu Erlong, who walked out of the corner of the street, looked at Nanfeng in front of him unexpectedly. Is there a possibility that I live here? Nanfeng said strangely. Although it's a Stakatian, I do live in Wuhan City most of the time. Stakatian? Lu Erlong was stunned. You and Sarath have embezzled so much that you can't even afford a house. I'm a home away from home. It's a waste of money to buy a house. Nanfeng said. I can sleep under any crooked tree. Lu Erlong's eyes twitched. Are you planning to take the money into the grave? You can't even afford the house. I have this idea. Nanfeng said. I want to build a pure gold tombstone, cover it with poison, and see if a destined person will come. Why don't you build a tomb for yourself? Lu Erlong complained. I thought about it before, but I couldn't find a suitable place, so I gave up. Nanfeng said. Anyway, I won't sleep in it. Not sleeping in it? Lu Erlong curled his lips. Are you afraid that someone will dig up your grave after you die? There are as many people who admire Nanfeng as there are people who want to skin this guy alive. If I die, there will be no bones left, it doesn't matter whether I dig it up or not. Nanfeng said indifferently. Lu Erlong was stunned. Are you really going to make trouble? Don't you really know what the situation is in Wuhan City now? I know. Nanfeng walked sideways. A bunch of jumping clowns, they can be destroyed with a single move. Lu Erlong followed with some worry. You don't want to turn Wuhan City into a battlefield, do you? It's hard to say anything else about this bastard, but this threat of force is really unsolvable. Especially the poison. Not many titled Douluo can withstand it. Once it is released, this place will become a no man's land. What are you afraid of? Nanfeng asked in confusion. Now that you know, you can run away. Why? Lu Erlong asked puzzledly. If a war really breaks out, you know what will happen. In the current situation, once the fight starts, it can't be stopped at all. Just like two people fighting, no one dares to stop first. Even if it's just a short hesitation, it may cost you your life. I know, What's wrong? Nanfeng asked. If I'm alive, there will be no fight. If I'm dead, what's my business? In a world where the living need the dead to worry about, it's better to die. Anyway, it's just a pile of waste. They keep saying that the dead are the greatest, but everyone likes to use justice to kidnap the dying. This kind of war can't be controlled at all. Xiao Wu and the others may also be involved. Even if you don't care about others, you should consider them, right? Lu Erlong said. I've considered it. Nanfeng said. I've arranged for them. If you're worried, you can go with them. Whether he is dead or alive, they will all run away after the Soul Master competition is over. For these genius children, Sea God Island is safe and they can stay there with peace of mind. Even if a war really breaks out, it will not reach there. The future of the continent is not something that a group of children can worry about. After all, children can handle things that adults cannot handle. What can we do? You are just a bastard. Lu Erlong cursed angrily and turned away. If it was just a guess before, it is almost certain now that Nanfeng is really going to make trouble. War is inevitable. Chapter 184 Yu Xiaogang returns to the Pope's palace. The first game of the semi-finals ended quickly. Out of respect for the opponent, Hulina and the others did not hold back. After the signal to start the game was issued, they directly launched the Demon Charm and killed the Tian Shui Academy players in an instant. Yu Xiaogang and his team, who wanted to take this opportunity to observe the Spirit Hall players and collect intelligence, were stunned. Instant kill. Real instant kill. Not only did the Tian Shui team on the stage fail to react, but even the audience sitting on all sides did not react. Teacher, do we really have a chance of winning? After watching the game, Tang San had completely lost the desire to compete. This is not a matter of courage or not, his purple demon eye can't see anything at all. If it was him on the field today, he would also be killed instantly. No power to fight back in the true sense. Yu Xiaogang was silent. After seeing the strength of the Spirit Hall team with his own eyes, he really couldn't open his mouth to say anything to cheer them up. How the hell can we fight? But on second thought, the players of the Spirit Hall team can get such a terrifying improvement, it must be because of Nanfeng's elixir. If Tang San can get that thing, the improvement he can get must be far stronger than the people of the Spirit Hall. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang's mood began to get better inexplicably. Xiao San, don't be nervous, just do your best. Yu Xiaogang patted Tang San's shoulder. Winning or losing this game is not important, you just need to show yourself. But Tang San smiled bitterly. Show? Facing such an opponent, does he have the opportunity to show himself? Okay, Xiaosan, go back and rest first. Tomorrow is our match with Xingluo Royal Academy. Have a good rest. Yu Xiaogang said. Bibi Dong appeared at the opening ceremony of the semi-finals. He never had a chance before, but now, he can definitely do it. Nanfeng would never have thought that he would find Bibi Dong at this time. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy will come to you later. In the Pope's palace, Nanfeng, who was criticized by Lu Erlong on the street, ran over. Bibi Dong also returned here after the game. Can he come in? Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. The Pope's orders of Haoshan sect and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect were all confiscated by Nanfeng. How can Yu Xiaogang enter the Pope's palace now? Of course. Nanfeng leaned on the sofa. During the period of waiting for the competition, the elder Yu Luomian of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect came to Wuhan City on behalf of the sect and explained the problem of the previous Pope's order. According to the regulations, I sent back their Pope's order, and I also asked Yu Guan to send out the Pope's order of the Haoshan sect. Based on Yu Xiaogang's contact with the Haoshan sect some time ago and Tang Hao's relationship, that guy must have a way to get the Pope's order. It is now obvious that a conflict will break out after the finals, and the rewards of the Soul Master competition will almost become empty talk, especially since Tang San is still a member of the Haoshan sect, and it is even more impossible for him to get the rewards from the Wuhan Hall. Even if it was set up by him in his personal name, most people currently believe that he is the leader of the Wuhan Hall. So, if you want to get the rewards, you only have a chance now. Once the fight starts, everything will be gone. I think you did it on purpose, right? Bibi Dong said strangely. Originally, Yu Xiaogang had no way to contact her, but this guy still tried to open a back door for that guy. It was intentional. Nanfeng shrugged. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. What do you want to do? I want to have something exciting. Nanfeng said. After all, I am not sure about what will happen next. If I really fail, I can't die with regrets. I have to do what I wanted to do before but didn't really put into action. Bibi Dong was stunned. What do you want to do? You will know later. Nanfeng said. Outside the Pope's palace, Yu Xiaogang, wrapped tightly in a black robe, came. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake, Yu Xiaogang decided to reveal his identity after seeing Bibi Dong. Otherwise, he was worried that the guards here were all Nanfeng's spies, and he would be plotted against by Nanfeng as long as he showed the Pope's order. Only by hiding his identity in this way and making these people not know who he is can he meet Bibi Dong. However, the idea is beautiful, and the reality is cruel. Stop! Yu Xiaogang, who had wrapped himself in a black robe, was surrounded by patrol guards outside the hall before he could take out the Pope's order. Who is it? The captain of the patrol guards came up. In broad daylight, he ran to the door of the Pope's hall dressed like this. Did he treat them as heir? Yu Xiaogang didn't say anything and took out the Pope's order directly. Seeing the order was like seeing the Pope, the patrol guards did not dare to neglect it and quickly invited Yu Xiaogang into the hall. I want to see the Pope. Yu Xiaogang lowered his voice, fearing that he would be recognized. Please wait. The guard who led the way invited Yu Xiaogang into a side hall of the Pope's hall and left quickly. Yu, who had just finished dealing with today's game and was about to ask Bibi Dong if she should prepare more for tomorrow's semi-finals, Guan just happened to pass by. What are you doing in such a hurry? Yu Guan called out to the jogging guard. Your Majesty Zhu Douluo, someone suspected to be from the Haoshan sect has come with the Pope's order. The guard stepped forward and said. Haoshan sect? Yu Guan raised his eyebrows. How can you be sure? The other party is wearing a black robe, and seems to be afraid of being discovered. Moreover, he wants to see the Pope directly. The guard said. Haoshan sect, black robe, and also want to see the Pope. Yu Guan narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be Tang Hao? Leave this matter to me, don't worry about it. Yu Guan said. Yes. The guard didn't say much and turned back to his post. The finals haven't started yet, and you can't wait to show up. Yu Guan looked in the direction of the side hall pointed by the guard. Tang Hao's strength should not be underestimated, and this is the Pope's palace. If a fight really starts, although he is sure to capture Tang Hao, if the damage caused is too great, the impact will be bad. Not to mention that the sects outside are still watching. If Tang Hao really damages the dignity of the Spirit Hall, the next thing will be troublesome. Meet Bibi Dong? Could it be that he wants to use Yu Xiaogang to cooperate with him? Thinking of this, Yu Guan quickly flew towards the direction of the Elder Hall. He couldn't capture Tang Hao quickly and steadily by himself, but if he called everyone together, no matter how capable Tang Hao was, he couldn't make any waves. Worship Hall. After summoning several elders from the Elder Hall, Yu Guan still felt a little unsafe. After all, the secret method of the Haoshan sect's ring explosion was too exaggerated. If an accident happened, it would be embarrassing. So, it's safer to call Qian Daoliu. Tang Hao. Qian Daoliu was stunned. What is he doing here? He said he wanted to see His Holiness the Pope. Yu Guan said. Maybe when they were plotting some time ago, Yu Xiaogang said something. They thought the Pope could be won over to deal with the Spirit Hall. And, that incident back then. Qian Daoliu's eyes turned cold, and Yu Guan quickly shut up. He is so bold. Qian Daoliu turned around. Back then, I held back on him for Tang Chen's sake, but I didn't expect that he really took me seriously. He came to the Pope's hall so brazenly. He could take down Tang Hao, but at this critical moment, he couldn't really kill him. But if Tang Hao tried to blow up his ring, he wouldn't be able to hold back, and he couldn't let people outside laugh at him. Golden Crocodile. Great Priest. The golden crocodile guarding outside the hall quickly walked in. Call the other priests to seal off the Pope's hall. Qian Daoliu said. If he dares to come, then don't leave. Chapter 185 Taking Advantage. In the side hall of the Pope's palace, Yu Xiaogang, who had no idea that he was about to be surrounded, was still thinking about what attitude and routine he should use when he saw Bibi Dong later. He must get the elixir as a reward for the Soul Master competition. This is the key factor in whether Tang San can stand at the highest position in the Clear Sky sect in the future. He also has to get the cultivation method of the twin martial spirits, otherwise Tang San's twin martial spirits will always be a trouble that will go wrong at any time. In addition, the champion reward of this competition also has several high-quality soul bones. If these things can be added to Tang San, then Tang San's growth rate will exceed Bibi Dong in the future. A twin martial spirit titled Douluo who is less than 30 years old, plus the clear sky hammer martial spirit with 9 soul rings of more than 10,000 years, Tang San will truly stand at the top of the continent. At that time, he who created Tang San will also become a legend of the continent. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogong's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He had been a coward for most of his life, and finally a turning point came. With a bang, the door of the side hall suddenly opened. Yu Xiaogang wiped his tears and did not turn around to look. "Donger, we finally meet again." Yu Xiaogang. Hearing this familiar voice, Jian Daoliu's face suddenly fell. At the same time, Yu Guan, who was hiding in the dark and ready to launch the bipolar static field with Gui Mei to control Tang Hao at any time, ran out. Facing Jian Daoliu's angry eyes, Yu Guan hurried forward and tore off the black robe on Yu Xiaogang. Seeing this sloppy bearded face, Yu Guan was stunned. "How could it be you?" You guys. Yu Xiaogang looked at the several worshippers who were blocking the door of the hall with a confused face. "No, come again? He was discovered by Nanfeng?" "Yu Guan, didn't you say Tang Hao is here?" Jian Daoliu looked unfriendly. After making such a big scene, it turned out to be such a thing? "What are you playing?" I didn't expect this guy to come again." Yu Guan's eyes twitched slightly. "Damn it! Sneaking to the Pope's palace with the Pope's order, besides Tang Hao, it could also be Yu Xiaogang. Strange, why hasn't he come yet?" In the government affairs palace, Nanfeng couldn't wait any longer. "Maybe you think too much, he has been scared by you and doesn't dare to come anymore." Bibi Dong said. "No, that guy is very brave." Nanfeng said. "He dared to come before, and now he has the support of Haoshan sect and Tang Chen, so this guy is even less likely to be timid. And if he doesn't come now, there will be no future." Bibi Dong went to watch the game today because Hulina and the others participated in the game. The next time Yu Xiaogang wants to confirm Bibi Dong's whereabouts will be in the finals. After the finals, Tang Chen will be on the stage. Where is the chance to talk nonsense to Yu Xiaogang? Did he have an accident on the way? Nanfeng asked suspiciously. "No, I have to go and see." As he said that, Nanfeng stood up. Bibi Dong was about to reach out to stop him, but Yu Guan ran into the hall. "Your Highness, Elder Nanfeng, Yu Xiaogang is here." "Then bring him in." Nanfeng said. There was a little accident." Yu Guan said awkwardly. "That guy came in veiledly. I thought it was Tang Hao, so I contacted the chief priest. As a result, it was Yu Xiaogang. Now, the chief priest is sitting in the side hall, looking at Yu Xiaogang, wondering what he is doing here. Ever since the Haoshan sect started to make small moves outside the city, Jian Daoliu has been holding back. Now he finally has a chance to vent, but the result is that Yu Xiaogang, a little chicken that breaks at the slightest touch, is very unhappy now. Tang Hao has a grandfather named Tang Chen, but Yu Xiaogang doesn't. More than that?" Nanfeng asked suspiciously. If it was just Jian Daoliu, Yu Guan wouldn't be so panicked. There must be something else. "That Jian Rongxiu also went there after hearing the news," Yu Egwen said. Jian Rongxiu had no way to avenge Nanfen and Bibi Dong, but Tang Hao was more or less an accomplice, and Jian Rongxiu had been in a bad mood because of Nanfen's affairs during this period. Now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wanted to take revenge. In the side hall, after the misunderstanding, Jin Yu saw that the situation was not right, and quickly left the scene with the other worshippers, leaving Jian Daoliu and Jian Rongxiu, and Yu Xiaogang who was at a loss. Although everyone wanted to watch the fun, seeing that Jian Daoliu was not in a good mood, and Yu Egwen went to find Nanfen and Bibi Dong, everyone dared not continue to watch. Some fun is not worth watching. Why are you pretending to be Tang Hao? Jian Rongxiu narrowed her eyes slightly. Could it be that her mother colluded with Tang Hao in the past? Or was it that Nanfeng colluded with Tang Hao? Even the matter of Blue Silver Emperor was Nanfeng's calculation? She knew that this idea was a bit too much, but once it involved Nanfeng, she felt that anything was possible. Yu Xiaogang swallowed nervously and couldn't speak. This woman is too similar to Bibi Dong. This momentum. It's almost exactly the same as Bibi Dong back then. She fell in love with such a thing back then. Jian Rongxiu said disdainfully. You are no less. Qian Daoliu said dimly. Do you really think he can't see that Qian Rongxiu is interested in Nanfeng? Ever since Nanfeng went to Tiandu city to cause trouble for the first time, Qian Rongxiu's attitude towards that crazy boy has been problematic. Qian Rongxiu felt a little guilty. That's better than this thing, right? Besides being a little crazy, there's nothing wrong with him, right? But can you find any good points about this guy? Qian Daoliu's face twitched. You call that a little crazy? No matter how many good points Nanfeng has, they can't cover up his crazy characteristic. It seems someone is talking about me behind my back. The door of the palace opened, Nanfeng walked in, followed by Bibi Dong. Seeing Bibi Dong's arrival, Yu Xiaogang seemed to have seen a savior. Just as he was about to speak, he was suppressed by Qian Rongxiu's cold gaze. Do you know who she is? Nanfeng looked at Yu Xiaogang. No, I don't know. Yu Xiaogang tried his best to stand up, not wanting to lose momentum in front of Nanfeng. Forget it if you don't know. Nanfeng walked behind Qian Rongxiu and put his hands on her shoulders. I know what you are suspicious of, but I just want to say that you think too much. Don't always fling yourself on others. Qian Rongxiu frowned. Don't touch me. Oh, sorry. Nanfeng took his hand back, turned around and walked behind Bibi Dong, hugging her neck. She finally understands the principle of not being intimate between men and women. She touched me more often before, and I thought she was a nymphomaniac. Qian Rongxiu's expression froze. When did I? Is it rare that someone pretended to be a man and put his arm around me? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Don't think I don't know, you want to take advantage of me. When Qian Rongxiu pretended to be Xue Qinghe, she often found excuses to hook up with him, especially when Bibi Dong appeared, she almost stuck to him. Maybe she wanted to attract Bibi Dong's attention, or to provoke a conflict between them. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bibi Dong knew what kind of person he was, and could see that Qian Rongxiu had ulterior motives, so she was too lazy to say anything. Don't refute, there are many people who can testify. Nanfeng said. Don't be like your father, the dead ghost, who dares to do but not to take responsibility. I look down on you. Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth and turned her head away. Asshole. Chapter 186 Dare to Think and Do. Her patience is getting worse and worse. Back to the Saint Maiden Hall. Originally, Nanfeng wanted to give a general account of what happened that year, but after just a few words after hearing this, Qian Rongxiu refused to listen and refused to let him continue. What could he do? Of course he would not say anything. Originally, I wanted to be kind and let Yu Xiaogang die with a clear mind. Now, he may not know what he is doing until he dies. Nanfeng said. Be kind. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. It might be true that he wanted to be kind, but he definitely did not want to be kind to Yu Xiaogang. Nanfeng originally planned to increase Yu Xiaogang's strength, but he did not expect things to develop into what they are now. Now that things have become like that, he could not continue with his previous idea, so he thought about giving Qian Rongxiu a last psychological counseling. Unfortunately, she did not appreciate it, so Nanfeng did not force her. Yu Xiaogang was sent to prison again by Nanfeng's arrangement by Yu Guan. After all, it has come to this point. Yu Xiaogang might try to escape after he returns, which is troublesome. It is better to keep him in prison until the final of the Soul Master competition. This is the last time I will reason with her. I won't do it again. Nanfeng said. I wanted to take this opportunity to say goodbye to her, but... Forget it, she finds me annoying, so I won't say it. Master Ning, my teacher is missing again. In the evening, Tang San, who had not seen Yu Xiaogang return for a long time, had a bad premonition and found Ning Fengzi again. Missing again. Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched slightly. Can you stop making trouble? Can you? It's only a few days away. Can you not make it difficult for me at this time? Do you think you are very humorous? Where did the master go? Ning Fengzi took a deep breath and maintained his last calm. I don't know. After watching the game today, the teacher left alone. Tang San said. I don't know where he went. Did the master leave any hints? Ning Fengzi asked. The teacher said he went to see an old friend. Tang San said. Old friend. Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched slightly. Old friend? Old your mother's head. Yu Xiaogang must have gone to the Pope's palace again. After seeing Hulina and the others' performance, Yu Xiaogang was more and more looking forward to the effect of the rumored magic medicine, but he knew that the Haoshan sect planned to make a comeback after the finals. By then, as a member of the Haoshan sect, Tang San, even if he won, would never get the reward from the Spirit Hall. So, that guy probably wanted to take advantage of everyone's attention on the game and quietly go to BB Dong to get the things. But the question is Yu Xiaogang a pig brain? How many times does he have to say it? The medicine belongs to Nanfeng. BB Dong also belongs to Nanfeng. Are you looking for death? Xiao San, don't worry first. Since the master is going to see an old friend, he must have something to say. Just focus on the game. This is the Spirit City. The master will be fine. Ning Fengzi said. But Tang San was a little worried. Because this is Wuhan City, at a gathering outside Wuhan City a month ago, the leader of Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao, who is also his uncle, said that he was going to show up after the finals of the Soul Master competition to wash away the shame of Haoshan sect. It is not long before the finals. After the finals, once the Haoshan sect and Wuhan Hall go to war, they will definitely have to evacuate here. What if his teacher has not returned by then? Will he be taken hostage by Wuhan Hall? Xiao San, don't worry. Master is blessed by heaven. Nothing will happen to him. Ning Fengzi said. If you are really worried, I will go to Wuhan Hall to help find out. Sorry to bother you, sect leader Ning. Tang San said. No trouble, just focus on the competition. Ning Fengzi said. The strength of Xingluo Royal Academy is not weak. You must be careful and don't be careless. Although he has obtained enough information, even the relevant information of their spirit rings and spirit skills, the level gap between Tang San and Xingluo Royal Academy cannot be made up by this information. To put it bluntly, they can't even win in an open game. Now we can only hope that Duguyan will not lose her temper during the game, causing Tang San to be injured and step down. There is a high probability of winning. After all, the strength of Duguyan and her children is not a problem, but the fear is that Tang San will make a fool of himself. Zuyuan. Under the night, the streets of Wuhan City are particularly lively. Duguyan and his group took Baiji and Ziji out for shopping again. After all, there are not many opportunities. Just then, they met the Xingluo group who were also out for a stroll. Looking at Zhu Zuyun, whom he hadn't seen for many years, Davis felt very complicated. Long time no see. Zhu Zuyun greeted indifferently. Have you been doing well these years? Davis asked. Very well. Zhu Zuyun said. How about you? Very well. Goodbye. Zhu Zuyun, who really didn't know what else to say, couldn't stand the look of Duguyan and the others watching the fun, so she pulled Zhu Zuking forward. Do they have a story? Bridget asked in confusion. Ex-fiancé. Duguyan said. In fact, Zuyun and Zuking were snatched back from Xingluo by Nanfan. Snatched back? Bridget looked strange. He's so direct. Doesn't she think Nanfan is a very honest person? How can he still be so determined when he always beats around the bush when speaking and doing things? He used to be so blunt about everything. I have done it. Duguyan said. He bullies men and women and does all kinds of evil. I was almost used as a scapegoat by him back then. He went to the Xingluo palace to threaten Dai Tianfeng. Even titled Douluo dare not be so arrogant. Nanfeng did it. When asked how sure he was, he always said 50%. Why? Either success or failure, in his eyes, the probability of anything is 50%. No more, no less. Does he have such courage? Zig was a little skeptical. I think he has the heart but not the courage. Duguyan looked strange. No courage. Isn't it? Zig asked. He is actually interested in all of you, but he doesn't touch any of you. He wants to but doesn't dare to really move. You misunderstood. Duguyan said. It's not that he doesn't dare, but his brain is not right. He is not very interested in these things, or, most of his desires based on biological instincts are very weak. To put it bluntly, he is not interested, otherwise he would have done it long ago. Nanfeng is not a thief with no courage, the main thing is that he dares to think and do. But he really has no interest in these aspects, otherwise he would not have stayed in Yuexuan for so long before, just playing with Tang Yuehua every day. Nanfeng can really do things like immobilizing people with a body-fixing technique, and then running to the side to sleep by himself. He never takes advantage of others, because only if he is a cheap guy will he have the idea of taking advantage of others. When he meets others, it is others who take advantage of him. He is not those cheap guys on the street who can be used by anyone. He prefers to tease and pays more attention to emotions. Hulina said. Anyway, he has a problem with his brain. Don't treat him as a gentleman or a cautious person. If he really wants to, he will sneak up on you. Have you been touched by him? Zig asked. The girls looked a little strange. Your question is a bit disrespectful. Can't you tell whether he has touched us or not? Chapter 187 Merchants are obsessed with profit. Grandfather, are you sure about the battle after the finals? Outside Wuhan City, in a dense forest, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were sitting in front of Tang Chen in the image of the nine-headed blood bat king. With Nanfeng's medicine, although Tang Hao successfully awakened Tang Chen, he was also seriously injured. Fortunately, the nine-headed blood bat king could not exert Tang Chen's true power, otherwise, Tang Hao would not be able to withstand a hammer. Not sure. Tang Chen shook his head. In Wuhan City, Jian Daoliu is a worshipper of the angel god. He can activate the angel god's power. If I want to fight him in that state, I can either activate the ring explosion or the Shura god's power. However, my body has been eroded too deeply by the nine-headed blood bat. Either of these two methods will cause my body to completely collapse. He didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Tang Hao had already told him about the situation of the Haoshan sect over the years, as well as the matter with the Blue-Silver Emperor. He really couldn't ignore it. When he left to seek the place of becoming a god, Jian Daoliu promised him that he would not attack the Haoshan sect while he was away, but Jian Sunji's actions were also tacitly approved by Jian Daoliu. I'm afraid he was testing to see if he was still there. He didn't have much time left, and he just wanted to find someone who could bear this Shura god test and entrust it to him. But Tang Xiao's talent was not enough, and Tang Hao's excessive pursuit of power made them unable to control the Shura god power. He knew Jian Daoliu. If he had no successor, the Haoshan sect would be destroyed by the Spirit Hall after his death. So, after this Soul Master competition, he had to fight. Grandfather, what do you think of Tang San? Tang Xiao asked. Tang Chen paused. Okay, but not enough. Not enough talent? Tang Xiao asked. Not enough. Tang Chen said. Twin martial souls, innate full soul power, although not bad, but compared with the female pope of the Spirit Hall, it is still far behind. When his body was invaded by the nine-headed blood bat, although he could not control his body, he knew everything his body saw and heard. This naturally included the fact that Bibi Dong was chosen by the Rakshasa divine mind. And his character is too fragile. Tang Chen said. I can see that he has a lover, and that matter is very sensitive to him, and he will collapse at the touch of a button. Now he is not qualified to touch the Shura divine test. But Tang San's qualifications are already top-notch among the younger generation of the Haoshan sect today. Tang Xiao said. Tang Chen fell silent and fell into deep thought. Is this a plan to take action after the Soul Master competition and destroy the younger generation of the Spirit Hall? Think about it yourself. After the finals, I will deal with Jian Daoliu and Bibi Dong. I can't take care of others. Tang Chen said. Jian Daoliu and Bibi Dong must die, otherwise after his death, Haoshan sect will perish. But one of them is a worshipper of the angel god, and the other is the heir of the Rakshasa god. If his body is still in the same state as before, he is confident that he can kill these two people. Unfortunately, there is no if. His body is close to collapse. Once the war starts, he cannot be distracted, let alone take care of others. Grandfather, besides these two, you have to deal with another person. Tang Hao said. Nanfeng. Nanfeng. Tang Chen was stunned. Who is this person? He is the real controller of the Spirit Hall now. Tang Hao said. If he doesn't die, even if Jian Daoliu and Bibi Dong are dead, he can still control the Spirit Hall. When the Haoshan sect suffered heavy losses, this person contributed the most. Now the continent is in turmoil, which is also the work of this person. Can't you deal with him? Tang Chen asked puzzledly. Tang Xiao is level 96, Tang Hao is level 95. If the two of them join forces, except for Jian Daoliu and Golden Crocodile, who else can't be killed in the Spirit Hall? Grandfather, you don't know, that Nanfeng may be stronger than Jian Daoliu. Tang Xiao said in a deep voice. When the major sects gathered before, his grandfather did not participate. He has been in seclusion for recuperation during this period. He only has the opportunity to talk about this matter now. Ning Fengzi of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect emphasized the danger of Nanfeng, saying that even Gurong and Chen Xian combined could not survive one move in front of Nanfeng. If Nanfeng could not be killed, then this operation would be meaningless and would only lead to his own destruction. Even Nanfeng was at odds with Jian Daoliu. If he killed Jian Daoliu first, Nanfeng would really have a single-handed control over the Spirit Hall. Stronger than Jian Daoliu. Tang Chen was stunned. Where did he come from? He had only disappeared for a few years. To be stronger than Jian Daoliu, even if he had a high talent, it would take at least several decades. Before he went to the Slaughter City, he could not have not heard of this person. I don't know, but according to the information from Ning Fengzi of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Nanfeng was brought out of the Slaughter City by Bibi Dong. Tang Xiao said. Grandfather, you don't have any impression. Slaughter City. Tang Chen was a little overwhelmed. Since the nine-headed blood bat seized his body, only Tang Hao and Bibi Dong have walked out of the Slaughter City. Where did the third person come from? Grandfather, the person who gave me the medicine is very likely Nanfeng. Tang Hao suddenly said. What? Tang Chen was completely confused. Grandfather, Nanfeng likes to engage in these conspiracies and intrigues the most. Tang Xiao said. When the Spirit Hall attacked the Haoshan sect, the first elder and the sixth elder died under Nanfeng's instigation. Now, he first asked Brother Hao to wake you up in the Slaughter City, and then made such a big scene. I'm afraid. Want me and Qian Daoliu to perish together, and he will reap the benefits. Tang Chen said. It's very likely. Tang Xiao said. Although Nanfeng has never shown his strength, he can stand at that height. It is definitely impossible for him to be a liar, let alone command so many titled Douluo. Maybe he is hiding just for this opportunity. So insidious. Tang Chen frowned. Not sure about dealing with Jian Daoliu, so want to use him to get rid of Jian Daoliu? But I don't know him. If he creates a fake body, I won't be able to find him. Tang Chen said. Once he starts, he must fight quickly and decisively, and he can't be negligent even for a moment. Grandfather, don't worry. Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, will point out the location of Nanfeng's real body for us. Tang Xiao said. Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Tang Chen paused. Don't you doubt that they are secretly allied with the Spirit Hall? Or, with Nanfeng? Grandfather, if you knew what Nanfeng had done over the years, you wouldn't doubt the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's position. Tang Xiao said. Nanfeng's survival is not good for the Seven Treasures Glazed sect at all. Businessmen value profit, Ning Fengzi will not make the wrong choice. Okay then. Tang Chen didn't ask any more questions. I will do my best to do what I can. As for what happens next, I can't do anything about it. You guys should take care of yourself. If I can't hold on after the war. Tang Chen took out the letter from his arms. Get ready and go to Poseidon Island. The Spirit Hall and Poseidon Island are enemies. You can escape there to at least hide for a while. In addition, you can also help me pass this thing to Poseidon. I broke my promise after all. Chapter 188. To get involved, you need background. Isn't this a fake match? In the semi-finals, Tiandu Royal Academy vs Xingluo Royal Academy. Everyone was looking forward to this game. After all, the royal representative teams of the two empires rarely face each other directly, and the people in these two teams are very special. On the royal fighting team side, there are the future young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, Yu Tianheng, the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Rongrong, and Dugu Bo's granddaughter Dugu Yan, the little girl of the continent's top healing system, the Nine-Heart Begonia family. This lineup mixed together to fight can only be said to be a rare opportunity. Of course, the one that everyone is most concerned about is the third prince of Xingluo, Dai Mubai. As a prince of Xingluo, he actually fought in this game as the Tiandu Empire, which made everyone wonder whether this third prince wanted to use the power of the Tiandu Empire in order to compete for the throne. In addition to these extraordinary players in the royal fighting team, everyone is very much looking forward to how this game will develop. However, after the game started, the development of the battle directly confused all the audience present. First, Dai Mubai was killed instantly by Davis, then Davis was thrown off the field by Tang San's blue-silver entanglement, and then, Tang San's third soul skill, Blue Silver Thorn Array, directly killed the players of Douluo Royal Academy in seconds. It's too fake. In the audience, many audiences couldn't help but doubt. In the royal fighting team, what is the identity of this plain-looking and unrecognizable player? How could he make the entire Douluo team cooperate in a fake match? Isn't it too much? You can fake a match, but don't play it so fake. A control-type Soul Master, with the first soul skill, threw a strong attack-type Soul Master off the field. Another third soul skill, killed all the remaining Soul Masters in seconds? Do you dare to be more exaggerated? The power of the broken Blue Silver Thorn Array is probably impossible for the strong attack-type Soul Masters of the same level to achieve the effect of instant killing. You just cleared the field? Exaggerated. Looking at the Douluo players lying down and pretending to be dead, Ning Fengzi's face was a little tense. Although they had discussed with Douluo before the game, they needed to give Tang San a chance to perform in this game, and hoped that the Douluo players could cooperate. But, your acting is too fake, isn't it? Captain, are we acting too much? Below the court, the Douluo Royal Academy players led by Davis still did not move. His father is Tang Hao. Davis closed his eyes and whispered. He dared to kill even the Pope, guess if he dares to kill us. But this is too fake, a team member said strangely. How else can I act? Am I going to fight him? Davis said. Let alone the fourth soul skill, he may not be able to withstand my third soul skill. If I accidentally knock him off the stage or injure him, causing Tang Hao to bear a grudge and affecting the relationship between Douluo and Haoshan sect, will I still be alive? But at least you should pretend. This was killed in seconds. I can't pretend. Whoever wants to pretend can pretend. I will just fake the game. Killing Dai Mubai is a fight between princes. His goal in this game has been achieved, but if he really plays a game with Tang San, he will become a joke. If he plays so fake, at least he can save some face. If everyone really thinks that he can't even beat a Soul Master, then he won't be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Since the Douluo team members have been knocked off the stage, even if the referee can't stand it anymore, he has to announce the result of the game according to the rules. The royal fighting team wins. Nanfeng was not surprised at the development of this match. He had known Davis for several years. Facing life-threatening situations, Davis could indeed put down his dignity, but for such a non-fatal but embarrassing thing, he would simply give up. What's the use of being able to fight? To get out there, you need not only strength but also background, Nanfeng said inexplicably. You mean, background is more important than strength? Qianrongxiu on the side was a little dissatisfied. Isn't it? Nanfeng said. If it was you who went on stage today, believe it or not, even if you were just a level 20 Great Spirit Master, the opponent would burst out with actor-level acting skills, making you win as you deserve. Haoshan sect has come out of Wuhan City. What does that mean? What else could it mean? If Davis is really tough today and knocks Tang San off the stage, then Tang Hao's hammer will fall on his head tonight. You. Stop, I don't want to argue with you. Nanfeng interrupted. If you think I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. There's not much time left. I don't want to quarrel. Goodbye. Waving his hand, Nanfeng turned and left. At night, outside Wuhan City. After the game, Tang San left. Facing such a result, Tang San's mood was extremely complicated. For some reason, he couldn't be happy at all. Today, he was just like those so-called inner disciples of the Tang sect. He relied on his identity to get what he shouldn't have. If he wasn't Tang Hao's son and a member of the Haoshan sect, what would today's game be like? Whether in his previous life or this life, everything he got was what he fought for, even if he didn't use any means. But what he got today was not his. After winning this game, what he felt from everyone's eyes was the same as when he saw those inner disciples in the Tang sect. What's so strong about them? Isn't it just relying on their identity? Xiao San, tomorrow is the finals, are you ready? A big hand hit Tang San's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. Tang San shook his head. No. The people from Douluo Royal Academy would play a fake match with him because of Haoshan sect, but the people from Wuhan Hall would not. Don't be nervous, winning or losing this game is not important. Tang Hao said. You just need to let everyone see you. Take out the Haoshan hammer and let everyone see who you are. Are you from Haoshan sect? Tang San's tone was inexplicable. He couldn't be proud of being a disciple of Haoshan sect, nor could he be proud of being the son of Haoshan Douluo. A sect that can't protect its own family members, a husband who can't protect his wife. Proud? He couldn't be proud. Xiao San, ya what's wrong? Tang Hao asked in confusion. Father, do you remember mother? Tang San asked. Tang Hao was stunned. Why do you suddenly ask this? I want to know. Tang San said. The truth of that year. I want you to tell me the truth yourself, not sect master Ning, not old Titan, and not what I heard. Did you really plot against mother? Chapter 189 Finals. As the first rays of sunshine rose in the morning, a new day began. Today is the final, between the Spirit Hall team and the Tiandu Royal Academy team. Although everyone knows the result of this game, the most important thing today is not the final, but what comes after the final. The major sects and Spirit Master families arrived early, waiting for the start of the game. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the past, today's Spirit City is somewhat depressed, perhaps everyone has a vague sense of what is going to happen. Finally I can be free. Nanfeng also arrived early in the most conspicuous place in the audience, on the side of the Pope's seat, waiting for the start of the game. The elders of the Elder Hall also arrived early and waited with their eyes closed. Everyone on the field also silently paid attention to Nanfeng on the stage. He was the real protagonist today. How the continent will develop in the future depends on the result of today. Dad, are you hiding something from me? In the waiting area, feeling the strange atmosphere on the scene, Ning Rongrong and the others suddenly had a bad premonition. Nanfeng said that something big would happen today, and it was related to the Haoshan sect, but why did all the titled Douluo elders on the stage look like they were ready to die? The atmosphere here is not right. It's not right. This is Wuhan City. With so many titled Douluo elders, the Pope and the legendary great worshipper of the Wuhan Hall, even if the Haoshan sect is powerful, it shouldn't be like this, right? Wrong, don't think too much, you just need to concentrate on the competition. Ning Fengzi said. What happened? Ning Rongrong asked. Xiao Wu's mood has been wrong recently. It's not just because of Tang San, it seems that some big problem is coming. But every time they asked about this, Xiao Wu would use Tang San's matter to evade it. Wrong, if there is a person who wants to die, will you stop him? Ning Fengzi asked. Nanfeng specifically told him to try to focus the opponent's firepower on him alone, especially Tang Chen, when he was in talks with Haoshan sect. It would be best to portray him as a more critical figure than Qian Daoliu. After the battle began, Tang Chen would directly attack him with full firepower. He didn't know what realm Tang Chen, who had disappeared for so many years, was in now, but he could see that Nanfeng was not sure, and even he felt that he would die. He didn't understand why Nanfeng had to do this. Even if he didn't want to care about these things anymore, he could just fake his death and didn't need to take such a risk to fight Tang Chen to the death. But he had to do this. After today, if Nanfeng survived, no one on the mainland would dare to oppose him. If he died, was killed by Tang Chen, or they died together, the chaos on the mainland would break out instantly. After so long, so many contradictions, after the biggest inhibitory force disappeared, the conflict would be unstoppable. He wants to die. Ning Rongrong was stunned. Why? I don't know either. Ning Fengzi shook his head. But you can see for yourself, he is not shy about this matter, and even he is looking forward to it. Mom. Xiao Wu leaned on Aru's arms with a complicated look, no longer as quirky as before. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Aru gently patted Xiao Wu's back to soothe her emotions. What if he loses? Xiao Wu said in a muffled voice. What do you want to say? Aru asked. I don't want to see him alone. Xiao Wu said. Bingdi told her what happened in the Lake of Life, because she is also a soul beast. However, regarding this matter, she wanted to say that Bingdi and the others were fooled by Nanfeng. Why must we wait until the last moment to choose to sacrifice? Why not just make sufficient preparations before facing it? Is it really safer this way? No. It's not like that. Nanfeng lied to everyone. He was not sure, and he had no way. He was just fooling people. He knew that even if he sacrificed, it would be useless, so he refused. But Swaity and the others didn't know, and they even mistakenly thought that Nanfeng really had a way. It was all fake. Nanfeng's only way was to die himself, and take all the people involved today with him. As long as Nanfang died, Tang Chen died, and Tang San died, even if the matter of Shura God was true, it would be meaningless. Do you want to accompany him? Aru asked. Yet. Xiao Wu nodded. Even if this makes him angry? Aru said. Nanfang has always been arbitrary and he lied to them because he didn't want them to follow him to death. But if he has done this, if someone follows him to send him off, he will be very angry. If he is alive, he can beat me and scold me as he wants, but if he is dead, I don't know whether he will be angry or not. Xiao Wu said. Then do it. Aru said. Aru. A familiar voice suddenly sounded, and Aru turned her head and saw Tang Yuehua, who was supposed to stay in Yuexuan, Tiandu City, appeared here. Why are you here? Aru was stunned. Tang Yuehua looked at Nanfang on the high seat with a complicated expression. The people from Haoshan sect are here, I want to see. Noticing a familiar sight, Nanfang looked sideways towards the waiting area and met Tang Yuehua's eyes. After a few seconds, Nanfang retracted his gaze and continued to look at the sky. What do you want to do? Outside Wuhan City. Under Tang Xiao's call, people from Haoshan sect, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and major sects have gathered. Almost all the sects and families that were unwilling to submit to the Spirit Hall sent representatives to participate in the previous gathering, and they all appeared here today. The Xingluo Empire also sent 2 Soul Douluos as representatives. Of course, their main task was to take back their own prince consorts. In the eyes of the Xingluo imperial family and the Zhu family, Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing were forcibly kept by Nanfang, but their identities meant that they could die but could not be occupied by others. This was an insult to the Xingluo imperial family, an insult to the Zhu family, and even more so to the Xingluo Empire. The prince consort of a country was actually taken away by others. What is this? Before, Xingluo could not win, so it naturally endured it, but now, with this opportunity, it naturally wanted to fish in troubled waters. It would be best if Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing could be taken away. If not, the task of these 2 Soul Douluos was to kill them in the chaos in the following melee. The others present also had their own thoughts. Perhaps quite a few people really responded to the banner of the Haoshan sect, but most people were just here to fish in troubled waters. After all, the legendary Tang Chen had appeared, and how this conflict would develop was actually not very relevant to them. If Tang Chen won, they could naturally get some benefits, but if Tang Chen lost, they would not say anything about fighting to the death with the Spirit Hall. That's about it. Choose the lesser of 2 evils, and choose the greater of 2 benefits. I know what you are thinking, and I will not force you to participate in the next battle. Today, I have only one request. Tang Xiao stood at the front of the crowd. Before the final result comes out, please don't do anything that will embarrass you. Tang Xiao is not talented. Although he is far inferior to my grandfather, he is worse than you. Tang Xiao is still quite confident. Chapter 190 Haoshan Hammer. As everyone waited nervously, the final moment finally arrived. Do you want to kill them directly with your ultimate? Xia Yu asked. No, wait until Tang San uses the Clear Sky Hammer before you start. Hu Lina said. The Clear Sky Hammer is a signal, and it also makes the next battle legitimate. After all, everyone knows what happened back then. Now that the Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect have settled the matter, everyone just needs to be a spectator. If we start a big fight directly, the reasons are not sufficient and the positions are also confusing. What Nanfang wants today is not a melee. Any clash between ideologies only needs to deal with the head. For the following parts, no matter who is the head, they will execute. But he is just a soul master. Even if he uses the Clear Sky Hammer, it will be useless, right? Yan said. Will he just not use it? No, Nanfang has already arranged it. Hu Lina said. After we go on stage, let's deal with Duguyan and the others first, let them leave, and give Tang San a chance to stand on the stage alone. Xia Yu nodded. Yan, hold back, don't beat Tang San down. Do I look so old and blurry? Yan said speechlessly. I'm asking you to hold back, in case he overestimates his own strength and fights you, it's easy to beat him down with your brute force. Xia Yu said. Don't ruin the plan. Yes, it's a fake match, I understand. Master Ning, is there still no news about my teacher? Tang San always has a bad premonition, and as the game approaches, the premonition becomes stronger. Xiao San, don't worry, play first. Ning Fengzi said. Master, there will be no problem. Will my teacher be arrested by the spirit hall? Tang San couldn't help but wonder. Almost everyone knows what's going to happen next, but no one says it out loud. The spirit hall must know it, too. Shouldn't it? Ning Fengzi said. It's useless to capture the master at this time. Yu Xiaogang is a very magical existence. Everyone can use him as an excuse to do something, but he has no value to everyone. Neither the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect nor the Haoshan sect actually cares about Yu Xiaogang's life or death. In fact, if this guy can die here, it will be the best use of his power. The biggest role. After all, this gave everyone a reason to unite against the Spirit Hall. The son of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, the teacher of the son of Haoshan Douluo, a person who seems to be key but is actually insignificant. If my teacher is really caught later, Sect Master Ning, His Majesty Bone Douluo, I hope you can help him. Tang San bowed his hands. Of course. Ning Fengzi helped Tang San up. Just focus on the game first, don't think too much. Yet. Tang San turned around and followed Duguyan and his party onto the field. Fengzi, you are digging a hole for yourself. Gurong said strangely. Of course, will he fight later? If it comes to fighting, he really can't say a few words in an occasion like today, but if it comes to running away and saving people quietly, he can really do it. If Nanfeng brings Yu Xiaogang out to sacrifice later, will he save him? It's not a trap. Ning Fengzi said. Anyway, no one can save Yu Xiaogang today, so it's okay to say a few words. Then will I move later? Uncle Gu, don't worry, you don't stand a chance. Both teams are in place. As the referee came on stage to signal, the two teams finally stood on the field. The game start. As the referee gave the order, the spirit rings on the field lit up one after another. Hu Lina's team had a clear goal, to beat Duguyan first. Although the three of them were immune to Duguyan's poison, the others were not. If she released the poison, more than half of the spirit hall would be killed instantly. Yao Mei. What the hell? Looking at the Yao Mei figure that collided and merged into one and rushed directly towards her, Duguyan was stunned. He really came up to her. Since Yao Mei launched the attack from the front, it was inevitable that she would collide with Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai, who were the forwards. Then, the two were knocked off the stage by Yao Mei without any resistance. After killing Yu Tianheng and the other two, Yao Mei's momentum showed no sign of slowing down, and continued to rush towards the core of the royal fighting team, where Tang San was. Faced with this all-round crushing and terrifying momentum, Tang San smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. What the hell? The expected blow did not come. Yao Mei passed Tang San, who was standing in place, and went straight to Duguyan. The whole audience was silent. Looking at the royal fighting team, which was beaten to only Tang San in less than a minute after the start of the game, everyone realized how powerful the strange martial soul fusion skill was. At the same time, everyone unconsciously felt a little sympathy for Tang San, who was standing alone on the field and surrounded by the Wuhan Hall team. The strong ones were all killed, leaving only this lowest level. A lamb surrounded by wolves. Are you going down by yourself, or do I send you down? Yan asked. Yao Mei is a fast attack, and has the most delicate control over power, without any overflow. If he had rushed up just now, he might have accidentally exploded the aftermath and rushed Tang San down. Soul Emperor defeated Soul Lord in seconds, it was really too easy. It seems that all this was planned. Tang San said. Of course, otherwise do you think you are qualified to stand on this field? Yan said. My teacher was captured by you. Tang San asked. Your teacher? Yan was stunned. Who? Tang San frowned, do you still want to pretend now? Yan was speechless, pretend to be a dam. What is your teacher, how do I know? Hurry up, do you want to go down by yourself, or, I will take you down? Tang San was silent, looked around the field, took a deep breath, and raised his left hand. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, a rich black light surged from Tang San's palm and gradually condensed into shape. A small black hammer appeared silently in Tang San's palm. The hammer was not big, and the pattern on it was deep and dim. But when it appeared, Tang San seemed to have regained some strength, and a layer of condensed aura appeared around his body. For a moment, the eyes on the field froze. As long as the Soul Masters were above level 60 and over 50 years old, their hearts were trembling at this time. Clear Sky Hammer. It has created countless brilliant martial souls in the entire Soul Master world. It is the top of the pyramid among weapon martial souls. It represents a sect, countless strong men, and the most powerful power in attack. It is also the symbol of the direct lineage of the Clear Sky sect. Boom! Thunder exploded, and a terrifying pressure suddenly fell from the sky. The Soul Masters present raised their heads and looked at the tall figure under the heavy clouds. It was seen dragging a huge hammer flashing with dark blood-colored lightning from the sky. Every step brought a terrifying momentum suppression. Before he made a move, most of the Soul Douluos present, even the titled Douluos, had already lost their fighting spirit. Tang San also looked up at the figure in the sky, at the giant hammer, and compared it with the small black hammer in his hand. The outstanding fighting soul hammer, the majestic Haoshan sect, the hammer is named Haoshan. Boom boom boom. Qian Daoliu, I'm back. Chapter 191 Yu Xiaogang died, Tang Xiao also died. Pretend to be cool in front of me. Nanfeng raised his head, his eyes narrowed. Boom. Raised his hand and fired a dragon blast. Tang Chen's eyes as soon as the killing field was condensed, a suffocating feeling of a surging sea of blood enveloped everyone's head. The hammer shook lightly and knocked the dragon blast off course. Awesome Nanfeng's mouth twitched. The dragon blast just now could kill a title Douluo in seconds, and Tang Chen solved it with a casual shake. Fortunately, he didn't let the people below go up, otherwise he would be sending his head. However, after the dragon blast hit Tang Chen's clear sky hammer, he could clearly feel that this guy's breath was unstable. He just used clever strength and hadn't exerted force yet. He should be worried that his body couldn't bear it. Teacher. Just when Nanfeng and Tang Chen were testing each other, Yu Guan had already brought up Yu Xiaogang, who was put in prison. Xiao San. The embarrassed Yu Xiaogang's eyes were full of bloodshot, but at this moment he was not too afraid. His eyes were fixed on the clear sky hammer in Tang San's hand, and he was very excited. Finally. The day has finally arrived. Boom. Another dragon blast, but this time it was not aimed at the sky, but at Yu Xiaogang below the stadium. The scorching explosion was accurate to meters, and in just a moment, Yu Xiaogang's body was completely destroyed and turned into flying ash. Tang Chen didn't react, nor did Tang Xiao and others in the dark, and even Yu Guan, who was escorting Yu Xiaogang up, didn't react and was almost affected. Looking at Yu Xiaogang who flashed by, Tang San was stunned. Flanders and others in the audience were also stunned. They never expected that Nanfeng would be so direct. He actually killed him right away. Nanfeng. Tang San's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked at Nanfeng on the high platform with a ferocious look. At this time, Nanfeng's right hand still maintained the posture of launching the dragon blast. What are you shouting? Nanfeng looked at the demon on the stadium with a calm expression. The latter understood, and while everyone was shocked by Tang Chen in the sky, he took the spirit hall players on the stage and quickly fled to the location of the elders. And at the moment when Yao Mei left the arena, dragon flame burst out from Nanfeng's palm again. The blazing fire column came in an instant and headed straight for Tang San. Xiao San. Tang Hao, who was hiding in the dark, quickly took action and pulled Tang San away. Boom. The terrifying flame explosion engulfed the entire arena in just an instant, and also pulled everyone's mind back from the sky. He really is. Ning Fengzi's expression was a little stiff. Without saying a word, he came up and killed. Is this how you play? Yu Guan, Gui Mei, it's time for you two to take revenge. Nanfeng said. As soon as the voice fell, Tang Hao, who flew with Tang San to avoid the flame explosion, felt bad, and a chill emerged from behind him. Tang Hao, long time no see. The cold and gloomy voice of Gui Mei sounded in Tang Hao's ears, and at the same time, golden chrysanthemums were flying all over the sky, surrounding Tang Hao. Tang Hao, your death is coming. Yu Guan did not hold back, and went all out. They participated in the events of the past, and in today's battle, others have the opportunity to defect, but he and Gui Mei can't. Tang Hao will not let them go. In this case, it is better to fight, at least, drag a few people to die with you. A chrysanthemum, a little ghost, dare to. Before he finished speaking, Tang Hao felt a deadly murderous intent from the chrysanthemums in front of him, and at the same time, a cold air that seemed to come from the abyss made it difficult for him to move. How is it possible? The realm of these two people is so high. Die. Yueguan and Gui Mei joined forces, one in front and one behind, one up and one down, trapping Tang Hao tightly. Both attacks were equally deadly. No matter which side he blocked first, the attack from the other side could kill him. In shock and anger, the 5 soul rings under Tang Hao suddenly flashed, bursting with strong light, as if shattered. Tang Hao's aura also increased rapidly. Boom! Haoshan's true body suddenly smashed out, but it was not to meet the attacks of Yueguan and Gaimei, but to smash the ground. The terrifying power burst out instantly, directly smashing the fighting spirit field. Tang Hao and Tang San were blown away by the recoil, escaping from the joint killing moves of Yueguan and Gaimei. 5 rings exploded at the same time, just use it to run away, have an idea. Nanfeng showed a strange smile. Tang Hao's injuries have not recovered yet, and the explosion of the 5 rings is already his limit, and he dare not explode from the first soul ring upwards, and he dare not explode too old. If Tang Hao had exploded one more soul ring just now, he would have been killed. Tang Hao, can your clear sky hammer only be used to escape? Yu Guan was not surprised by this result. If Tang Hao did nothing and just waited to die, that would be a problem. The 5 rings exploded at the same time, pushing Tang Hao from level 95 to level 97 for a short time. It was indeed a terrifying improvement, but this power was not long-lasting and very dangerous. If Tang Hao exploded the rings again, even if he was not killed by them today, this guy's road would have come to an end. Father! Tang San looked nervously at Tang Hao, whose mouth was bleeding and whose breath was extremely disordered. Xiao San, watch carefully. Tang Hao's face was gloomy. I may not have the opportunity to teach you these things in person, but you must remember everything you saw today firmly in your mind. Yu Xiaogang died, but the elixir from the spirit hall has not been obtained. He came out to attract everyone's attention, and Tang Xiao secretly took action to search for it. He had to delay. Do the rats of the Haoshan sect only dare to do sneaky things? Bibi Dong's mocking voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time, a broken figure was thrown into the pit of the fighting spirit field that had turned into ruins. Brother! Tang Hao was stunned. The audience who had just crawled out of the ruins were also stunned. This thing with less than 2/3 of its body left is Tang Xiao? The current leader of the Haoshan sect? Yu Nanfeng looked at Bibi Dong, whose aura was extremely strange, and his face was a little unnatural. Tang Xiao was killed without any movement, what the hell? The Rakshasa god test is done? Feeling the terrifying and ominous aura emanating from Bibi Dong, Tang Chen's face gradually darkened. It's bad. This woman is only one step away from becoming a god. Tang Hao, get ready to leave here. Tang Chen said in a voice transmission. Grandfather. Tang Hao looked up in shock. Are you also? She is about to become a god, and my body can't support me to fight her. Tang Chen said. If Jian Douluo attacks again, I will never be able to die with her. Lose. Grandfather. Get ready. Tang Chen took a deep breath, slowly fell from the air, and blocked in front of Tang Hao. After I die, Jian Douluo will have no scruples, and Haoshan sect can no longer be saved. Go to Sea God Island as I said. At least, keep the last spark. Chapter 192 Delaying Time. Don't be so tragic, as if you are so innocent. Nanfeng stood up and walked down slowly from the high platform. No one is a good person. You are not, I am not, and no one here is. Even if we kill them all with one blow, there will be no innocent. Where can the good soul masters be? Don't laugh. Tang Chen did not answer, and tried his best to adjust his breath. He only had one chance. Whether he could successfully mobilize the Shura power in the sword or not, he would die. The only difference was whether he could bring a few people with him. The soul masters who crawled out of the ruins of the fighting soul field also began to distance themselves, not daring to stay where they were. The soul masters who had previously discussed with Tang Xiao and were ready to fight with the spirit hall disappeared after seeing Tang Xiao's body. Even the 2 elders of the Haoshan sect who had not yet appeared were nowhere to be seen. Of course, there was no movement from the spirit hall. They can brag at ordinary times, but after Tang Chen really stood in front of them, not to mention taking action, none of them dared to release their martial spirits, and even breathed carefully, for fear of being noticed by Tang Chen. Tang Hao, let's go. Tang Chen activated the killing domain, and the entire fighting soul field was shrouded in this suffocating pressure. The killing domain is the strongest domain in the killing city, and it is the most domineering domain in the world. The effect is to ban magic. The magic ban feature is absolutely established. Enemies in the domain cannot use any soul skills, and can only use the most basic form of martial spirits. It is a smaller version of the magic ban effect of the killing city. Only the owner of the killing god domain can be immune to the magic ban effect, but the killing god domain itself will be restrained by the killing domain. After Tang Chen activated the killing domain, this place became a small killing city, and he was still the king of killing. Go? Where to? Nanfeng walked to the ground. Qian Daoliu hasn't appeared until now. Guess where he is? Tang Chen's expression tightened, and Tang Hao didn't dare to move rashly. Can you command Qian Daoliu? Tang Chen asked doubtfully. Didn't you say that you and Qian Daoliu are at odds? Indeed, we are not at odds, but now, we are temporarily reconciled. Nanfeng said. There are only elders here, no worshippers. Guess where those worshippers are? Leave? Don't be silly. If you don't kill me today, none of you can leave. Did you ask Tang Hao to go to the slaughter city to bring me out? Tang Chen asked. Yes, it was me. Nanfeng did not deny it. There is no need to disguise anymore. All disguises are meaningless. Why? What do you want? Tang Chen asked doubtfully. Since you know that I have been devoured by the nine-headed blood bat king, you should also know that I can't hold on for much longer. The most reliable way for the spirit hall to attack the Haoshan sect is to wait until I am completely devoured by the nine-headed blood bat king. Why do you want to lure me out? The spirit hall can't even wait for this little time? Or do you have the confidence to kill me? If this guy wants him and Qian Daoliu to lose both and reap the benefits, then he shouldn't stand up at this time. But until now, there is no trace of Qian Daoliu. Is it possible that Qian Daoliu is still controlling all this? No. Impossible. He can see that no one can command this crazy man in front of him. Even Qian Daoliu can't do it. In order to get an answer that has troubled me for 20 years. Nanfeng said. What answer? Tang Chen asked. Are you stalling for your time? Nanfeng asked. Ha ha ha. Tang Chen couldn't help laughing. It is indeed a delay. I'm sure you can see that my health is very bad. Once I start, I don't know what will happen. I may die instantly, so I want to buy more time and make some preparations. Okay, it won't affect the result anyway. Nanfeng shrugged. Tang Chen frowned. Are you so confident? No, you want to buy time, and I want to delay for a while. Nanfeng said. Once the arrow is shot, it can't be retrieved, but it can fly for a while. Then, back to the answer just now. Nanfeng pointed to Tang San behind Tang Chen, who was protected by Tang Hao. This matter is actually mainly because of him. Tang San. Tang Chen was stunned. Why? Strictly speaking, he is not your great-grandson. In fact, he killed your great-grandson, although he did not mean to do so. Nanfeng said. In short, he took over the body of the original Tang San. Nonsense. Tang Hao said angrily. Have you ever seen a child who can take care of himself independently at the age of 3, and even take care of a decadent middle-aged man? Nanfeng asked. Oh, you have seen it. Tang San is like this. Not only that, he has also shown extraordinary abilities, thoughts and actions since he was a child, and has a bunch of strange kung fu and weapons. You don't need to worry about anything. You just picked up a son for nothing, or a nanny for nothing. Maybe you are really too slow. Even so, you have never doubted it. Tang Hao was silent. He did doubt it, but it was just a doubt. He didn't dare to pursue it further. He could only attribute it to the fact that Tang San was a hybrid of human and soul beast. Of course, whether you doubt it or not, it can't change the reality that you are a fool and a bastard. Nanfeng said. As a husband, you didn't protect your wife well. As a father, you never had even the slightest responsibility for your son. The grace of giving birth to him, Lan Yinhuang died after giving birth to him. What about you? What are you doing? Did you raise him? Did you raise him as your son? So whether he is a body possession or not, you really have no right to say a word about him. After all, you didn't raise him, but he raised you for several years. He treated you as his own father, but you treated him as his grandson. Tang Hao's face turned red because of what Nanfeng said, but he couldn't say anything back. To be honest, in terms of descendants, you and Qian Daoliu are the same. Nanfeng looked at Tang Chen. Your son is timid and cowardly, and your grandson is like this. As for Qian Daoliu, I don't believe that Qian Sunji doesn't look like his biological father. Tang Chen looked puzzled. I didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. By the way, Tang San, I believe you saw a lot of familiar things in the spirit hall, right? Nanfeng said. Don't doubt yourself, those things were all obtained from you, and as for the method, I believe you have guessed it. Don't blame Xiao Wu, she had no choice. After all, the lives of her whole family are in my hands. If you insist on hating, you should look at me, the culprit. It was me who threatened you to write the Xiantian treasure record in the Xingda Great Forest, and it was me who asked Xiao Wu to steal your things. It was also me who killed you Xiao Gang. It was all me who did it. All your hatred can be attributed to me alone. If you want revenge, you should find me, not the coward beside you who only dares to vent on innocent weaklings. Although the Tang sect is not a famous and upright sect, it must not be so unbearable, right? Who are you? Tang San said absent-mindedly. This person knows everything about him. Chapter 193 Big Samurai Hammer. Of course, I am not taking responsibility for saying so much. I have just been a liar for so many years. Now there is no need to continue to lie. Nanfeng talked to himself and ignored Tang San's questions. I have been holding back for so long, and now I feel relieved. Of course, it can also be regarded as letting you die with a clear mind, so that you will not be confused until you die. You did everything just because he is not the real Tang San? Tang Chen asked. Of course not, this is just a worry. Nanfeng said. The Shura god you inherited is too dangerous for me. I have to find out whether this matter has anything to do with him. Besides that, today's matter is a matter of personal interest. What interest? Tang Chen asked. I heard them say that you want to destroy the Soul Master world, or you want to destroy Douluo continent. Nanfeng nodded, almost, there is this idea. Why? Tang Chen puzzled. Because I am happy to do so. Nanfeng shrugged. Otherwise, why do you think I said that everyone is not a good person, and I am not either? Everything I do is just personal interest. I have never considered how much disaster my actions will bring. Even if I know, I don't care. Because I believe that if someone else stands in my position and the status is reversed, that person will not be merciful to me at all. The world has never been merciful to me. Why should I be kind to you? Put yourself in your shoes. That is to say, even without Tang San, what happened today would have happened, right? Tang Chen asked. Yes, he is just one of the reasons, not all of them. Nanfeng said. Whether he is here or not, it doesn't affect me doing all this. I am not doing this for any personal grudges, and I have no intention of being an enemy to anyone. Everyone can be a friend or an enemy. Today's enemy is tomorrow's friend, today's friend is tomorrow's enemy. Everything is changing, everything will change, there is nothing absolute. Then can you let Hao Shenzong go? Tang Chen asked. Nanfeng shook his head. I said it very clearly, I have no intention of being an enemy to anyone, friends or enemies, it makes no difference to me. As long as you don't get in my way. For today, my target is actually only you and Tang San, or the truth behind him. As for Tang Hao and Tang Xiao who just died, I don't care. They took the initiative to stand in front of me and insisted on becoming a stumbling block for me to find the answer. In other words, no matter what happens next, you will not attack the Haoshan sect. Tang Chen asked. Of course, the Haoshan sect has no grudges against me. I must be crazy to go looking for trouble with them. Nanfeng said. Then can you let Tang Hao go? Tang Chen asked. Whatever. Nanfeng shrugged. I don't care whether he lives or dies. That's good. Tang Chen turned to look at Tang Hao. You go. Grandfather Tang Hao hesitated. Tang Xiao is dead, and the Haoshan sect will probably be in chaos. You go back. Tang Chen said. It's the last thing I do for the Haoshan sect. As for Tang San, no matter whether what Nanfeng said is true or false, his life and death are bound to me today. If I win, he can live, and if I lose, he must die. You continue to stay here, it will not affect the outcome. Tang Hao struggled to look at Tang San under him. Tang San also looked at Tang Hao with a complicated look. Time passed by minute, and finally, Tang Hao still couldn't let go of what Nanfeng had just said, let go of Tang San, and shot away. Forgot to tell him that the Blue Silver Emperor is also in my hands. Looking at Tang Hao's departing back, Nanfeng turned his head and glanced at Tang Yuehua in the distance, who was saved by Gurong after Tang Hao's ring exploded. Leaving so fast, really in a hurry to reincarnate. Before Nanfeng finished speaking, Tang Hao, who was shooting away, was suddenly intercepted by a golden light and stopped in the air. What do you mean by this? Aura similar to Jiandaoliu, a six-winged angel spirit? Don't get me wrong, that's Jiandaoliu's family affair, it has nothing to do with me. Nanfeng shrugged. No matter how wrong he is his son. Even if he is a pile of shit, he is still his son. And you, the grandson, have put a lot of effort into his son's death. He can't do anything about the real murderer, but this accomplice. Qian Rongxiu, who knew the whole truth, couldn't do anything to Bibi Dong, and couldn't find a reason to do anything to him. Tang Hao, the accomplice, naturally became the only outlet. That little girl is just a soul Douluo, can she stop Tang Hao? Tang Chen said. She definitely couldn't stop him just now, but it may not be the case now. Nanfeng said. Before the ring exploded, Tang Hao would have been killed even if Ten Qian Rongxiu attacked him together. But after being forced to explode by Yu Guan and Gui Mei, Tang Hao's old injuries had not healed and he had new injuries. He was left with only 1 HP left and all his skills were on CD. He was not very threatening. Besides, who told you she was alone? Nanfeng said. After the words fell, two opposing and conflicting energies suddenly erupted at Tang Hao's location. Bipolar static field. Angel field. Angel's true body. Boom. Shameless. Nanfeng exclaimed. As shameless as her father. It seems that she has finally learned what it means to do whatever it takes. Why fight alone if you can fight in a group? Looking at the flashes that broke out in the distance and the aura of Tang Hao that disappeared from the perception range, Tang Chen's face completely sank. Are you kidding me? I said, this is a personal grudge between them. Nanfeng said. Of course, if you don't believe it, it's up to you. I don't care. He really didn't expect Jian Rongxiu to take action at this time, and to join forces with Yueguan Ghost. Originally, he thought Jiandaoliu would let Jin Crocodile and the others take action. But it doesn't make any difference, they are all going to die. Tang Chen looked around, is Jiandaoliu here? If you have anything to say, you can just say it, he won't come out. Nanfeng said. He won't participate in this matter today, at least he will never take action before we are both injured. Tang Chen took a deep breath, Jiandaoliu, if you still consider me a friend, then help me tell Poseidon that I am sorry for her, let her don't wait. After the words fell, Tang Chen's momentum suddenly rose, and a halo containing a bloody breath flashed and broke. Bibi Dong's expression froze. What the hell is this? How powerful is that? Compared to Tang Hao's ring explosion, it is completely different. This is the real Sumuru hammer. In the Angel Temple, Jiandaoliu opened his eyes, his expression extremely heavy. The Sumuru hammer cannot be truly used with the body and strength of a mortal, not even Tang Chen, so that guy never uses this incomplete move in battle, and always relies on the chaotic cloak to fight the enemy. In theory, the Sumuru hammer is to condense all of its soul rings into one, inject them all into the Haoshan hammer, transform them into the purest power and attack power, forcibly break through all constraints, and exert a powerful strength beyond its own soul power. And as the ultimate meaning of the ring explosion, it is to completely explode the energy of the soul ring at one time, and the power is several times more than the Sumuru hammer. Tang Hao's ring explosion is not qualified at all. If Kyungsunji and the others had surrounded and killed Tang Chen, none of them would have thought of leaving alive. The Sumuru hammer has surpassed the soul skill, it is a divine skill. It is a magical skill that only Tang Chen can perform. Others are just poor imitations. What a pity. Jiandaoliu closed his eyes. Tang Chen now is not even as good as he was back then. Tang Chen's body can no longer withstand the sense of chaos that he has suppressed. It's a bit exaggerated. Nanfeng was very surprised to feel the aura that even surpassed Emperor Tian burst out from Tang Chen. Tang Chen has reached the divine realm. If his body had not been broken, this guy could have killed everyone on their side today. He is integrating the power of Shura. Bibi Dong said. I can't stop him. If you can't stop him, then stay away. Nanfeng said. He can explode the ring, and so can I. Two primitive and wild energies surged out of Nanfeng's body, one icy and piercing, and the other burning. You can actually suppress this conflict. Tang Chen looked strange. It's not me, it's my soul skill. Nanfeng held the ice dragon soul in one hand and the fire dragon soul in the other. But it doesn't matter. Come on, you only have one chance, and I can only explode once. It's a matter of who's better. It's also a matter of life and death. Chapter 194, Use whatever means necessary. Are they the strongest below the god level? After Tang Chen used the strongest attack he could currently launch, Nanfeng also exploded the power of the dragon soul, pushing himself to a height similar to Tang Chen. Neither of the two forces could suppress the other, and a confrontation formed. No, they have reached the god level. In the Angel Temple, after Qian Rongxiu killed Tang Hao, she was quickly brought back by the golden crocodile. This is the safest place at the moment. Has reached the god level. Qian Rongxiu was stunned. Then why is she now? There is also a gap between the god levels. Qian Daoliu said. The Shura god inherited by Tang Chen is a god-king level existence that surpasses the peak of the first level god. The attributes and quality of the divine power are two different concepts from those of ordinary gods. Nanfeng can stalemate with him, not only because Tang Chen's body cannot be fully exerted, but also because of the two special powers in his body. The level is not lower than the Shura divine power. Now, neither I nor Bibi Dong can intervene. If we take action, it will only cause trouble for him. Then who will win? Qian Rongxiu asked. The burst limit is almost the same, no one can suppress the other, now it depends on who can last longer. Qian Daoliu said. Qian Rongxiu was silent for a while. What if someone sneaks up at this time? I said, no one can intervene in their battle now. Qian Daoliu said. If you rashly make trouble, it will only kill both of them. Is there no way to distract Tang Chen? Qian Rongxiu asked. Impossible. Qian Daoliu said. When Tang Chen is fighting, nothing can distract him. Don't compare him with those third-rate soul masters. Grandpa, have you tried? Qian Rongxiu asked. No need to try. Qian Daoliu closed his eyes. Tang Chen is not so easily shaken. Then why did he fall into the king of killing? Qian Rongxiu said. Even if according to Nanfeng, he was plotted against by the Rakshasa god, disturbed his mind, and was taken advantage of by the nine-headed blood bat king, but being plotted against by the evil thoughts of the Rakshasa means that he is not a perfect person. What is his weakness? Grandpa, you should be the one who knows him best, right? Qian Daoliu suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed. There is a person who can distract Tang Chen. Why? Qian Daoliu asked. I know you do like him, but your hatred for him far exceeds your love. Why would you want to help him at this time? I do hate him, but even if he dies, he should die in my hands. Qian Rongxiu said. Now, he can't die. But he said that no one is allowed to interfere in this matter. Qian Daoliu said. You saw it, even Bibi Dong just stood by and watched. He can't control me. Qian Rongxiu said. This method is very dangerous. Qian Daoliu closed his eyes. The disguised soul bone on Qian Rongxiu can if she disguises herself as anyone and integrates the power of angels, it is impossible to see the flaw unless she is a real god. If Qian Rongxiu appears disguised as Poseidon, Tang Chen will be very likely to be disturbed. However, if Tang Chen comes to his senses in time, that guy will probably kill the fake in front of him at all costs. He can't let Qian Rongxiu take such a risk. Grandpa, if he dies, what do you think the Pope will do? Qian Rongxiu asked. Can you stop a Rakshasa god? I didn't expect you to be so unscrupulous. Qian Daoliu sighed. I should have done so long ago. Qian Rongxiu's expression did not change. This is our family tradition, isn't it? The worship of the Soul Master class in Douluo continent can almost be said to be promoted by the six-winged angel family, in order to maintain the glory of the angel god and to make this sacred angel family always high above in the mortal world. Before each angel god officially inherits the duties of worship, he will kill and clear the hidden dangers on the continent. Long before the Spirit Hall appeared, the angel family has been manipulating the wars on Douluo continent and controlling the number of soul masters to ensure that their position will not be shaken. Otherwise, the number of soul masters has increased so much in just 1,000 years since the two empires were established, and the angel god has ascended for 20,000 years after ending the rampage of the evil soul masters. For a full 20,000 years, the soul masters on Douluo continent have always remained in a very small number. Is this reasonable? In the animal world, strong males have priority in mating rights. In the human world, soul masters also have priority in mating rights. But such soul masters have always been in a very small number of people and have never increased dramatically. Reproduction is the instinct of living things, and on Douluo continent, soul masters have no natural enemies. Under such circumstances, for a full 20,000 years, soul masters have not been able to flood the world? What else could be the reason? Of course there is a hand that is deliberately controlling the number of soul masters. Who has such ability in this Douluo continent? Only their six-winged angel family. How can they be glorious and sacred when their hands are already covered with blood? I don't want you to get involved in these things. Qian Daoliu sighed. Qian Rongxiu has the potential to become a god, and the angel god should be spotless, so he never told Qian Rongxiu about these unclean things, and she didn't need to know. I didn't quite understand why you said that we are six-winged angels born in heaven, and we are fundamentally different from those people on the earth. Qian Rongxiu said. It wasn't until Nanfeng gave me an example that I finally realized it. In the eyes of the nobles, the common people are not considered human beings. In the eyes of most soul masters, ordinary people are also not considered human beings. In the eyes of powerful soul masters, are weak soul masters considered human beings. Similarly, in the eyes of our six-winged angel family, are the countless people in this Douluo continent considered human beings. But this is reality. Qian Daoliu said. When you stand on a high place, if you don't try your best to step on the people below, when they climb up, you will be stepped on by them. In such a world where people step on people and people eat people, if you don't step on others and you don't eat others, you will be stepped on and eaten. I know. Qian Rongxiu said. I didn't say it was wrong, but I used to be awkward. My hands were already covered with blood, but I still deceived myself to maintain the false dignity in front of me. But now, I don't care about this dignity anymore. Buzz. An evil aura emanated from Qian Rongxiu, no longer the glory and holiness of a six-winged angel, but rather the strangeness and ominousness of a Rakshasa god. I want everything I want. Qian Rongxiu said coldly. Even if it means anything. Chapter 195, The Shadow of Shura. Is this your full strength? In the core of the killing field, Nanfeng and Tang Chen were still in a stalemate. At least it looked like that. I never thought that in the years since I left, someone like you would appear in Douluo continent. Tang Chen said with a heavy expression. Stalemate? Fake. This guy is cooperating with him. I never thought that you could still exert such power after becoming like this. Nanfeng said. If I hadn't just opened a little cheat some time ago, I would have been killed today. If it weren't for the million-year soul ring brought by Tianmeng's sacrifice, and the powerful mental power, he would have been smashed to death by Tang Chen in the moment of the collision just now. Unfortunately, there is no if, Tang Chen's life is now in his hands. No matter if he continues to exert force or slightly reduces it, he will only be seriously injured, but Tang Chen will explode the moment their power loses balance. What are you waiting for? Tang Chen asked. The longer you delay, the more dangerous you will be. I'm a little scared. Nanfeng said. Scared? Tang Chen looked puzzled. What are you afraid of? My life and death are in your hands. Once I die, is there anyone in this Douluo continent who can threaten you? At this moment, he can kill Qian Daoliu and Poseidon instantly even if they are empowered by divine power. But Nanfeng blocked him. This guy is only one god position away from becoming a god. Or are you worried that you will be seriously injured after taking action, and Qian Daoliu will take advantage of you? Or, that is the Azura god's successor going to attack you? Tang Chen said. A little bit of both. Nanfeng said. But I am most worried about the power in you. After such a fight, Azura god still did not move. Could it be that he really guessed wrong? If Azura god wanted to attack, just now was the best opportunity. He only needed to help Tang Chen at the moment of exerting force. With his current strength, it was impossible to resist Azura's attack. If you delay any longer, you will be in danger when the power in my body stabilizes. Tang Chen said. That's right. Nanfeng glanced at Tang San behind Tang Chen. Then. Tang Chen. Nanfeng and Tang Chen turned their heads at the same time and saw a figure that could not appear here, falling to the edge of the killing field. Poseidon? Tang Chen's breath began to become unstable, sometimes high and sometimes low. The nine-headed blood bat king, who was originally suppressed by him, began to riot again. Tang Chen. She is not Poseidon. Don't be distracted. Focus on the guy in front of you. Otherwise you will die. The nine-headed blood bat king said in horror. No. He doesn't want Tang Chen's body now. He will die. No. Poseidon will not appear here. Tang Chen's eyes began to flicker, and a more violent breath escaped. Your sister Nanfeng was stunned. Qianrongxiu. Are you fucking sick? Making trouble at this time? You are not. You are not. A blood-red, dark golden magic pattern-covered heavy sword appeared from Tang Chen's side, and the killing field became heavier. Get out of the way! Nanfeng shouted. Before he finished speaking, the Shura demon sword hanging beside Tang Chen flew out and killed Poseidon disguised by Qianrongxiu. At the same time, with the help of Qianrongxiu, Tang Chen, who temporarily broke through and finished the 8th test of Shura, achieved a true demigod body. The Shura power entered his body and instantly burst his shaky body. The killing field exploded, and the terrifying blood-colored aura almost instantly dyed the entire sky red. Qianrongxiu, who was hit by the Shura power, had her disguised soul bone invalid and returned to her original form. Looking at the Shura demon sword that was coming in an instant, Qianrongxiu wanted to move her body, but the terrifying pressure from all directions made her unable to even open her mouth. Waste. A heavy cold snort sounded, and the Shura demon sword that rushed towards Qianrongxiu instantly turned around and stabbed towards Nanfeng, who was rushing towards this side. The blood-colored aura condensed and compressed, vaguely turning into a tall Shura phantom. Shura god. Looking at the blood-colored phantom holding a sword and killing Nanfeng, the Rakshasa power in Bibi Dong's body produced a violent turbulence. Escape. Bibi Dong almost saw the scene of herself being killed by the phantom, just like the dream that Nanfeng fabricated that year. Can't stop it. Nanfeng can't stop it. Almost at the moment when this thought flashed through her mind, Bibi Dong burst out with full firepower and ran towards Nanfeng. Ha 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 ha. You are finally here. Looking at the Shura phantom approaching in an instant, Nanfeng let out an almost crazy laugh. At the same time, the blood-colored clouds that had just dispersed in the sky turned into a thicker black thundercloud. A bottomless space crack exploded in the clouds, reflecting the starry sky. Boom! The moment before the Shura demon sword pierced Nanfeng, the colorful thunderbolts that descended from the starry sky first hit him. The blood-colored ferocious phantom holding the magic sword was stunned. The thunderbolt containing infinite destructive aura swallowed Nanfeng completely in just an instant. The Shura demon sword, which was just a line away, and Bibi Dong who was running towards Nanfeng were also blown away by the thunderbolt. He actually dared to do this. At the Lake of Life, the Silver Dragon King, who felt the arrival of the cosmic catastrophe, suddenly opened his eyes. Madman! My lord, is he starting to overcome the catastrophe? Emperor Tian said with a palpitation. He is looking for death. The Silver Dragon King said in a deep voice. The star field we are in now does not have a trace of divine energy. After the god becoming tribulation is over, without the help of divine energy for baptism, he will completely dissipate. The dragon god's throne did not dissipate, but she cannot touch it now. She needs the power of the Golden Dragon King. Without the Golden Dragon King, she alone cannot call on the dragon god's throne. But why does he still do this? Emperor Tian asked puzzledly. If nothing unexpected happens, he has no choice. The Silver Dragon King said. What he is worried about may really come. The dragon souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King are angry. Her dragon soul is also trembling. This feeling is the Shura power that split the dragon god. It is really beyond my expectation that you can survive the god becoming tribulation. The space cracks that tore the starry sky quickly disappeared, and the colorful thunder tribulation connecting the heaven and earth also dissipated. The killing field that had not yet completely dissipated gathered again. I can't figure it out, why did you come? Nanfeng looked at the cultivator in front of him. Luo shadow. The Azura god could not descend directly. Tang Chen was stimulated by Qianrongxiu just now and exploded directly. The Azura god power contained in his body dissipated and combined with the murderous aura in the killing field, turning into the Azura shadow in front of him. This thing is almost the incarnation of the Azura god. You have come this far, can't you really figure it out? Azura said. Did you really get Tang San? Nanfeng asked. No, he and you accidentally broke into this world. Azura said. Nanfang descended in the killing city. From the moment this guy came to this world, he was covered by his divine thoughts. He didn't know where this guy came from, but he didn't care. The universe is huge, and the star field covered by the Douluo God realm is just a drop in the ocean. It is normal to have some accidents occasionally. At first, he didn't care about this insect-like existence, until later, this guy followed the inheritor of the Raksha god and left the killing city. Not long after, another owner of the killing god domain accepted the sacrifice. His eyes were attracted by the divinity of the blue-silver emperor during the sacrifice, and he found another outsider, Tang San. To be honest, he was not interested in these two guys at first. Compared with Tang Chen, these two guys were not even worthy of the stage. However, after Nanfang got the dragon soul, he had to pay attention. He didn't want to see a crazy dragon god reappear, and he didn't know if the dragon god would still be the same dragon god after reappearing. For the stability of the god realm, the safest way was to eliminate the possibility of the dragon god reappearing. All dragon kings must die, including Nanfang, who got the dragon king's dragon soul. Soyuri not doing this for Tang San, Nanfang said strangely. For him. Shura looked puzzled. What's there about him that deserves my attention? Chapter 196 My scalp is numb. In other words, I have been fighting wits and courage with the air for the past 20 years. Nanfang was silent. His mentality exploded. More explosive than Tang Chen. Although he looked at it from the perspective of reality, Shura really had no need to help Tang San. The god realm governed thousands of small planes like Douluo Star, but Douluo Star was special because of the dragon god. The soul masters here were generally more powerful than the human masters in other worlds. After all, under normal circumstances, a soul master might not be able to create a soul skill in his lifetime. If there were no soul beast soul rings, there would be no powerful soul skills. Others can only study a skill for decades, but the soul masters of Douluo Star can get it with a soul ring. Where is the brain needed? In other words, if I hadn't gotten together with the Dragon King, you wouldn't bother to care about me at all. Nanfang asked. It was like this before, but now, you must die. Shura said coldly. Why? Nanfang asked puzzled. Have I offended you? Shura narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you think I would allow a guy who is more dangerous than the dragon god to become a god? The dragon god's madness is because he touched the taboo of the universe. But Nanfang's madness has no reason. No reason is needed. He dares to let this guy become a god? He can let this guy become a god? If Nanfang just went crazy in the mortal world, he wouldn't care, but after this guy withstood the catastrophe of becoming a god, the nature changed. In this star field where the divine energy is scarce, this guy can withstand the catastrophe of becoming a god. If he was in the dragon god period, this guy could at least condense a first-level god position, and it is not impossible to be promoted to the god king. It would be fine if this guy had a stable position, but does this guy have a position? A madman who can even kill himself when he is crazy. If he lets this kind of person become a god, he really doesn't know what kind of catastrophe will be set off in the future. By then, it will not only be Douluo continent, not only Douluo star, but also not only the star field of Douluo god realm. This guy can do anything. After the dragon god rebellion, it took the god realm so long to finally recover. Now, he can't allow a guy who is more dangerous than the dragon god to continue to exist. Nanfang is simply a golden dragon king with a brain. Nanfang was silent. Damn it. After all this time, whether you kill me or not has nothing to do with Tang San. Tell me, is there a possibility that I am actually a kind, orderly, and righteous partner? Nanfang said seriously. My previous actions were actually just disguises. People laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at others for not seeing through it. As the god of law enforcement in the god realm, you must be able to see through the righteous heart behind my disguise, right? Shura didn't answer, and looked at Nanfang with a look of looking at a fool. You think I don't know what you've been doing these years, right? The killing god domain is a lower domain of the killing domain, and is also a branch of the Shura god power. Everyone who obtains the killing god domain has entered his sight and is qualified to start the Shura god test. After Tang Chen failed, he had given up the plan to find a new successor, but not long after, Tang Hao appeared in the Hell Road and also obtained the killing god's domain, but that guy is still very young, and has only reached the soul saint level, so he originally planned to observe him for a while. But not long after Tang Hao left the killing city, the more outstanding Bibi Dong appeared. But the fucking thing is that Bibi Dong was robbed by the Rakshasa god before she entered the Hell Road. In addition, the resentment in that woman's heart is a perfect match for the Rakshasa god position. In desperation, he could only look back to see Tang Hao's situation. As a result, during the time he observed Bibi Dong, Tang Hao was actually useless. Tang Chen was exploited by the Rakshasa god because of Poseidon, and Tang Hao's mentality was blown up because of a blue-silver emperor. This grandfather and grandson really made his scalp numb. It just so happened that the killing god Cyprus had an accident again at this time. He went down to the world to enforce the law without the approval of the God Realm Committee and was killed by Li Ian. During this period of time, the God Realm Committee was dealing with this matter. Cyprus was his subordinate, so he naturally couldn't get away. I was already annoyed to death. Tang Chen had another problem just now. After Tang Chen successfully completed the 8th test, his mind was attracted to him. I thought this guy really tried his best, but what happened? Just because the descendant of the angel god pretended to be Poseidon, he was blown up. My scalp is tingling. It's really tingling. In less than a month, 3 owners of the killing god domain appeared. One was robbed by Luosha, and the remaining 2 were gone together. It's like a joke. Now this madman has survived the catastrophe of becoming a god. Really all the troubles are piled up together. Ashura, what are you daydreaming about? At the meeting table of the God Realm Committee, Poseidon on the side gently nudged Shura. Ashura frowned slightly. I'm dealing with a small matter, don't disturb me. Small matter? Could it be that your inheritor has made a mistake again? Poseidon said strangely. This expression is the same as when Tang Chen was plotted against by Luosha and lost in the 8th test of Shura. If you ask me, you can let him off. Tang Chen's talent is much better than mine back then. Can you really bear to watch him get lost in the 8th test? Poseidon said. Everyone has emotional problems. Think about me back then. Can Shura god be shaken by personal feelings? Shura interrupted. The god of law enforcement can be violent and cruel, but he cannot be indecisive. The sword of law enforcement cannot hesitate at any time. If he cannot walk out by himself, then he is not worthy of being the god of Shura. Besides, Tang Chen is gone. Poseidon was stunned. Gone? That's not right. With his cultivation, he can at least hold on for a few decades. According to the time of the God Realm, there are at least 1 or 2 months, right? Gone now. Shura's face darkened, he blew himself up. Tang Chen's body, which was eroded by the 9-headed Blood Bat King, was already shaky. Although Jian Rongxiu pretended to be Poseidon, he regained his lost mind in the 8th test, but the Shura power after the success of the 8th test, after being poured into his body, directly caused his body to collapse. Add to that the terrifying impact of Tang Chen and Nanfeng, and Tang Chen's collapsed body was directly squeezed and exploded on the spot. Blown up. Poseidon was stunned. What's going on? Luosha plotted against him again. Didn't that guy run away after that incident? Sura couldn't stand the air Luosha found, so he killed him in the slaughter city. As a result, Luosha turned around and plotted against Tang Chen, the heir of Shura. Raksha was afraid of Shura's revenge, so he left a divine thought in the slaughter city and then abandoned his throne and ran away. It's impossible that guy ran back again? Chapter 197 Objection is invalid. It's not Luosha, it's Angel. Shura said. Angel. Poseidon was stunned. Didn't she go to kill Luosha? Angel God and Luosha God are natural enemies. When they were in the God realm, the two of them didn't get along. However, the God Realm Committee has a rule that prohibits private fights. Even if the angel wants to attack Luosha, he has never had the chance. But some time ago, Luosha ran away. After hearing the news, the angel also abandoned his throne to hunt Luosha. As for the inheritance of the angel's throne, according to the regulations of the God Realm Committee, if the god left a legacy before leaving, it will be inherited according to the inheritance rules. If not, goodness and evil are responsible for managing these vacant thrones. If a strong man in the mortal world happens to meet the requirements of becoming a god, the throne will be given away. Sometimes, the throne will be broken to free up the energy of the god and given away when needed. Before ascending, the angel left a legacy on the Douluo continent and goodness and evil did not care about it. Although since ascending to the god realm, the angel has never paid attention to the legacy at all because she doesn't care. The so-called six-winged angel family is a family chosen by the angel to give martial spirits, not the descendants of the angel himself. He and the angel spent thousands of years collecting beliefs, and were not interested in the secular world at all, and had no descendants of their own. After cultivating to become a god, he integrated the power of faith into his own divine power, gave birth to the light of the sea god, and based on this, built the Nine Heavens mysterious stage on the sea god island to protect the sea soul masters, as a return of this power of faith. The so-called holy pillar test is nothing more than a simple screening. A simple-minded person can complete the test by picking up a shell. For those who are disrespectful to the sea god, the test will naturally be more difficult. After all, his place is used to shelter believers, they were all disrespectful to him, why should he keep this person? The angel merged the power of faith into her own divine power, gave birth to the sacred fire, and transformed her soul after becoming a god into a six-winged angel martial spirit to give to the descendants of her clan thousands of years ago in the secular world. She also downgraded the six-winged angel martial spirit to create four-winged and two-winged angel martial spirits, and gave them to other followers who worked with her to clear the evil soul masters, as a return for the power of faith. Therefore, when the angel ascended, she had no worries, and she never paid attention to the inheritance left by Douluo continent afterwards. It's not an angel, it's her descendant. Shura said. Let's talk about it after I solve this matter, don't bother me. Tang Chen didn't have much Shura divine power in his body. He only had one chance to swing the sword, and he had to gather his strength. Nanfeng's powerful death immunity ability was enough to block the general slash, and he had to let this clone play the strongest attack. I seem to sense the breath of the great catastrophe of becoming a god, what about you? The life god king who had been sitting next to him without saying a word said. Oh, yes, it seems so. The kind god king nodded. I thought I sensed it wrongly. There are still people who dare to become gods in this way these days. It's a pity that there is no spare divine energy in the god realm now. Otherwise, we can help this daring god. Divine energy, hey. I have said that the god realm should expand. How long has it been since a new god was born? The Destruction God King glanced at Shura. As a result, a cautious law enforcement god always opposes me on the grounds that the threat has not been eliminated and the same mistake cannot be repeated. Why not do this? Since the god of killing Sapras has violated the management law of the God Realm Committee, then temporarily deprive him of his position, break the god of killing's position, and give this divine energy to the current god. The kind God King suggested. No. Shura's expression changed slightly. The matter of Sapras has not been completely determined. I am against destroying the throne of the god of killing. But I support it. Destruction said lightly. Xiaolu, what about you? Compared with a law enforcement god who does not follow the rules and enforces the law without authorization, and a new god who dares to break through the great tribulation of becoming a god, who do you think we should choose? Life hesitated for a moment. Xiaozi, if the throne of the god of killing is destroyed, it will be regarded as a punishment for Sapras, right? Destruction wanted to take this opportunity to kill the god of killing Sapras, but Sapras was the law enforcement officer under Shura, and this time Sapras went down to the world privately to enforce the law, and Lion violated the rules first. Shura naturally would not agree to this way of handling it. But if the punishment is to destroy the throne, it can not only save Sapras, but also ease the contradiction between Shura and Destruction. It is indeed a way. The evil God King nodded. Broken God's throne, just like putting Sapras in confinement. In the future, when the God realm expands and there is extra divine energy, Shura can also gather a new God's throne for Sapras. Destruction wants to expand. Shura is worried that the tragedy of the dragon god will be repeated, so he has always been opposed. But the current God realm does have enough power to guard against hidden dangers. As long as Shura and Destruction agree, the expansion of the God realm is not a dangerous thing. With the matter of Sapras, Shura will no longer oppose the expansion of the God realm. After all, he can't ignore his own law enforcement officers. Then vote, the catastrophe of becoming a god has passed, and that God can't hold on for too long. Evil said. I support breaking the god of killing and giving the divine energy to this god. Goodness, I support it too. Destruction, I support it. Life, I support it. Poseidon, I support it too. You support shit. I oppose it. Shura interrupted. I vote too, goodness vote too, destruction and life vote one each, 6-1, opposition is invalid. Evil stood up and took out his super artifact judgment scale, and goodness also took out his kind heart. As the two most senior gods in the god realm, goodness and evil are responsible for managing the arrival of new gods. At the same time, their super artifacts can also work together to locate the position of the god, attract the divine energy, and open the plane channel. Come, let's see what the god is like now. Ashura, what are you doing? The plane channel opened and connected to Douluo star, and presented the area where Nanfeng, who had just passed the god tribulation, was located in front of the gods. However, opposite Nanfeng, who had just passed the god tribulation and had an extremely unstable breath, one of Shura's clones was condensing a fatal blow. Seeing this scene, the expressions of several gods were different, and Poseidon's expression was even more strange. You said that handling small matters is to do this? No, buddy, did Shipris learn this from you? No wonder you want to protect him. What the hell? Nanfeng was attracted by the strange space channel that suddenly appeared above his head. And Shura, who was discovered, was ruthless and decided to go all out. He used the plane channel to add more Shura power to his clone. Shura's slash instantly condensed into shape. Damn, Nanfeng, his expression froze. Is this the real body coming? The terrifying power of Shura brought a huge field of oppression. Bibi Dong, who wanted to rush up, was suppressed to the ground. Nanfeng, who was targeted, could not move and could only watch Shura's magic sword stabbing at him. Nanfeng. Boom. After the attack, Shura's phantom instantly dissipated, and Shura's magic sword also flew back to Shura along the plane channel. However, Shura's face became even uglier. You still want to fight in front of me? Destruction looked at Shura coldly, and at the same time controlled the destruction scepter to block Shura's fatal blow just now. Want to kill him? Fuck. Then I have to save him. Come on, continue. Chapter 198, Spare his life. Shura, can you explain it? There was silence for a long time, and Evil finally spoke. This is Douluo star, and Shura did leave his own heritage on Douluo star, because Shura was always worried that something might happen to the dragon god. The dragon god once went crazy, which brought a nearly devastating impact to the god realm. Although the dragon god was briefly awake at the end and was willing to be split by Shura, who can guarantee that such a disaster will not happen again? The dragon god is too strong. Even if all the other god kings at that time were combined, it would be difficult to compete with him, not to mention that the god realm is no longer as strong as it was in the past. If the dragon god reappears and goes crazy again, who can stop him? Any survivor of that disaster will not object to Shura's strictness on the dragon god issue. After losing the blessing of the dragon god's bloodline, the Soul Beast clan has returned to their original level and it is basically impossible to become a god. However, the dragon clan, or to be more precise, the Dragon King. The blood power of the Dragon Kings is relatively large, and they still have the possibility of surviving the catastrophe of becoming a god. Of course, it is only a possibility. Therefore, the god realm did not interfere too much with the Soul Beast clan, or rather, this matter has always been Shura's responsibility, and Douluo star is his focus area. However, it's fine if you kill the Dragon King, but why do you mess with humans? Since the first human discovered that he could strengthen himself by absorbing the soul rings left by soul beasts after their death, the two races have become irreconcilable enemies. He has the dragon soul of the Dragon King. Shura said. And, it was the dragon soul of the former Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. Hey! Evil was stunned. How could humans obtain the dragon soul of the Dragon King? No race looks down on other races more than the Dragon Clan, not to mention the Dragon Kings who stand at the top of the Dragon Clan. In the eyes of the Dragon King, humans are just parasites that have obtained the legacy of the Dragon God. As the first generation of Dragon Kings, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King look down on humans even more. How could they give their dragon souls to humans? I don't know the specific situation, but you can see for yourself. Shura said. He was able to break through the great tribulation of becoming a god, and those two dragon souls played a big role. Nanfeng is indeed gifted, but if he wants to trigger the great tribulation of becoming a god by himself, it will take at least thousands of years of accumulation. If it weren't for the energy burst of the dragon soul, he would never be able to trigger such a thing. It is indeed the dragon souls of those two. Shanliang said. However, there is no residual divine consciousness, and there is no spiritual consciousness. The two dragon kings are completely dead. But even so, humans can't get the dragon soul. The dragon soul of the Dragon King is not something that humans can bear. Even if it is the Dragon Clan, only the pure-blooded true dragon-level Dragon King is qualified to bear it. Moreover, without the blood of the Dragon God, how can it be recognized by the Dragon Soul? Now, do you still want to stop me? Shura looked at Destruction. Destruction frowned slightly. Is it really just that? If you only attack him for this reason, then why did you suddenly increase your divine power just now? It looks like you are guilty and want to destroy the evidence. If it is something related to the Dragon King, he will naturally not stop Shura. No one can guarantee that the Dragon God will still be the same Dragon God after he reappears, and there is no guarantee that the Dragon God will not go crazy again. The safest thing is to eliminate the hidden danger of the Dragon God reappearing. That is to kill the Dragon Kings. This human has 2 dragon souls. Either he has the blood of the Dragon God, or he is a backup left by the Dragon King. Whichever it is, it can be regarded as a hidden danger for the Dragon God. I just don't want to waste time on a madman. Shura said speechlessly. The breath of Rakshasa and Angel. Life turned his head and looked at the edge of the killing field. No, how come the breath of this angel? Contaminated by Rakshasa? It doesn't look like it. Why is my sea god's heart here too? Poseidon looks strange. What's going on? Are the girls who tried the vast sea universe cover before all here? No. Where is Tang Chen? Spare him. Poseidon looked at Bibi Dong, who was launching the soul-devouring spider emperor to devour Tang Chen's soul. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow, and Bibi Dong had already swallowed Tang Chen's soul by force. The soul of the demigod, plus the Shura power contained in its soul, just made up for the last little vacancy of Bibi Dong. The Rakshasa god has been created. Damn. Poseidon looked depressed. Tang Chen is gone, what should Poseidon do? His high priest has been guarding for so many years, and he was still thinking of finding an opportunity to push Tang Chen, but now it's completely gone. What should we do now? Life looked at Kindness. If he has the dragon soul of the Dragon King, according to the procedure, Shura should indeed kill him. Shan Liang said. They cannot trust people related to the Dragon King. After all, no one knows whether the 2 Dragon Kings have left any tricks. If this guy makes trouble in the God realm when they are not paying attention, causing an accident in the God realm, that would be bad. There is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. But, shouldn't we find out why he got the dragon soul of the Dragon King? Said Xiat. Will other Dragon Kings use this method to do the same thing in other worlds? Most of the Dragon Kings were killed by the Dragon God, but there are still many Dragon Kings who slipped away from the God realm when the Dragon God went crazy. Moreover, the blood of the Dragon Clan is not only in Douluo Star, but there are also traces of the Dragon Clan in other worlds. Do you think he can tell you the truth? Said Shura. My kindness can reflect my heart, and he can't deceive me. Shan Liang said. No, he can deceive. Said Shura. Shan Tang looked puzzled. Why? Your kindness can indeed detect lies, but what if he firmly believes that everything he says is true, and he even believes it himself? Shura said. Shan Tang was stunned. How is this possible? No matter how much he deceives himself, he can't do this. Normally, it's impossible. Shura narrowed his eyes slightly. But this guy is not normal. Even if there is no dragon soul, I can't let him live to become a god. Destruction frowned slightly. What do you mean? Shura looked sideways slightly. What is the fundamental reason why we are on guard against the dragon god? Of course it's because that guy's madness is cyclical and unavoidable. Destruction said. Maybe he doesn't want to go crazy, but he will definitely go crazy. The madness of the dragon god is destined. He touched the taboo of the universe, and the dragon god is special. Sometimes, he is the god of creation, but sometimes, he will become a madman who destroys the world. And this change has nothing to do with the will of the dragon god himself. It is a rule. Today's dragon god is kind and lawful, but tomorrow's dragon god may not be. This guy is almost the same. Shura pointed at Nanfeng. A madman with a very weak self and a strong impulse to save and destroy the world. It's just a replica of the dragon god. Creation and destruction are the same nature on a cosmic scale. For the universe to develop, it needs not only creation but also destruction. Whether it is blindly creating or blindly destroying, it will lead to the destruction of the universe. The dragon god, who controls the dual godhood of creation and destruction, is destined not to be simple. He is destined to be crazy. Because it has nothing to do with good and evil. On a cosmic scale, whether the dragon god creates or destroys, it is the same nature. They also know, but they can't just wait there to die. And Nanfeng, his brain is crazy and sober. For him, there is no difference between life and death, creation and destruction, progress and extinction. As long as he feels it is necessary, he can even destroy himself. This guy without a stance will not consider the interests of the god realm, will not consider his own interests, and will not worry about anything. Maybe it was just a whim, and he could even destroy what he insisted on the last second. How could he let such a madman continue to exist? This guy chose to make Douluo continent into the current state without knowing whether he would die. A devastating war could break out at any time. If this guy really becomes a god, who knows if this madman will take the god realm with him on a whim. Chapter 199, Die Together. What's going on? Bibi Dong leaned towards Nanfeng and helped him up from the ground. They should be discussing how to deal with me. Nanfeng said. But there is a high probability that they will kill me. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, can you run? One Shura god can easily crush and kill all of them, not to mention that there are several auras on the opposite side that are not weaker than Shura god. Fighting is impossible. Are you confident that you can slip away in front of the 5 god kings? Nanfeng asked back. I don't have it anyway. What should I do? Bibi Dong asked. Nanfeng shrugged, wait for death. The attitude of the god realm towards the dragon clan will not change. Since the moment he accepted the dragon soul, these gods will no longer trust him. Now it is not whether the Shura god will kill him, but that these god kings will not let him go. Stay away from me. Nanfeng said. They should be taking action. What about what you promised the Silver Dragon King? Bibi Dong asked. Don't tell me you didn't see that I was fooling her. Nanfeng said. If he didn't say that, the Silver Dragon King would not let him go, and Bibi Dong would not leave either. Bibi Dong frowned, are you still seeking death? I said, I'm tired. Nanfeng said. I was tired a long time ago. I'm tired of living. Let's end it here. At the moment when Tang Chen exploded just now, Tang San also disappeared. Like Tang Chen, he was swallowed by Bibi Dong. He didn't. What do you need to worry about? It's all over. If you really have a little bit of feelings for me, don't bother me, let me die in peace, okay? Nanfeng said. No discussion. Bibi Dong said. No. Nanfeng closed his eyes. Okay. Bibi Dong's eyes condensed, and the soul-devouring spider emperor launched, piercing Nanfeng's body fiercely. What's going on? Looking at Nanfeng, who was almost devoured by Bibi Dong in an instant, both the gods on the other side of the plain channel and the people outside the killing field that had not yet dissipated were all stunned. They quarreled among themselves. Even the evil who had seen the storms and waves was a little unresponsive. What's going on? They haven't discussed how to deal with it yet, and they've messed with people? Shura, what's going on? Poseidon asked in confusion. 2 lunatics. Shura didn't know what to say. What's going on? Shanliang asked. The development of this plot is so outrageous. She really didn't understand it. They haven't discussed how to deal with this matter yet, and this Rakshasa god was swallowed by someone. These 2 people discussed it when they were in the city of slaughter. If one day, Nanfeng was going to die, he hoped that this woman named Bibi Dong would kill him personally. Shura said. In the current situation, this guy knows that he is definitely going to die, but he doesn't want to die in the hands of others. Being swallowed by Bibi Dong, at least he won't die so alone. The gods were silent. This is fucking crazy. One thought so, and the other really did it. Nanfeng. Qianrongxiu, who was blown away by the explosion of the killing field, flew back and happened to see Nanfeng being swallowed by Bibi Dong, and then she collapsed. Bibi Dong. Qianrongxiu screamed and launched the angel's true body with all her strength to crash into him. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong just waved her hand lightly and directly shattered her martial soul body. Qian Daoliu, who had long left the angel temple, rushed up and caught the unconscious Qianrongxiu. Seeing the strange atmosphere at the scene, goodness and evil did not continue to watch the show and quickly closed the plain channel. Damn! Has human emotion developed to such a twisted degree? Suddenly, I feel that Lion doesn't seem to be so impulsive. After the plane channel was closed, without the support of Shura's divine power, the killing field quickly dissipated, and soon, the scene in the center of the battlefield appeared in front of everyone again. Nanfeng disappeared, Tang Chen disappeared, and Tang San disappeared. Only Bibi Dong was left standing in the center of the venue, and Qian Daoliu supported the unconscious Qian Rongxiu and sat on the side. Everyone guessed something, but no one dared to speak. It was really that Bibi Dong's aura at this moment was extremely strange, giving everyone a sense of terror that she could strangle them to death if she wanted to. After a long silence, Bibi Dong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Nanfeng and Tang Chen died together. After saying that, Bibi Dong turned around and left without saying another word. At the edge of the battlefield, some of the surviving spectators slowly crawled out of the ruins. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The development of this incident today is really fucking awesome. Many people saw that Tang Chen had exploded when he was fighting with Nanfeng. After Tang Chen exploded, the killing field suddenly increased, and they could not see what happened inside from the outside. However, they also clearly saw that when Tang Chen exploded, Nanfeng was still alive and well. Destroyed together? What's the joke? Feng Ji, do you think what she said is true? Gu Rong said stiffly. The crack that appeared in the sky just now is somewhat similar to the Soul Master's heavenly tribulation, but that thing is stronger. There is no soul beast tribulation here, so the only possibility is that the thing was summoned by Nanfeng. Humans, overcoming the tribulation? What she said is what it is. Ning Fengzi said. Uncle Gu, don't ask anything, don't say anything, don't think too much. But, Nanfeng is dead, what will happen next? Gu Rong turned his head and looked at the soul masters who crawled out of the ruins. What will they do? Nothing can be done. Ning Fengzi said. If Nanfeng was killed by Tang Chen, the soul master world today, including most people in the spirit hall, would instantly unite to oppose Nanfeng, oppose the current actions of the spirit hall, and defend the interests of the soul master class. If Tang Chen died at the hands of Nanfeng, no one on this continent would be qualified to stop Nanfeng's steps. No matter what he said or did, everyone had to do it even if they were unwilling or angry. No one would dare to oppose him. But both of them are dead. Without Tang Chen's legendary powerful force as the core pillar, the soul masters could not unite. Without Nanfeng as the spiritual pillar, the spirit hall would not have the ability to lead the next reform. However, the spirit hall still has the great priest Qian Daoliu and the Pope Bibi Dong, and the spirit hall's military power is still strong. After today, everyone will not start a war, but will never obey the spirit hall again. No one can start a war, because war is not good for everyone. Once a war starts, no matter what the result is, everyone will lose everything. Can't really fight, and definitely can't give in. The Cold War that Nanfeng mentioned is about to begin. Chapter 200 Zig's Reasoning. Great Priest, is Zioxia still not awake? A month has passed since the Soul Master competition. No one mentioned the results of the competition, nor did they mention the rewards. Everyone left the Spirit City silently. The Soul Masters of the major sects gathered, and the armies of the two empires also quietly dispersed. The leader is gone, and now no one is qualified to stand up and lead the way. Therefore, no matter how weird the atmosphere is, it is impossible to fight. Unless Bibi Dong leads the Spirit Hall to take the lead, otherwise, the war cannot be started. However, since the end of the Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong has never appeared since she told the news that Nanfeng and Tang Chen died together. The operation of the Spirit Hall has returned to its previous state. No. Qian Daoliu opened his eyes. He couldn't understand the current situation at all, and couldn't comprehend it at all. That heavenly tribulation was most likely caused by Nanfeng, but the strange space crack after that could only be seen by people with divine power. As a worshipper of the angel god, he knew very well that it was the gate to the god realm leading to the endless starry sky. But since the gate to the god realm was opened, why did Bibi Dong suddenly kill Nanfeng? That woman had completed the Rakshasa god test, and she swallowed Tang Chen to make up for her last vacancy. At that time, she could have stepped into the gate of the god realm, completed her ascension, and became a true Rakshasa god. But why didn't she go and kill Nanfeng? Qian Rongxiu's situation was not optimistic either. Although the god test had not yet started, the child had been swallowed by the darkness under the light and turned into a fallen angel. Originally, he thought that Qian Rongxiu could no longer touch the light of the angel god, but after he brought the child back to the angel temple, she was not rejected at all. In other words, the angel god has more than one side. The opposite of light and holiness, darkness and corruption, has always existed. What should we do now? Golden Crocodile asked. How should the Haoshan sect deal with it? No deal. Qian Daoliu said. Tang Chen is dead, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao are also dead, and the Haoshan sect is no longer a threat to the Spirit Hall. Besides, Nanfeng promised Tang Chen that he would not attack the Haoshan sect. He is because of Tang Yuehua. Golden Crocodile said. Qian Daoliu was silent for a moment. Probably. Nanfeng doesn't care about the survival of the Haoshan sect, he only cares about the head. After dealing with Tang Chen, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, the current Haoshan sect is just a group of rabble. Besides, the atmosphere of this continent is too weird now. If the Spirit Hall attacks the Haoshan sect at this time, it will be regarded as the successor of Nanfeng's will, and the war will ignite the entire continent in an instant. No one can move. Unless there is a terrifying appeal like Nanfeng that most people cannot resist, or an absolute force that can sweep across the country in a very short time, once the war begins, the only result is mutual destruction. Is there still no news about her? In the Saint Maiden Hall, Xue Di and her group followed Bibi Dong back here after the Soul Master competition, but Bibi Dong never appeared again after entering her room. During this period, Hu Lina went in to see, but there was no one inside. The only explanation is that Bibi Dong entered the Rakshasa's secret realm. No. Hu Lina, who was lying on the table, shook her head. The teacher didn't come out. She would sneak into the teacher's room every day, but it was always empty. Is she not going to give an explanation? Bingdi's face was very ugly. They were far away at the time and could not see what happened in the core of the killing field. But Nanfeng definitely did not die with Tang Chen. When Tang Chen exploded, Nanfeng was still alive and well. But why did Nanfeng disappear after the killing field dissipated? If he's alive, I want to see him, if he's dead, I want to see his body. Even if Nanfeng died, there should be a body, right? The breath of the dragon soul has completely disappeared. Zig said. Will it be? As the Hell Demon Dragon King, she can sense the existence of the dragon soul of the Dragon King, but after the killing field dissipated, the breath of the dragon souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King completely disappeared. No. Xue Di shook her head. If Nanfeng was really dead, Bibi Dong wouldn't be like that. If it was the gods in the God realm who attacked Nanfeng, Bibi Dong wouldn't let him die alone. After the killing field dissipated, Bibi Dong's state was not only not damaged at all, but was quite powerful, even surpassing Nanfeng and Tang Chen before. Even if Bibi Dong didn't stop it, she should have been seriously injured, but only Nanfeng disappeared. There must be something wrong. Bibi Dong seems to have the ability to devour, right? Zig said. Could it be that she took advantage of the opportunity? Impossible. Before Zig could finish her guess, everyone in the room resolutely denied this possibility. Even if the teacher dies, he will never attack Nanfeng. Hu Lina said seriously. You can suspect that Bibi Dong is thinking about your spirit ring, but this matter it's totally impossible. Bingdi said. The possibility that Bibi Dong took the opportunity to devour Nanfeng is even lower than that of Bidi Tian betraying the Silver Dragon King and becoming a lackey of the God realm to deal with the Dragon clan. Suedi said. If she really wanted to devour my father, why would she have to wait until now? Xiaohu said. But there is no other explanation. Ziji said. Humans are not trustworthy. Maybe she lied to everyone, including Nanfeng, just for the fatal blow that day. Look at the Blue-Silver Emperor. Baiji quickly covered Ziji's mouth. You'd better stop reasoning. Bibi Dong swallowed Nanfeng? You just picked the most impossible one from thousands of impossible options. Ziji, you may not believe it, but Suedi paused. If Bibi Dong really wanted to swallow Nanfeng, he would not refuse. Similarly, if Nanfeng wanted to kill Bibi Dong, she would not resist. Facing the determined eyes of the crowd, Zig was silent, and even doubted whether she had a brain problem. She actually couldn't understand this sentence. Will not refuse? Won't resist? What does it mean? The relationship between these two people is so twisted. Also, Baiji, how do you understand it? Didn't we come together? With a creak, the door suddenly opened, and Bibi Dong with her hair loose stood at the door. Nana, get ready and go to Poseidon Island. After saying this, Bibi Dong turned and left, and the door closed. I'm going to ask her. Bing Di suddenly came back to his senses, stood up, and was about to chase Bibi Dong. Don't. Xue Di hurriedly pulled her back. She's not in a good mood, don't ask for the time being. She's not in a good mood? I'm not in a good mood either. Bing Di said unhappily. I've been waiting for her here for a month. Binger, Nanfeng is not here now, do you think she will stab you to death? Xue Di said. Bing Di was speechless for a moment. The answer is cruel, yes. When Nanfeng is not here, Bibi Dong will really stab her to death. That woman even wants to stab all of them to death. I haven't figured out the situation yet, maybe there are other problems. Xue Di said. Don't ask for now. Is there a possibility that she stabbed Nanfeng to death, and now, she wants to trick us all to the sea, and then stab us to death? Zig said. Everyone looked at Zig strangely. Are you paranoid? Now Bibi Dong wants to kill them. Does she need to trick them to the sea?